Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
2 minutes later, faced with the ravages of Entei, Reiku, and Mew, these Pokémon all fell to the ground, and beside them stood their respective masters. They looked terrified and trembling, and they realized that this was not a dream but a real thing. In front of them were Mew, Entei, and Reiku. 3 legendary Pokémon. At this time, Xia Fan came forward, dragging a middle-aged man who had just been dragged into a dark place and beaten up by him. Okay, now we can have an equal conversation and discuss the issue of your compensation to me. A compensation? The Blue and White Society members were stunned and turned to look at the Pokémon that had lost their combat effectiveness, and the middle-aged man who was beaten horribly by Xia Fan. They have been beaten to this extent, and you still want to discuss compensation? That's right. It's your psychological compensation for my weak heart. Xia Fan said with a wronged look. I have a very fragile heart. I was scared by that fat guy just now and I became ill. So I think I need to use your money to see a doctor. The money doesn't have to be much, all of it will be fine. Everyone was shocked. Symbol 323, voiceless symbol 307, symbol A4AA, symbol A4AA, is this a human being? How could he say such shameless words? Entei Reiku exchanged a glance the next second. The 2 holy beasts decisively moved outside. Only Mew found the shocked expressions of the group of people in front of him very funny. He floated to Xia Fan's shoulder, covered his heart with his left hand, made a painful expression and hooked his right hand at them. The meaning is very clear, me heart is also hurt. So please take the money quickly. 5 minutes later, Xia Fan transferred all their money to his own mobile phone on the grounds of psychological compensation. It's not a lot of money. Maybe just around 2 million in total. After transferring the money, all these people looked at Xia Fan with gritted teeth, wanting to remember his appearance. Xia Fan had only one thing to say about this. Xiao Huan, start deleting the memory. 20 minutes later, Mew erased their memories, and Xia Fan wrote the word gods on each of their faces with mud. After finishing writing, Xia Fan clapped his hands, put Reiku away with the Pokeball set on Entei's back, hugged Mew and started running around in the forest. At the same time, he activated the 4th ability given to him by the system, the perception of legendary beasts, to sense the legendary beasts within a radius of 1 mile. I ran around for about an hour. Xia Fan was outside a lake in the forest when the perception of the divine beast in his mind suddenly fluctuated. He turned his head to look at the lake and found that the water here was very crystal clear. Is it there? Xia Fan murmured in his heart, and then jumped off Entei's back. Master, why did you come down? Don't you want me to take you there? I also sensed the breath of Suicun. Right in the center of this lake, Entei asked in confusion, recalling the scene when he first encountered Suicun and the people cursing Suicun for being difficult to catch. Xia Fan sighed. If I ride on your back and go over to it, I feel like it will probably run away and won't communicate with me at all. Just in case, I'd better turn into a Magikarp and quietly swim over to it. Once I get close, I'll just throw the ball. Although this is a bit despicable, I think this method is the safest and most effective. Only after catching it can it communicate with us at ease. What about me and Mew Senpai? You and Mew will go over there later and help me attract its attention. After Xia Fan finished speaking, he jumped into the lake and turned into a Magikarp in the water. Twisting his waist, he swam towards the center of the lake, following the guidance of the divine beast's perception. Entei and Mew looked at each other, and the 2 Pokémon shook their heads and sighed. Then Entei's feet were wrapped in flames, and he followed Xia Fan towards the center of the lake, stepping on the flames, and 100 meters away from them, A four-legged Pokémon that is all blue slender. Has diamond-shaped spots. And a headdress that looks like a blue gemstone. Standing proudly in the center of the lake, under its feet. A strange force is spreading outward in waves, suddenly. The Pokémon turned its head and looked back with a sense of something. Entei Suicun was surprised. He didn't expect to sense Entei's presence here. 3 seconds later, Entei's figure appeared before its eyes. Running towards it on fire, "Why are you here?" Suicun communicates with Entei using telepathy. "Let me talk to you." Entei replied with a slightly hesitant tone. "What are you talking about?" Suicun was puzzled. As far as it knew, Entei was not the kind of guy who liked to chat with it and Reiku. Well, Entei had an awkward expression on his face and glanced towards a Magikarp that had just swam up to him in the lake. "I won't lie, master, please swim faster." At this moment in the lake, a Magikarp had his eyes slightly rolled back and was looking up at the one spitting out bubbles. Xia Fan felt like he was going to die. Just when they were halfway through swimming, Entei sensed Suicun's location. So he left him behind and rushed forward alone. He was forced to speed up and use all his strength to catch up with Entei. "My waist feels like it's going to break. But fortunately we finally got here together, this idiot." Making up stories is not something you can do easily. In the lake, Xia Fan looked at Entei, who looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. And couldn't help but complains. "But it's not bad that you managed to drag Suicun along with you." Xia Fan looked around and swam to the bottom of the lake, preparing to use the momentum of the water to do a big leap, and then transform into a human form in midair to give Suicun a surprise. After a while, Xia Fan swam to the bottom of the lake. The bottom of the lake was dark, and Xia Fan began to twist her waist, but for some reason, just as he was about to rush up, he felt a burst of pain in his tail, with a series of snapping sounds. And Xia Fan felt like he had hit something, looking back. Although he couldn't see anything clearly, Xia Fan didn't know why he always had a bad feeling. Then Xia Fan heard a deafening roar of growl. That roaring growl stirred up a powerful wave of water. Then Xia Fan seemed to see a ferocious giant mouth attacking it. Damn it, Xia Fan instantly thought of a grumpy older brother. Without saying a word, he fired an extrasensory attack at the huge mouth. The next second, the Pokémon wailed and paused slightly as it swallowed Xia Fan with its huge mouth. Xia Fan saw the opportunity and swam upstream at the risk of his life. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters. When it was 6 meters away, Xia Fan could clearly see the Pokémon chasing it from below. Yes, it is Gyarados at this moment. The guy was looking at Xia Fan with anger on his face. It has not had a rest for a long time. Because of the arrival of Suicun, it was finally able to enjoy the warmth after purify in the water. As a result, when it was sleeping comfortably for some reason, a tail suddenly started flapping towards its face. "You tell me I can tolerate this." Then he prepared to open his mouth to scare it and tell it to go away. But as soon as it opened its mouth, the younger generation used some kind of evil magic to make its brain hurt terribly. It's okay if it disturbs someone's sleep once, but the second time it's a direct personal attack, right? Damn it if I don't give you a bite. You won't know who is the big brother in this lake. Return your gaze to the lake. Suicun found Mew lying on Entei's back and was about to ask Mew why he was here when a red carp wearing a gold bottle cap on its head broke out of the water. Entei and Suicun, Mew turned to look. This Magikarp jumped into the air, and with a flash of white light it turned into a human form. It took out a Pokéball with one hand and shouted at the same time. "Help!" After shouting, the Pokéball was thrown over while Suicun was still in shock. A red light flashed, and Suicun was taken in before he could even figure out what was going on. Entei == black letter A20A black Mew == black letter A20A black. Oh shit, is the master playing some tricks? The operation is awesome. First, he jumped out of the water like a carp, then changed back into human form and shouted for help, which stunned us all. And then he took out a Pokéball and threw it out. Awesome. This method of catching Pokémon is the best in the world today. But the next second Xia Fan, who had thrown the Poké ball, grabbed Entei's brown hair and shouted in panic just as it was about to fall into the water. "There's a Gyarados chasing me down there." As soon as the words fell, at the location where Xia Fan rushed out just now, a Pokémon that looked like a blue dragon broke out of the water. It had a ferocious face, as if it was going to kill everyone today and no one could stop it. However, the next second when it stood on the water, it saw an Entei and a Mew Sigma degrees. Then it saw a human yelling on Entei's back. "It was it that was chasing me just now." My goodness, Gyarados was petrified instantly. Some sign asterisk. Although I don't know how Magikarp turned into a human. But in the case of others having a big brother, and it's the case of two big brothers, the first element is epsilon equals epsilon equals epsilon equals Japanese symbol, Japanese letter, Japanese symbol. Run. Gyarados dived into the water without saying a word, pretending nothing had happened. Everything is still so boring and peaceful. Ding. Successfully captured Pokémon Suicun. Please select one from the skills as your skill. As Suicun was successfully captured, the system prompt sounded in Xia Fan's mind again. And at the same time, a system panel that only he could see popped up in front of him. Water-type legendary Pokémon, Suicun. Gender, none. Ability, pressure puts rival into a tense contest condition, with a 10% chance of skill activation failure. Carrying item, rainbow wing, a feather of Lucas emitting rainbow color. Only a trainer with this item can successfully capture Ho-Oh and make it obey you. Skills are as follows. Sheer Cold kills rival with one hit, however, if it is used by Pokémon other than Ice type. This move will be difficult to hit. Double Team, create clones by moving quickly to disrupt rival and increase the dodge rate. Ice Beam fires an Ice Beam at rival. Sometimes it will freeze rival. Blizzard, blow a fierce blizzard towards rival to attack, sometimes causing rival to fall into a frozen contest condition. Hydro Pump attacks rival by violently spraying a large amount of water. Extrasensory emits invisible magical power to attack, sometimes causing rival to be afraid. Like Entei Reiku, Suicun has many skills. Xia Fan looked at these skills, thought for a willing, said, "I choose Suicun's skill Protect." He was frightened by Gyarados just now, and he felt that he had to learn some skills to save his life. So he chose Protect, which can resist most skill damage. After a while, the skill Protect appeared in Xia Fan's mind. He looked up at the sky. I couldn't help but yell in a pretentious manner, "Thunder is coming." Next second, a yellow bolt of lightning suddenly struck the azure sky. Entei was immediately frightened and was about to jump away to avoid it when Xia Fan's voice rang in his ears. "Don't panic, watch how I, the master, block the thunder with one hand." As soon as he finished speaking, Entei saw Xia Fan standing on his back, his left hand on his waist, thigh's right hand pointing to the sky, and a transparent light shield emerging from between his fingers. When the bolt strike landed on the light shield, it was completely blocked by the light shield. If I were to say what words can be used to describe the scene at the moment, there would only be 7 words: what a good pretense. And Entei had only one expression after reading it. Eyes, wow, that looks so awesome. 2 minutes later, Entei arrived at the lake shore carrying his arrogant master. After getting off Entei, Xia Fan adjusted his expression and decided to face Suicun like a serious person. 10 seconds later, there was a flash of red light, and Suicun emerged from the Poké ball. He looked at Xia Fan, who had no martial ethics and used tricks, with a rage on his face. It didn't even have time to react when the ball was suddenly thrown at it and caught it. The key point is that for some reason, it can't get out of the ball, so he can only subdue it by force. Suicun cursed, "Despicable human." Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "How am I mean? Is it mean just because I threw the ball at you secretly? Isn't that mean? Is that mean? Isn't that despicable? How is this considered mean? How is this not mean? Why is this considered mean? My goodness, are these two guys playing nesting dolls? Entei and Mew couldn't help laughing while listening to the conversation between Xia Fan and Suicun. At this moment, a red light flashed from Xia Fan's waist. Reiku couldn't help but ran out and looked at Xia Fan and Suicun side by side with Entei Mew. Suicun can be said to be the representative of the gentleman among the three sacred beasts. He is as gentle as jade and rarely gets angry, but now I feel like I am going crazy after being provoked by just a few words from this cheap master. And I would be letting myself down if I don't come out and watch this famous scene. Suicun cursed, damn human. Stop beating around the bush with me. Since you said this is not despicable, then explain to me why this is not despicable. Xia Fan said, I'm sorry, I can't explain it. I can only ask you one question, what does mean by mean? Only then can I judge whether my behavior is mean. Suicun said the means are dirty. Using unfair means to sneak attack others is despicable. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, then what is dirty means? What is unfair means? Suicun was immediately furious and howled to the sky. Enough of you humans. If you ask me another question I will kill you, okay. You just need to explain the dirty and underhanded means a little more. And I'll immediately tell if I'm means. As he spoke, Xia Fan moved between Entei and Reiku. Suicun breathed in and out, telling himself that he was the incarnation of the North Wind, one of the three sacred beasts in the eyes of the world, and the closest subordinate of Lord Ho-Oh. He must not lose his mind because of this despicable human in front of him. After a minute of silence, Suicun continued. Dirty means using despicable methods to attack others, and improper means using unethical methods to treat others. After saying that, Suicun suddenly thought of something and quickly added, if you ask me again what is a dirty way and what is against the rules, I will really fight you. Xia Fan shrugged and said with a Salacin look, don't worry. I just happen to understand what these two mean. So I won't ask back, it's just in my understanding. The method I used just now has nothing to do with being despicable or against the rules. Instead, it should be called smart. Suicun's eyes widened, damn human. You consider this clever, Xia Fan said calmly. Then let me ask you if it is common for Pokémon trainers to catch Pokémon in this world. Suicun frowned, hesitated for a moment and replied yes. Xia Fan raised the corner of his mouth. Look. You yourself said it was a common behavior. So I am despicable for throwing the ball at you. Or are you very noble, more noble than Ho? And more noble than the three people in front of me? They are also Pokémon and it's okay to catch them. But it's despicable to catch you, even a heinous crime. Suicun was stunned after hearing this. How come the topic started to sound a little weird while we were chatting? How come it was the other party's fault when I was ambushed and shot into the ball? Then, Suicun saw that Entei, Reiku and Mew looked at it with something strange in their eyes after hearing Xia Fan's words. Suicun panicked, wait, that's not right. I didn't mean that. Then is it normal behavior for me to arrest you? Yes. Yes, Suicun gritted his teeth and agreed. Then it thought of something and said quickly, I admit that it is normal for you to catch me. But you just said that the way you caught me was very clever. So please explain it. If you can't explain it, you are despicable. Xia Fan smiled and said regarding the explanation of wit. Let me ask you a question first. Is it difficult for a normal Pokémon trainer to catch you? Difficult as for escaping, I'm not bragging. In this world, no one is better at evading a trainer's capture than me. If you hadn't sneaked up on me, you would never have been able to catch me. Suicun answered with a very proud tone, and glanced at Entei, Reiku and Mew behind Xia Fan, however. Xia Fan said excitedly after hearing this, very good. I am very satisfied with your answer. This made Suicun stunned. Then Xia Fan said, now I can explain what wit is. Wit means being flexible and unconventional. It means finding unique solutions to difficult situations. It's like when I catch you. You said you are very hard to catch. There is no one harder to catch than you, so if I don't use some methods that ordinary people can't think of to catch you, will it be difficult for me to catch you on this? That Suicun was confused. Really confused. How come something went wrong while they were chatting? If he says yes, then this guy is smart. If he says no, then he is contradicting what he just said. After more than 10 seconds, Suicun, unable to accept this fact, became autistic. He looked at the lake with a melancholy face, unable to say a word behind Xia Fan. The three onlookers looked at Suicun, who had become autistic, and there were only 4 words in their minds that could describe their feelings at the moment. Wow, that's awesome, young man, don't be so sad. Following Mayor Master will definitely make you live a delicious life, Entei. Come here and solemnly introduce to this new comrade what abilities and ambitions your master has, and what benefits it will gain by following me. Xia Fan came to Suicun and waved for the honest man Entei to come forward to explain. Entei came forward and could talk to others freely as long as they were not lying. A few minutes later, Suicun listened to Entei's explanation and looked at Xia Fan with a suspicious look. I can't imagine that this guy with such a smooth tongue can be so powerful. At this moment, a yellow lightning suddenly struck soaring in the sky. Under Suicun's gaze, Xia Fan pointed to the sky again, and a light shield emerged blocking the lightning. Xia Fan smiled and said, "See, now you can believe that I have supernatural powers. Have you ever seen a human being as powerful as me?" Suicun was silent again. Seeing that Xia Fan had put away his expression, said, "Actually, I have a question that I need your answer for." Suicun looked back in surprise, not expecting Xia Fan to have questions that he would like to ask it to answer. I heard from others that the Blue and White Society arrested you for the Ho-Oh feather on your body. If that's the case, why don't you stay away from Ecroite City and the forest near Ecroite City? Suicun hesitated for a while, then said, I stayed here to rescue the 5 dancers captured by the Blue and White Society. They have the power to summon Lord Ho-Oh and have been controlled by the Blue and White Society. They are a danger to Lord Ho-Oh, Xia Fan nodded. He understood the explanation. Another 2 seconds passed. Xia Fan smiled and stretched out his hand. Now you can give me the feather. Right, you should know what Entei said about me just now. I am different from those people. They captured you to use your power to bring disaster to the world. I subjugate you so that you will no longer be disturbed by them and make you stronger. Suicun did not refuse. He opened his mouth, and a feather emitting rainbow light flew from his mouth into Xia Fan's palm. When Lord Ho-Oh gave it this feather, he said that this feather was for the person who tamed it. Xia Fan has conquered it, so it can only be given to Xia Fan. Xia Fan took the feather and looked at the radiant rainbow feather. Feeling very excited, what does this mean? It means that he can conquer Ho-Oh with dignity. And you don't have to worry about it not obeying your orders after you tame it. Let's go from now on. Our slogan is to save Ho-Oh. We will wipe out the Blue and White Society and let the world know the power of our pantheon. Xia Fan waved his handset on Entei's background, led Suicun, Reiku and Mew towards Ecroite City. An hour later, Xia Fan rode Entei to the top of a mountain. Looking down from the top could see Ecroite City, a historic city in the Chengdu region. Long time no see, my hometown. Entei's sigh sounded in Xia Fan's mind, following its gaze. Xia Fan saw the 2 most famous towers in Ecroite City, Burned Tower and Bell Tower. Legend has it that these 2 towers are where the 2 legendary Pokémon in the Chengdu region, Lugia and Ho-Oh, awakened and fell asleep. If it weren't for the fire in Burned Tower 100 years ago, the 2 of them might still be here. But if there hadn't been this fire, Entei, Reiku, and Suicun wouldn't have become the 3 legendary sacred beasts revered by the world. All we can say is that fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Don't worry, after this incident, I will allow you to return here and visit your homeland with dignity in the future. Xia Fan stroked Entei's brown fur to calm his depressed mood. A minute later, Xia Fan used the Pokeball to collect Entei, Reiku, Suicun, and Mew. Then he jumped down from the top of the mountain in midair. It transformed into a Pidgey and flew into Ecroite City. At this moment, the streets of this city are full of Pokémon of all kinds, wandering and fighting on the streets. The contest condition caused the entire city to fall into panic and closure. in order to prevent the panic from spreading and causing great harm to the people of Ecroite City. The blue and white security group came here and sent all the members of the company to capture Pokémon. However, for some reason, they caught most of the Pokémon that day, and it seemed much quieter. But the riot started to intensify again the next day. A corridor in Ecroite City. 9 trainers in blue and white uniforms are battling 6 rebellious Pokémon. 2 of them did not release their Pokémon, but found a chair to sit on. A boy with dyed silver hair and a young man wearing a hat. Long Xia, please help me plead with the president and ask him not to revoke my position. The capture of Reiku was such an accident. Who would have thought that just when we were about to capture Reiku, a Caterpie would cause us to fail in the capture? If it weren't for it, I swear we would have succeeded. The young man wearing a hat was explaining to the silver-haired boy with a pleading look on his face, hoping that he would speak for him. But the boy was very annoyed. Looking at the young man with disdain, Mewtwo. Do you think you can believe what you said, Caterpie, huh? You have the nerve to say that the mission failed because of a Caterpie. If the president didn't think you had made good contributions to the club before, then according to the rules, you would not only be demoted from executive to ordinary member, but directly expelled. It's already a great honor for you to stay. Also, don't you see how capable you are now? You were killed by Reiku and had to start over in New Bark Town. You probably only have Cyndaquil, the one you received from Professor Utsuji, in your hand. Do you think you still have a place in the blue and white club with just a novice Pokémon like this? You can't even beat the wild Pokémon that these clubs have released at random. How can you still dream of continuing to be an executive? This is really hilarious. As Long Xio finished speaking, the battle not far away ended, and the 6 rioting Pokémon were collected into piquet balls by the blue and white society members. Long Xio patted the young man on the shoulder and said, "Instead of begging me here, you might as well go with them to fight and find a way to improve the strength of your Cyndaquil. Maybe the president will promote you to executive in the future." Faced with the ridicule of his old friends, Mewtwo gritted his teeth, cursed in his heart, and finally left. Long Xio looked at his back with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. "You failed the mission, you idiot." After saying that, Long Xio prepared to stand up and walk in the opposite direction of the other 8 people. Oh my, however, as soon as he stood up, Long Xio, forgetting that he was injured, accidentally pulled a private part and immediately covered his lower body and screamed. This made the 8 people who had not yet walked far look back, and each of them tried hard to suppress their laughter. "What are you looking at? Get out of here." Long Xio cursed angrily. The 8 men then ran away, covering their mouths, leaving Long Xio alone with his hands on the chair, waiting for the pain to subside while muttering angrily, "Don't let me know who murdered me, or I will kill him and make him a real eunuch." And on a tree above Long Xio's head, a Pidgey was looking down at him with a weird smile. There is a taboo topic in the blue and white society regarding Long Xio. That is to never mention to him the incident of going to the Connection Cave to capture Mew a few months ago. Because that day not only did he fail in his mission, but he also led all the blue and white society members who participated at that time to lose their wealth. More importantly, his egg was also broken that day, and he still hasn't figured out who did these things. So this has become his nightmare, the most fearful and rageful thing. If anyone mentions this in front of him, he will immediately become furious and fight with them. After standing next to the chair for 3 minutes, the pain in Long Xio's lower body had mostly dissipated, and he was ready to leave. In a tree overhead, there was a flash of white light, and a Pidgey turned into a butterfree. It flapped its wings, and a large amount of crystal powder fell. Powder floated into Long Xio's nasal cavity, and soon he felt his body gradually becoming unable to move, and he could not feel anything. "What's going on? Why is my body paralyzed?" Long Xio panicked and twisted his stiff neck to look up. Then, when he saw a butterfree that came from nowhere flapping its wings towards him, he suddenly started to chatter subconsciously for some reason. Again, after saying that, Long Xiao felt something was wrong. Why did he shout again, however? Before he could think about this problem carefully, the effect of stun spore had paralyzed his whole body, and he fell to the ground unsteadily. Then, under Long Xiao's shocked eyes, the Butterfree turned into a young boy in midair and landed on the ground. "Long time no see, Mr. Long," Xia Fan said jokingly. "Ah. Boss. Long Xiao opened his mouth and wanted to ask who you are. But the effect of stun spore made him only able to make a ba. And it was still intermittent and very weak. Xia Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Long, I know you are very excited to meet an old friend, and you can't wait to give me money. But don't worry, I will find you a comfortable place so we can catch up." Long Xiao's eyes widened. He was asking who you are. But how did it become that he wanted to give you money? Who is this B**********, D, and how can he be so shameless? After looking around, Xia Fan dragged Long Xiao into the woods behind him. Then a white light flashed in the grove, and a Pidgeot carrying a dragon owl flew away from Ecroite City and arrived in the dense forest outside the city. After putting Long Xiao on the ground, Pidgeot turned into a Chimchou again and used Heal Bell to remove Long Xiao's paralysis contest condition. "Okay, now we can catch up," Xia Fan, who had changed from Chimchou back to a teenager, joked. The paralyzed Long Xiao asked hurriedly, "Are you a human or a Pokémon? Have we met before? Why don't I have any impression of it?" "Of course I am a human. As for whether we have met before, guess what?" Xia Fan asked with a smile, then took out a dagger from his pocket. Long Xiao was stunned when he saw the familiar dagger in Xia Fan's hand. Then he asked, "Who are you? Why do you have the dagger that I lost in the connection cave more than 2 months ago? Tell me what happened at that time." Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Mew's memory erasure could be so effective. He thought that after taking out this dagger, Long Xiao would be stimulated and remember everything at once. But it's better this way. The more effective the memory erasure is, the easier it will be for him to cheat people in the future. After thinking about it, Xia Fan picked up the dagger and slashed at Long Xiao's thigh without saying a word. Long Xiao screamed in pain immediately. Xia Fan said, "Since you can't remember, forget it. I will set a rule for you from now on. I can only ask you questions and you can't ask me questions. If you ask me a question in return, I will cut you with a knife. If you don't answer, I don't suggest taking your life. I will make you start all over again like that guy named Mewtwo just now." Long Xiao was frightened and looked at Xia Fan in silence. However, his hands involuntarily moved to his waist. Xia Fan saw it and frowned slightly but did not stop it. So the next second a red light flashed from Long Xiao's waist, and a Dragonite emerged from behind Long Xiao. "Who the hell are you pretending to be? You dare to set rules for me? I will make you tell me everything that happened in the connection cave more than 2 months ago. Word for word. And I will capture you and bring you to our Blue and White Society for scientific research to see whether you are a Pokémon or a human." As soon as Dragonite came out, Long Xiao immediately became more confident. The fear on his face just now disappeared, and he looked like he was invincible. "Dragonite's Thunder Wave. Give him an electric shock and let me beat him up first." Dragonite howled, and a thunder wave came out from his body and electrocuted Xia Fan. Xia Fan sneered, stretched out his left hand and pointed forward. A light shield appeared blocking the thunder wave. At the same time, he reached to his waist with his right hand and took out a Pokeball. A red light flashed and Entei appears, Entei. This immediately frightened Long Xiao, and he quickly hid behind Dragonites. The next second, Xia Fan threw another Pokeball. A red light flashed and Raikou appeared, Raikou. Long Xiao's eyes widened even more. I never expected that Xia Fan could take out Raikou after taking out Entei. But when he saw Xia Fan take out the third Pokeball and release Suicun, he was speechless and had only one thought in his mind, which was to run. However, when he was about to give the order, Xia Fan threw out the fourth Pokeball. He froze in his tracks when a pink Bipedal Pokémon emerged from it. The thought of running away was shattered. Only a new thought quietly arose. I ask you how much sorrow you can have. You want to retaliate it into a grave, a minute later. Long Xiao was slumped on the ground next to him was Dragonite, who wanted to take him away but was beaten up. Come on. Can we now proceed with the part where I ask you questions and you must answer them? Xia Fan sat on Entei's back playing with the dagger. Long Xiao glanced at Dragonite beside him and nodded desperately. What else can I do? When I meet such a pervert, I can only accept all his demands. First question, what are you doing here? Long Xiao said in a low voice, to capture Ho-Oh. Xia Fan nodded. Second question. Why are so many wild Pokémon gathered in Ecroite City? Are they all yours? Yes. They were all captured by our Blue and White Society and released here to prevent the residents of Ecroite City from wandering around, and to give us a reasonable reason to blockade Ecroite City. Xia Fan nodded again. The third question is, what is your progress in capturing Ho-Oh? How long will it take to capture Ho-Oh? The operation to capture Ho-Oh will begin in 3 days. Because an item our president needs will not be delivered until the day after tomorrow. What items? Rainbow Wing. Only if we have this thing and capture Ho-Oh can we make it obey us. Currently, this thing is in the hands of an organization called Team Mewtwo in the Kanto region. And they are heading our way, Xia Fan hummed. Very satisfied with Long Xiao's answers so far. Then where is your president? Also, how are you going to capture Ho-Oh? Its strength is not comparable to Entei Reiku Suicun. You had such a hard time catching the 3 of them. So catching it should be even harder. Our president is now in the bell tower where Ho-Oh once lived. Long Xiao shut up after he finished speaking, and then, we haven't even mentioned how to capture Ho-Oh yet. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, thinking that Long Xiao was going to start throwing a tantrum at him. So just as he was about to stab him with the dagger, Long Xiao spoke again. I can tell you this, but I have only one request, that is, you must tell me everything that happened in the connection cave more than 2 months ago. Otherwise, even if I die here, I will not tell you how our president is going to capture Ho-Oh. Gritting his teeth, Long Xiao had a fearless expression. This has been his obsession for more than 2 months. An obsession that he must know even at the cost of his death. Xia Fan nodded after listening. Long Xiao was delighted, thinking that Xia Fan had agreed. But who would have thought that the next second Xia Fan, who had nodded, suddenly jumped off Entei's back without saying a word, and rushed over with a dagger in his hand with a ferocious expression. As if to say, since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Wait, I don't want the answer, I'll tell you everything. Long Xiao's fearless expression immediately turned pale with fear, and his eyes closed. After waiting for several seconds, Xia Fan's knife did not come, and Long Xiao slowly opened his eyes in panic. What he saw was Xia Fan's smiling face, and the dagger in his hand had disappeared. Xia Fan patted Long Xiao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Long, for thinking of me. Actually, I rushed down just now because I wanted to tell you everything. But now you say no, so I can only reluctantly not tell you everything that happened at that time. After all, too many things happened, and it would take a lot of time to explain them clearly. It would cost a lot of saliva." Long Xiao, whose whole body was soaked with cold sweat, swallowed his saliva when he heard this. Symbol 323, voiceless symbol 307, symbol A4AA, symbol A4AA. This guy must be crazy. How can there be such people in this world? Suddenly he rushed towards me with a knife. And you told me you wanted to have a good talk. Is this something done by humans? But if you can tell me how your president plans to catch Hope, I can tell you who did that thing. Xia Fan said again, looking down at Long Xiao. I couldn't help but click my tongue twice, really. Xia Fan's words turned Long Xiao from being terrified to excited. This was what he wanted to know the most. Because he wanted to retaliate, but the next second, Long Xiao thought of something, looked up and down at Xia Fan, and then looked at Entei, Suicun, Reiku, and Mew around him. He wondered in his heart if this guy had hit him. If it was really him. He would probably have a hard time retaliating in this life. Xia Fan noticed his eyes and said solemnly, "Don't worry. The murderer is definitely not me. I can swear to heaven that it was not me who did it. If it was me, I will be struck by thunder." These words made Long Xiao breathe a sigh of relief. It was okay. As long as the murderer was not the B****D in front of him. He still had hope of retaliation. Long Xiao said to capture Ho-Oh. The president has prepared 2 plans in the first plan. After Ho-Oh is summoned, the president will directly throw the Master Ball. Master Ball? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the Blue and White Society would get this. Long Xiao nodded, yes. But although the Master Ball can capture Pokémon 100%, we still don't have the confidence to face the legendary Pokémon. Therefore, the president's second plan is to use a combat flying ship that has been developed. This flying ship has the technological power to suppress Ho-Oh. We can use it to weaken Ho-Oh to a weak contest condition before capturing it. What kind of combat aircraft? Xia Fan asked again. I don't know about that. I only know that this flying ship was designed by the Chengdu region's rocket team. It was only half built at the beginning. After we destroyed it, it became ours. I haven't seen its true appearance yet. After Long Xiao finished speaking, he saw some disbelief in Xia Fan's eyes and immediately started crying. I really don't know. The president personally supervised the use of this thing. Only he knows how to use it, I just know that it exists. Seeing him like this, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and was no longer suspicious. Okay, I know everything you need to know. I only have one question now. Do you know of a store in Ecroite City that makes clothes? Making clothes. Long Xiao was surprised at the drastic change of topic. Yes, it's the store that makes the clothes. As long as you answer this question, I will tell you who made your things. When he heard that he was finally going to be told who had beaten him, Long Xiao immediately became excited. Frowning as he thought about where he had seen a clothing store during the days he had been in Ecroite City. 20 seconds later clapped his hands and said, I remember now. There is a clothing store about 100 meters south of the fork, in the road 50 meters to the left of where you took me away. After saying that, Long Xiao looked at Xia Fan expectantly and told him the answer he was most expecting. Xia Fan smiled and patted Long Xiao on the shoulder. Actually, if that thing of yours wasn't hit by a human, it was hit by a scyther. Long Xiao's eyes widened, and an image of a scyther holding 2 large white sickles and attacking his thing appeared in his mind. His expression suddenly became distorted with anger. So cruel. Which B******D ordered Scyther to do such a thing. Does that Scyther have an owner? Tell me who he is. I must kill him, Long Xiao said angrily. Regarding the question about Scyther's owner, Xia Fan scratched his head and said with embarrassment, If you look closely it seems that I am its owner, you. Long Xiao's eyes were about to bulge out. Didn't you say it wasn't you who did it? If it was you who did it, then you'll be struck by thunder. Yes, I didn't do it, Scyther did it. And what I just said was that if it was me who did it, I would be struck by thunder. Please remember the 4 words I did it, you. Long Xiao was so angry that his fingers began to tremble as he pointed at Xia Fan. The next second his eyes turned white. This guy was so angry that he fainted. Xia Fan sighed when he saw this. When will the cycle of revenge end? It seems like I need to do something good for you to help you forget the pain you suffered today. Xiao, erase his memory and make him forget the troubles today. On the streets of Ecroite City, Long Xiao opened his eyes from the armchair. What's going on? Why am I sleeping here? He looked around in confusion and went over in his mind what had just happened. But as soon as he recalled it for some reason, his brain began to hurt and the pain got worse and worse. Just like when I woke up from outside the cave more than 2 months ago. My brain would hurt severely whenever I tried to recall the memories of that time. Damn it, what on earth did I just go through? Long Xiao said angrily, then he was stunned for a moment. and quickly reached into his pocket to take out his cell phone. He thought about how more than 2 months ago, not only did he lose his eggs, but also more than 10 million yuan in his mobile phone was lost in such unclear circumstances. Don't lose it. Long Xiao was sweating profusely and muttering to his phone. This was the money he had worked hard for over 2 months. However, 3 seconds later, when Long Xiao saw that the balance on his mobile phone, which originally had 250,000 yuan, was now only 100 yuan, his expression gradually became strange. It's so ferocious and scary. 2 seconds later, he stood up and roared to the sky. Oh my god, F***ku, you banana stick. What sin have I committed? Why are you treating me like this? How can my hard-earned money be gone like this again? You be ****D who stole my money, I will curse you to death. Don't let me know who you are or I will cut you into pieces. While the dragon owl was howling towards the sky, hundreds of meters away, a Pidgey was flying low in Ecroite City. When I heard Long Xiao's faint, angry curse, he sighed. Alas, young people are so irritable, it needs to be changed. Otherwise, next time I see you, I won't be able to resist robbing you again. Is this the place? While sighing, Pidgey saw a sign that read Ariato's tailor shop. He then looked around, confirmed that there were no Pokémon or people from the Blue and White Society, and immediately landed in a secret corridor nearby. There was a flash of white light, and the Pidgey turned into a young boy. The boy walked to the door of the tailor shop, which was closed at the moment. Boom, boom, boom. Xia Fan knocked on the door with his hand. After a while, the sound of footsteps was heard inside the store. The sound became louder as it approached the door. But when the footsteps seemed to reach the door, they suddenly stopped. It seemed that someone inside was lying on the door and eavesdropping on the noise outside. Xia Fan called softly to the door, "Hello, boss. Can you open the doors? I want to ask you to make a piece of clothing." There was a sigh of relief from inside, as if they were relieved that he was a human and not a Pokémon. Then Xia Fan heard the voice of a middle-aged man coming from inside. "Sir, please go away, we are not open for business now. If you want to make clothes, please come back after the riot is over. Or go to another store to ask." Xia Fan quickly said, "Hey, brother, there are no Pokémon rioting outside right now. Please make me a piece of clothing. I will definitely reward you handsomely when it is done. If you really want to come to my house to make clothes, then come after the riot, it still says so inside." Xia Fan added, "Brother, I can add more money. As long as you do this business with me, I will give you an extra 5,000, get lost. You think I should risk my life for such a small sum of money? Forget it." But he seemed to be irritated and responded directly. Xia Fan frowned slightly. "How about 100,000 yuan? As soon as the words fell, Xia Fan heard Entei's telepathy in his mind. "Master, since he doesn't want to do it, let's just go to another company, why bother begging him?" However, just as Entei finished speaking, the door suddenly opened. A middle-aged man made a welcoming gesture to Xia Fan with a friendly face. "Sir, please come in." Xia Fan, Entei. After a while, Xia Fan came into the room. The middle-aged man brought a tray of tea and snacks to where the fans were sitting, with a very friendly expression. "What kind of clothes do you want to make, sir?" Xia Fan did not answer in a hurry but took a sip of the teacup. Brewed for a minutine, said lightly, "Windbreaker. MDHE cheated me out of so much money, and it would be a shame not to let me install it. So what do you want from a windbreaker?" The middle-aged man was not angry and still maintained a friendly expression. Xia Fan said, "A windbreaker with the word gods written on it." "The gods, yes, the gods." Xia Fan wrote the word gods on the table with his hand. The middle-aged man nodded, wrote it down with a pen, and then said, "Besides the words on it, do you have any other requirements here?" "Any other requests?" Xia Fan picked up the teacup, stood up, and began to inspect some of the finished clothes made by the middle-aged man in the store. After a while, he found that many coats here were embroidered with patterns. So he asked, "Can I design the patterns on the coats myself?" Of course, the middle-aged man nodded. Xia Fan then asked the middle-aged man for some paper and some colored pens. It took me 2 hours to draw 5 picturesque, namely Ho-Oh and Tay. Reiku, Suicun, and Mew in it. Ho-Oh soars in the sky, its wings emitting colorful light. Entei live in a volcano surrounded by hot lava. Reiku resides in the dark clouds, surrounded by dazzling lightning. Suicun is located on a lake and is surrounded by crystal-clear rivers. As for Mew, its portrait is the simplest. It does not radiate light to highlight its nobility like Ho-Oh. Nor does it stand in its own world like Entei, Reiku, and Suicun. It just bends over and covers its mouth with its hands, grinning foolishly. In Xia Fan's eyes, Mew is the cutest at this time, because it represents its innocence, sir. Your painting skills are the best among all the people who come to me to design clothes. The middle-aged man praised Xia Fan when he finished admiring his painting. Xia Fan nodded indifferently. Are you kidding? He once won an award for painting. It would be terrible if his paintings were not good. I'll trouble you to design the images of these 4 Pokémon on the back of the coat. Xia Fan held up the images of Ho-Oh, Entei, Reiku, and Suicun. Entei is in the middle of the back, Reiku is on the left. Suicun is on the right hand, Ho-Oh is on top of them, forming a triangle. As for this Mew, please design it on the front of the chest where the heart is. The middle-aged man nodded and took a pen to write it down. However, after writing it down, he thought of something and said, Serif, these are designed. Then the word gods you mentioned at the beginning may not be suitable for the coat. If you insist on adding it, it will be very inconsistent. Xia Fan raised his brows slightly and began to think. After a while, he suddenly saw a mask with a vortex pattern on the table. Brother, can you design a mask? Just design the word gods on the mask, yes. The boss nodded, but this price, 50,000. Okay, no problems. The boss quickly agreed and picked up a pen to continue recording Fan's request. Xia Fan thought of a key question and asked quickly, by the way, brother, how long will it take to make it? Is 2 days okay? 2 days is a bit tight. The boss scratched his head, feeling very embarrassed. For a design like yours, it will take me 4 days at the fastest to make it. 200,000, don't worry, little brother. What I love most in my life is to challenge my limits. I will definitely prepare it for you even if I don't eat or drink for 2 days. Xia Fan looked at the money grubber in front of him and took a sip of the cold tea with satisfaction. He was no longer needed for the subsequent designs. The boss started to design the renderings of the finished windbreaker according to his requirements. After the design was completed, he showed it to him and would start production if it was acceptable. Xia Fan began to wander around the room with a cup of tea. Seeing that he was bored, the boss took him into a room. There was an old lady, a little Stephanie, and a middle-aged woman in the room. The boss introduced them as his mother, daughter, and wife. At this moment, the 3 of them were watching TV. In response to Xia Fan's arrival, he just greeted her politely and continued watching TV. Helplessly, Xia Fan could only watch TV with them. The TV is currently showing the blue and white security group capturing rioting Pokémon in Ecroite City. Xia Fan watched for a while and felt that this seemed to be a method used by the Blue and White Society to appease the residents of Ecroite City. Let residents see the efforts the Blue and White Security Group is making to protect them. After a while, little Stephanie pointed at the TV and said excitedly, Grandma, Mom, I think I saw that primate on TV yesterday. Grandma and Mom were stunned when they heard this, and they glanced at a primate fighting the Blue and White Security Group on TV. Then smiled and shook their heads. The mother patted little Stephanie's head and said, Ninny, you must have seen it wrong. The primate from yesterday has been captured by the Blue and White Security Group. How could it be this one all primate look the same? Seeing that her grandmother and mother didn't believe her, Stephanie got anxious and said, Really? I just saw a scar on the fist of that primate. There was also one on the fist of yesterday. They are both in the same place. Mom and Grandma looked at the TV again. But unfortunately, the primate had been put into the Poké ball. Grandma could only smile and say, Ninny, It's normal for Primeape to have a bruise on his fist. Really, it's definitely the one from yesterday. Little Stephanie was about to cry, and was convinced that he had seen the one from yesterday. At this moment, he saw Xia Fan eating pastries expressionlessly, and hurried over. Brother, are you a Pokémon trainer? You watched the live broadcast yesterday, right? That Primeape looked very familiar to you. Xia Fan was stunned, looking at little Stephanie's hopeful eyes, chewing the biscuit in his mouth, his mind working rapidly. The next second, he decisively turned on his acting mode. Xia Fan said seriously, I saw it, you are right. I also felt that this Primeape is very similar to the one from yesterday. Not only are the scars on the fists the same, but the scars on the thighs and armpits are exactly the same. Little Stephanie was delighted when Xia Fan agreed with her, but was stunned when Xia Fan said that she also had the same scar on her thigh and armpit. She began to think carefully about whether she had the same scar on the one from yesterday. But at this time, Xia Fan patted little Stephanie's shoulder in appreciation and said, Your name is Ninurites. I didn't expect that you have the same unique vision as me. You can tell at a glance that the two Pokémon are actually the same. You are very careful and you are a good trainer. If you have your own Pokémon, you will definitely be able to take good care of them. You should have seen the scars on your thighs and armpits just now. Hearing Xia Fan praising her like this, little Stephanie didn't even bother to think about whether there were other scars yesterday. She just happily responded, Yes, I see. Big brother, you're right, I just thought about it. The Primeape from yesterday did have scars on its thigh and armpit. When Grandma and Mom heard this, their expressions began to look a little surprised. If this is true, then why are the Pokémon that were captured yesterday still in Ecroite City today? At this time, Xia Fan added, but I guess it's possible that the blue and white security group didn't keep the Pokéball properly and accidentally released it. After all, they catch so many Pokémon in a day. So it's understandable that this happened. Hearing this, Grandma and Mom nodded, that makes sense, but after a while, Xia Fan suddenly got startled and pointed at the TV with a serious expression, saying, How is this possible? I saw this Heracross through a telescope at home yesterday. It was clearly captured, so how could it appear on TV now? Child, you may have seen it wrongly. There may be more than one Heracross in this riot. Said Grandma, No, that's impossible. I clearly remember that its horn was broken. Xia Fan stood up, walked to the TV, and pointed at the broken part of the top horn on its head. After Xia Fan said this, Grandma and Mom's faces also began to become serious. But then Xia Fan said, However, this may be the same as Primeape, and it was accidentally released together. Grandma and Mom's expressions relaxed again. 5 minutes later in the live broadcast, people from the blue and white security group were capturing 5 Radicates wandering around the street. Xia Fan covered his mouth and said in shock again, How is it possible? Well, Grandma and Mom said in unison, You didn't see them being caught yesterday. Did you? Xia Fan hesitated for 2 seconds and nodded slowly. My mother was immediately furious. What is going on? How come so many captured Pokémon are still in Ecroite City? What is the blue and white security group doing, obviously? She has chosen not to believe Xia Fan's previous analysis. No, I want to make a phone call and ask them what's going on and why it's happening. Mom couldn't sit still anymore, so she stood up to make a phone call. But as soon as she stood up, she was stopped by Xia Fan. Madam, wait a minute, if you just hit him like this. I feel it's not appropriate and it will alert the enemy. Alerting the enemy, Mom frowned slightly, Yes. Xia Fan nodded seriously. I just thought about it carefully. What if they deliberately arrested these people and then released them? Maybe they are doing something unknown and deliberately not allowing us to go out. What should we do then? Mom was a little scared. Xia Fan patted his chest and said, Well, as a Pokémon trainer, I have the responsibility to investigate the ins and outs of this matter. I will investigate this matter later. If I have accurate information, I will tell you. If they are really plotting something bad, Then you may need to contact other residents of Ecroite City and go find trouble with them together. Mom and Grandma looked at each other and nodded. Xia Fan said, "Do you two know where the live broadcast tower in Ecroite City is? I think there must be important information there. So I'll go there as the first stop of my investigation." Mom was surprised and asked, "Aren't you our Ecroite City trainer? Don't you know where the live broadcast tower is?" Xia Fan was stunned. Why was this woman so alert? Just as I was about to make up a story, Grandma said, "You know it's a trainer. Who says young trainers have to stay in one place and others can't travel? It's not normal for you not to know where the live broadcast tower is." "That's right," Mom nodded. Xia Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that my ability in making up stories is pretty good. He was still outside Ecroite City yesterday, so he couldn't see any live broadcast. "That's the live broadcast tower, right? Under a tree in Ecroite City." Xia Fan looked up at a tower not far away and smiled. According to my grandmother's previous description, this tower should be the media platform for Ecroite City to share information with the outside world and local residents. What he wants is a media platform that can be shared with the outside world and locally. He wants to use this tower to make a big profit. A minute later, Xia Fan arrived at the bottom of the tower. Just as he was about to walk in, he saw two guys in blue and white uniforms guarding the door. The two guys were sitting on two stools, cracking melon seeds and eating snacks, watching something on their mobile phones leisurely. Xia Fan then quickly retreated, after thinking for a moment. He looked around and, with a flash of white light, he turned into a Pokémon Kecleon that could change its color according to the surrounding scenery to make itself invisible. Xia Fan lay on the ground, and thanks to Kecleon's powerful color-changing ability, he successfully entered the live broadcast tower. The live broadcast tower has 7 floors, and Xia Fan saw members of the Blue and White Society guarding almost every floor. Xia Fan also looked around the rooms on each floor and found that the staff here seemed to be controlled by the Blue and White Society. They could not talk and could only be busy with their work. Layer after layers. Finally, Xia Fan arrived at the 5th floor. Here Xia Fan finally found the live broadcast room. The door of the live broadcast room was open, and Xia Fan entered smoothly in the live broadcast room. 3 men were busy working on the live broadcast equipment, and behind them were 5 members of the Blue and White Society wearing blue and white uniforms. They scolded the 3 men in front of them from time to time, telling them that this could be broadcast and that could not be broadcast. And the 3 men could only nod in agreement. Xia Fan watched for 10 minutes, and finally walked to a potted plant. A white light flashed and it turned into a gloom. After a while, crystal powder drifted out from the stamens above the head. The live broadcast room was gradually covered with powder, and in less than 30 seconds, everyone in the room was fast asleep. Gloom jumped down from the potted plant and transformed back into human form. Xia Fan took out the Pokeball and released Mew and Entei, and had Entei drag these people to the next room and keep them under guard, and knock out anyone who woke up. Mew and he gathered the 3 staff members who were scolded by the Blue and White Society members before, and let Mew turn into Chimcho and use Heal Bell to wake them up from their slumber. "Hello." Xia Fan smiled friendly when the 3 of them woke up. The 3 of them were stunned when they saw the stranger in front of them. Some of them wanted to step back nervously, and at the same time looked around. When they found that they were still in the live broadcast room, but the Blue and White Society members who had threatened their jobs were gone. Their expressions revealed a hint of joy. "I have thrown them into the next room and are keeping them under guard. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look." Xia Fan spoke at the right time. These words slightly reduced the 3 people's vigilance towards Xia Fan, and they immediately stood up and walked to the next room to take a look. Entei. The 3 were immediately horrified when they saw those people fainted on the ground with Entei guarding them. As they grew up in Ecroite City, they are very familiar with the stories about the 3 sacred beasts, so they know the image of Entei very well and can recognize it at a glance. It is my partner now and will not hurt Yao, so don't be afraid. Xia Fan spoke again at the right time. Who are you? Why are you here? One of the three, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, spoke with a somewhat nervous expression. I'm the Pokémon trainer who came to help Ecroite City escape the control of the Blue and White Society. You can call me the Messenger of Justice. Xia Fan smiled, not forgetting to flatter his own people. The Messenger of Justice. The three of them frowned slightly. Xia Fan's words made them a little stunned. But one of the young men understood that Xia Fan wanted to help them. So he quickly asked, how are you going to help us? Now the Blue and White security group has not only controlled our live broadcast tower, but also the entire Ecroite City. Let's talk about it somewhere else, Xia Fan said, and led the three people back to the live broadcast room. Back in the live studio, Xia Fan continued. I need you to give me a live camera 3 days later. I want to do a live broadcast and show the footage to the entire Chengdu region. After this live broadcast, the control of the Blue and White Society over you will immediately disappear. And everyone will want to kill you, really. The young man was very excited, and it was obvious that he had been raging against the Blue and White Society for a long time. Xia Fan nodded at this time. The middle-aged man in his 40s among the three people said, you want to broadcast live to the entire Chengdu region. Right. Can't we just broadcast live to Ecroite City alone? The effect will be greatly reduced if it faces Ecroite City. Xia Fan frowned slightly. Is it difficult to face the entire Chengdu region? The middle-aged man shook his head. It's not difficult. But it costs a lot of money. How many? At least 1 million. If you want all cities to see it at the same time, then at least 5 million, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, thinking that he would ask for tens of millions as soon as he opened his mouth. And then said, then do it, I'll give you 8 million. As long as you can help me direct the live broadcast to the Chengdu region. I can pay you right now. The middle-aged man was stunned, looking at the inhumane young man in front of him. It was too decisive to agree. Xia Fan asked, do you need anything else besides money? The middle-aged man hesitated and said, cell phone. Our cell phone was taken away by those three guys just now. If we want to contact the live broadcast towers in other regions, I need my cell phone. No problem, Xia Fan agreed. A few minutes later, he took the keys from the Blue and White Society guys and took their cell phones from a cabinet. Xia Fan directly transferred the money to the middle-aged man, asked him to arrange the live broadcast 3 days later, and then asked the other two to help him prepare a camera and tell him how to use it. After everything is ready, tell them to get ready to act. He turned Mew into a butterfree and used sleep powder on them, causing them to fall into a coma. Then moved those guys from the Blue and White Society back into the house. Finally, Xia Fan let Mew use confusion to hold the camera and himself to find a window and fly away from the live broadcast tower. The next step is to start preparing to bring disgrace upon the Blue and White Society and give their pantheon the opportunity to step onto the world stage. It was almost evening when we left the live broadcast tower. Xia Fan hid behind a dark bush with Mew and Entei Reiku Suicun. 10 meters away from them, 5 members of the Blue and White Society were looking around stealthily as if they were about to do something bad. Mew used confusion to control the camera and pointed it at them. A minute later, the 5 Blue and White Society members each took out 3 or 4 Pokéballs, opened them and released the Pokémon inside. It's a few Nuzleaf, Noctowl, Arbok, and Weepinbell. After these Pokémon were released, the 5 Blue and White Society members said something to them and then left. Senthi collected the Pokéballs in their hands, put them in one person's backpack, prepared to leave. Xia Fan said hurriedly, it's all right, Xiao Huan. Just shoot here, I'll go lure them over now. And you can use Stun Spore to paralyze them later. With a flash of white light, it transformed into Mew and floated out of the bushes. Meow soon. His growl attracted the attention of the 5 members of the Blue and White Society. They turned their heads to look, and the corners of their mouths immediately changed from calm to twitching. Am I dreaming? I think I saw Mew. One of them said in disbelief, draw epsilon hash slash slash slash. With a slap, someone next to him suddenly slapped him in the face. Then the man asked, does it hurt? Nonsense, I'm going to give you a slap and see if it hurts. The young man who was slapped said angrily, if it hurts, it means we are not dreaming. The young man who fanned the man said excitedly, everyone follow and catch it, that is really Mew. Opportunities are rare and will never come again. This may be the only chance in our lifetime that our ancestors will give us to see it. The five of them rushed into the bushes not far away in a crowd, following the Mew in the air excitedly. But 3 seconds later, Sigma de asterisk Japanese letter. As soon as they rushed in, cold sweat broke out. In the bushes there were Entei Reiku and Suicun. The 3 sacred beasts were looking at them with smiles on their faces. It seems to be saying, are you surprised? Are you unexpected? Are you happy? Just when he was about to run away, crystal powder floated above his head again. Then their bodies slowly began to become unable to move. Are you happy to meet Mew? A young boy's voice sounded beside their ears. They twisted their necks, which gradually became stiff and numb to look. A young boy was looking at them with a joking expression. Who are you? What are you going to do, we are from the Blue and White Society, you'd better let us go. The only girl among the 5 said firmly. Wow, that's amazing, you're still so tough now. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows without saying a word. He took out a dagger with a ferocious look on his face and cut the girl's thigh directly. Then put the knife stained with her blood on her neck. Still tough, the girl was immediately terrified. Although she couldn't feel the pain in her thigh due to the numbness, the fear was multiplied in her heart. After a while, a foul smell began to waft through the bushes. Ouch, Tilda. Xia Fan immediately pinched his nose and walked away with a look of disgust. He walked to the young man on the far left and took out his phone from his pocket. I'm not going to waste my time talking to you. I'm just going to ask you one word. Do you want money or your life? If you want money, I'll immediately send you to New Bark Town to start over. Lives. The young man was so scared that he stuttered. Very good, you are a man who can do great things. Xia Fan patted the young man's shoulder with satisfaction. Come on, tell me the payment password. The young man hesitantly told the password, and Xia Fan immediately transferred 85,000 yuan. Like Tim's, you want money or your life. If you want money, I'll immediately send you to New Bark Town to start over. Xia Fan put the dagger on the second man's neck again. The man was so scared that he said directly, my life. My payment password is 2****8. Very good, and a man who can do great things. Xia Fan nodded repeatedly and took out a mobile phone from his clothes. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan transferred 490,000 yuan. The money has all been transferred away, so you can. Let us go now, said the only middle-aged man among the 5. Of course. Xia Fan squatted down and looked at them with a teasing look on his face. It's just that I never like to make enemies with people. And as the saying goes, if life could just be like the first time we met, we would never get tired of seeing each other. I don't think I will hate you the next time I see Xiao, but you. I think you may hate me extremaliso. Please bear with it and forget about me. After saying that, Xia Fan snapped his fingers. Xiao Huan hypnosis erased the memory. 20 minutes later, Xia Fan collected Entei Reiku and Suicun and left the bushes with Mew and the camera. As for the 5 people, they were lying in the bushes and sleeping soundly. Xia Fan had no idea what they would face when they woke up. All he knew was that he had lost 8 million and had a long way to go. We have to get the money back from these people. After all it is used on them, the night is long. After this night, there is a new rumor in Yuanzhou City. A ghost who was skinned alive by thousands of cuts. I don't want S**X or life, I just want your money. And you will be ripped to pieces without leaving a single cent. 3 days later. It's a pity that we can't get their money anymore. On top of a tall building, a young man was looking at the ancient tower that reached into the clouds in the distance and muttering softly. According to Long Xiao, today will be the day when the Blue and White Society will capture Ho-Oh. From the moment the sun rose, he noticed that the number of blue and white society and rioting Pokémon in Ecroite City was gradually decreasing. The blue and white society members gathered towards the bell tower where Ho-Oh once lived. In the past few days, he kept filming evidence of the blue and white society's crimes and robbed them, causing a lot of trouble for these people. As for these people, Mew had their memories deleted after each robbery. Therefore, we'll never know who did it, how they did it, or what they experienced at that time. We can only call on multiple people to act together out of fear. However, they cannot change the greed that arises in their hearts when they see Mew. So as soon as he turns into Mew to seduce them, these guys will rush in and give him money. He robbed again and again over and over again. And basically all the members of the blue and white society who were on missions outside were robbed by him. He even felt embarrassed, especially the kind of guy who gets caught 3 times a day. He already has no money and yet he is threatened again. Master, what should we do now? Send this camera to the live broadcast tower. There was a Mew floating next to the boy, and this Mew was using confusion to make a camera float in the air. Yes, send it to the live broadcast tower, so that we can destroy the blue and white society from the perspective of justice, and let our pantheon stand on the stage of Chengdu region. The boy picked up a windbreaker and a mask hanging nearby. The windbreaker is embroidered with the images of the 3 sacred beasts, Ho-Oh and Mew, while the mask has the word gods written on it. He put on his windbreaker and mask, then pulled out 3 Pokéballs from his waist. Released Entei Reiko and Suicun, 3 legendary Pokémon known as the 3 holy beasts in the Chengdu region. The boy sat on Entei's back and snapped his fingers. 3 of you, let's begin our first performance on the Pantheon stage, destroying the blue and white society. The 3 holy beasts then roared towards the sky. The sound was deafening, and it spreads to this world with some kind of rule power. Soon a gust of north wind blew to Ecroite City. The whistling sound of the wind is refreshing. At the same time, a dark cloud also came to Ecroite City. The rumble of thunder was deafening, and it's dozens of miles away. A volcano that had not erupted for many years suddenly erupted. The hot magma continues to erupt outward. Lava, north wind, dark clouds at this moment. Ecroite City seemed to be facing the end of the world. The top of the bell tower. A middle-aged man with a scar under his eye stood on the platform at the top. He looked up and saw a dozen people in blue and white uniforms, as well as a man who looked out of place in the group, wearing a uniform with Pokémon embroidered on the back. If you look closely, you can make out that the Pokémon embroidered on the man's back is the legendary Pokémon, Mewtwo. At this moment, all of them looked in shock at the sudden change of weather conditions, soaring in the sky, and the sudden eruption of volcano in the distance. After a while, the middle-aged man with a scar under his eye was shaking with excitement. Entei Reiko and Suicun must have sensed that we were about to summon Ho-Oh. So they rushed over to pay homage. Yes, that must be the case. It seems that all our previous preparations were correct. This is the most correct way to summon Ho-Oh. As long as we catch Ho-Oh, our blue and white society can take over the 3 sacred beasts, and then use the power of these 4 legendary Pokémon to control the entire Chengdu region. At this moment, a man in a blue and white uniform below received a phone call. His face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly shouted to the middle-aged man on the platform. "Boss, something bad has happened. News just came from the live tower that Entei Reiko and Suicun suddenly appeared in the live tower and attacked our people." "Live broadcast tower, what are they doing there?" The middle-aged man who was trembling with excitement just now was suddenly stunned. Why did the 3 holy beasts attack the live broadcast tower? If they came to stop them, shouldn't they rush to the bell tower? The executive below said awkwardly. "I don't know the reason either. But if we don't send people to stop it, the live broadcast tower will fall soon. President, should we send people over otherwise? If the citizens of Ecroite City know that we have been deceiving them all these days, they will be in chaos," the middle-aged man frowned. Thought for more than 10 seconds. then waved his hand. Forget it, no need to send anyone. Let it fall. Our main goal now is to summon Ho-Oh and then subdue him. As long as we subdue Ho-Oh, even if the citizens of Ecroite City know that we have been deceiving them these days, they can only tremble under the power of our blue and white society. Besides, what's the point of sending people over now? Facing Entei Reiku and Suicun, it will only waste our strength in vain. I understand. The executive in the audience hung up the phone immediately after hearing this. He believed that the members of the Blue and White Society on the other side should have heard what he had just said. So he didn't need to say more. The middle-aged man said, "Okay. Call the 5 dancers to the stage and start their dance to summon Ho-Oh. You can enjoy it with me, yes." More than a dozen people in the audience responded excitedly. At this time, in the live broadcast room inside the live broadcast tower, a young man listened to the phone call that had been hung up with a dazed expression. I didn't expect the president to give up on them so decisively. Opposite the young man's, a boy wearing a mask and a windbreaker walked in with Entei Reiku Suicun. Do you want money or your life? If you want money, I'll send you back to New Bark Town to start over. If you want your life, just transfer all the money in your phone to me. As soon as the boy came in, he power trip took out his mobile phone like a bandit. And there was a QR code for payment on it. The young man and his 2 companions looked at each other after hearing what he said. Then looked at the 3 sacred beasts behind the young man and took out their cell phones with reluctance. After collecting the bill, the boy picked up the camera floating in the air with one hand and snapped his fingers in the air with the other. Behind him, a Mew poked its head out with a smile and looked at them. 2 seconds later, the 3 of them fell asleep immediately. Mew. The 3 staff members of the live broadcast tower who had been waiting for a long time were stunned. They guessed that the masked guy in front of them should be the boy who saved them 3 days ago. But they didn't expect that in addition to Entei, he also had Suicun and Reiku. What was even more unexpected was that there was also Mew. Xia Fan smiled slightly under the mask and handed the camera to them. Here are the evidences I took of the Blue and White Society's frauds these days. Please give me a live camera. I want to broadcast the destruction of the Blue and White Society live. The 3 men came to their senses and quickly took the camera from Xia Fan. Then took out a prepared camera and handed it to Xia Fan. Then I'll leave it to you. Xia Fan asked Mew to take the camera with confusion, and then sat on Entei's back and prepared to leave. Then he thought of something and as he left, he took out a piquet ball and threw it to them. There is a Gyarados in here. If anyone comes to stop you from broadcasting live, release it. After saying that, Xia Fan sat on Entei and led Reiku, Suicun and Mew and disappeared from the sight of the 3 people. This Gyarados is the one that scared Xia Fan when he captured Suicun before. Yesterday, Xia Fan remembered that the live broadcast room needed someone to protect him. So he captured it. Shortly after, Xia Fan seized control of the live broadcast tower from the Blue and White Society. Televisions in every household in Ecroite City were broadcasting videos of Blue and White Society members capturing rioting Pokémon and then showing them off in other places in the city. There were also comments about Blue and White Society members breaking into unattended shops to take items and then blaming the Pokémon for participating in the riot. There were also some Blue and White Society members insulting and mocking the stupidity of Ecroite City citizens on the street. As this video was broadcast, a real riot broke out in Ecroite City. Citizens' rage walked out of their homes one after another and attacked the Blue and White Society members who were still fighting the rebellious Pokémon. Other cities in Chengdu region at this moment. Most people were more or less aware of the news that Ecroite City was blocked due to the Pokémon riot. As the first company to quickly invest its efforts in this area, the Blue and White Security Group, after being reported by the media, this full sense of social responsibility made many people in the Chengdu region have goodwill towards them, especially after seeing that the TV channels from Ecroite City often report videos of the Blue and White Security Group subduing rioting Pokémon. I became even more kind-hearted, however not long after. Everyone was shocked when the TV channel in Ecroite City suddenly broadcast a video that showed that the blue and white security group had done all this on purpose. A deep feeling of being deceived immediately filled the hearts of the people in the Chengdu region with rage. People began to criticize the blue and white security group on the internet. A Chengdu region Goldenrod City. A video about Ecroite City is also being reported in a restaurant at the moment. In this restaurant there sat a young man with short blue hair, a woman with long red hairs, a Meowth and a Munchlax who were eating snacks crazily. Oh, it's so difficult they don't believe in us at all. If we don't make some progress, I will be embarrassed to contact Boss Xia to ask for money to support Munchlax. James lay on the table, looking at Munchlax who was eating snacks frantically with a look of despair. Yeah, it's very difficult. The name of the pantheon is not well known. No one is willing to believe it just now. Mewtwo thought I was brainwashed by some religion and kicked me out. Opposite James, Jessie was also lying on the table looking at Munchlax in despair. Only Meowth didn't say anything, but he was also having a headache looking at Munchlax's huge appetite. Boss Xia told them that they could give Munchlax energy bars, but Munchlax refused to eat them and only wanted to eat snacks, which made them spend a lot of money every day. If Boss Xia hadn't contacted them recently and told them to be ready to recruit people, and mentioned that they should take Munchlax to fight bounty hunters to earn its food expenses, the three of them might have been penniless. What happened to Ecroite City after a while? Jessie, James, and Meowth, who were lying on the table, suddenly heard someone cursing the blue and white security group. They turned their heads and saw the crime film of the blue and white security group in Ecroite City being played on TV. They immediately straightened up. They know that the blue and white security group is the Blue and White Society. Who did this? Jessie exclaimed in surprise, her expression revealing uncontrollable excitement. I don't know anyways. I'm very happy that the Blue and White Society is in trouble. James also said excitedly. Meowth said, do you think it was Boss Xia who did it? Didn't he say he was in Ecroite City, Meow Tilda? As soon as Meowth finished speaking, the Blue and White Society's crime video on TV suddenly ended and was connected by the live broadcast of Ecroite City TV station. The live broadcast showed a mysterious man wearing a mask leading the three sacred beasts to an ancient tower. As soon as this scene appeared, the trio who had been suspicious just now immediately determined that it was Xia Fan who did it. Kirby Tilda Munchlax, who was holding a small cake in his left hand and a small cake in his right hand, stopped in surprise when he saw it. The view comes to the bell tower at this moment. At the bell tower gates, nearly 100 members of the Blue and White Society looked pale, swallowing their saliva as they looked at the three holy beasts opposite. Just now, their superiors gave them an order to stop the enemy at all costs, as long as they can hold out until Ho-Oh is subdued by the president. Everyone will be rewarded handsomely. Having said that, the fear in my heart couldn't be suppressed and rushed out. After all, those are the three sacred beasts. When the Blue and White Society took action for the first time, they mobilized nearly 1,000 people to capture them. But in the end, nearly half of the Pokémon were seriously injured and they still hadn't caught them. The scene at that time is still vivid in their minds. Seeing his subordinates so scared, a leader of these people shouted, "Don't be afraid. Brothers, the president just said that even if we die, he will still send someone to pick us up from New Bark Town and bring us back to the Blue and White Society and give us the rewards we deserve." Then, in order to set an example of leading by example, this person released his own Pokémon first. 3 red lights flashed and an Aerodactyl Kabutops and an Amistar rushed out. As soon as these 3 Pokémon with ancient genes appeared, they looked up to the sky with ferocious faces and howled. It seems to be saying, "Me brother, your ancestor has appeared. Come and worship him." The howling didn't last long, because soaring in the sky suddenly a bolt of lightning struck. In an instant, the Aerodactyl in the middle that was roaring the loudest was chopped half to death and fell to the ground, while the other 2 were immediately frightened out of their wits. Aerodactyl. The young leader was startled and quickly walked over to feed Aerodactyl another super potion. A few seconds later, Aerodactyl recovered from its dying state at a speed visible to the naked eye. It turned its head with difficulty and looked at Reiku opposite it with a look of anger, as if asking, "How could you sneak attack me when I just appeared?" Reiku snorted in response, "MMP. When has any Pokémon dared to be so presumptuous and power trip in front of it? It's just a genetic gene extracted from ancient amber. Do you dare to think of yourself as someone else's ancestor? If you are the ancestor, then what is Mew's status? You guys charge forward. Let me hack these bastards to death, by the way. This is a good opportunity to test how much stronger I am compared to the last time the three of us were beaten up." Reiku telepathically communicates with Xia Fan, as well as Entei and Suicun. After saying that, Reiku suddenly thought of something and started communicating with Mew, who was using confusion to control the camera live in midair. "Senior, please take more pictures of me teaching them a lesson. I feel like my reputation in the Pokémon world has declined recently, and I need to get them to adjust their attitudes, Meow tilde." Mew nodded. It is not participating in today's battle. It is the staff member responsible for carrying the camera and broadcasting live. In that case, I'll leave this place to you. Xia Fan complied with Reiku's request and patted Entei on the back. Entei and Suicun pushed their hind legs slightly backwards and leaped dozens of meters in front of everyone's eyes. Aerodactyl's owner roared when he saw that the others were still in a daze. "Quickly release your Pokémon to stop them." Upon hearing this, these people quickly released their Pokémon and instructed them to use their skills to knock down Entei and Suicun that were still flying overhead. Sizzle, a spark flashed by. These people's orders had just been issued, and the Pokémon were about to execute them. Reiku used Wild Charge, covering his entire body with a powerful electric current, and rushed to the center of the crowd. Next second, Wild Charge transformed into Thunderbolt, and a dazzling light erupted among the crowd. Dense and powerful electric currents instantly spread outward like a spider web and pierced into their bodies. Nearly 100 members of the Blue and White Society and their Pokémon were directly enveloped in it. All of a sudden they started convulsing violently and foaming at the mouth, as if they were having epilepsy. 3 seconds later, all the released Pokémon fell to the ground, and their owners were torn to pieces, becoming corpses. Nearly 100 faint balls of light flew out from the corpse and flew towards New Bark Town. At this time, Entei and Suicun had just landed on the ground, and they both looked back in surprise. I didn't expect Reiku to get rid of these Blue and White Society members so quickly. Feeling the gazes of Entei and Suicun, Reiku replied somewhat awkwardly, I seem to be much stronger than I thought. I thought it might take me some time to defeat them, but I didn't expect that a single Thunderbolt would be enough. I'm not pretending, unlike a certain person." Entei and Suicun looked up at Xia Fan. Xia Fan cleared his throat and said, "Being stronger is a good thing. As for whether you are pretending or not, forget it. We are all adults now, and it is only right for us to show our strength." After saying that, Xia Fan waved his hand. "Let's go, the real battle hasn't started yet." The top of the bell tower at this moment. 5 dancers were dancing an ancient dance on the high platform at the top of the tower. The dance is graceful, with the phoenix flying and the phoenix circling. The dancer in the middle of the 5 people wore a transparent bell in her hand. As she danced, the clear bell would emit a pleasant sound. The sound spread outward with a special invisible force. Below the stage, senior members of the Blue and White Society watched with appreciation and excitement. A young man with Mewtwo embroidered on his back clinked his wine glass with the glass of the middle-aged man next to him and said, "Congratulations, President Lan. It looks like Ho-Oh will appear soon." Lan Kebai laughed, drank the wine in the glass, and patted the young man on the shoulder. "It's all thanks to your Mewtwo team that gave me the Ho-Oh feather. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to summon Ho-Oh like this." The young man humbly said, "No. As long as President Lan can remember the agreement and help us when we capture Mewtwo after successfully capturing Ho-Oh." Sure, Lan Kebai smiled and nodded repeatedly. "Boss, something bad has happened down there." At the entrance door at the top of the tower, A young man wearing glasses suddenly rushed in. This made Lan Kebe, who was chatting happily, look gloomy and shouted, "What happened? Didn't I tell you that no matter how big the matter is, it is not as important as arresting Ho-Oh?" The young man with glasses was startled, and after a while he said, "That mysterious man with the mask led the three sacred beasts to break in. What? The fifth team you sent out was wiped out by Reiku's thunderbolt. All the members were sent to New Bark Town to start over." What? Lan Kebai said in shock and then in a rage. He kicked the young man with glasses to the ground. "You're telling me such important news now. And you're stuttering so much, I think you want to die." Lan Kebai looked at the executives present and shouted, "All of you go down and stop them now. At least hold out until Ho-Oh shows up. If you can't do that, expect my severe punishment." The Blue and White Society's executives were stunned when they heard this, and they drank the wine in their hands and hurriedly left the top of the tower. Lan Kebai's expression returned to his normal contest condition. He patted the young man in the Mewtwo team uniform and said, "Executive Zulits continue to wait for Ho-Oh." "Okay, President Lan," the young man nodded with a smile. And when he turned around, he glanced at the Blue and White Society executives who were leaving, with a barely noticeable sinister smile on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he reached into his pocket. He woke up the phone inside and sent out a text message that had been edited long ago. After entering the bell tower, Xia Fan found another group of unfamiliar Blue and White Society members rushing down. He shouted hurriedly and jumped off Entei's back at the same time. "Don't kill these people, they look unfamiliar. Which means they don't walk around outside. Just defeat their Pokémon and I'll take care of the rest." Unfamiliar faces meant that they were people he had never robbed. If it has not been robbed, it means there is still a lot of money in the phone. The three holy beasts looked at each other. Knowing Xia Fan's greedy character, they immediately understood what he was going to do after hearing this. They made a helpless expression and rushed towards the members of the Blue and White Society. Without using too many powerful skills, simply used fire, lightning and ice beam to knock down the Pokémon of the Blue and White Society members in front of him. As for these members of the Blue and White Society, Reiku will use Thunder Wave to paralyze them on the spot. Xia Fan followed the three of them. He walked leisurely to a fat man who was lying on the ground. "What are you going to do?" The man looked at the mysterious masked man in front of him with fear. "Money or life," the mysterious man squatted down, took out a mobile phone from his windbreaker with his left hand, and took out a dagger from his windbreaker with his right hand. "If you want money, I'll send you to New Bark Town and start over. If you want your life, take out your phone and transfer the money to me." The man's eyes widened, and for some reason he suddenly thought of the rumor about the skinning ghost who was cut into pieces and peeled off his skin, which had been making the rounds outside the tower in the past few days. Anyone who is targeted will lose his memory when he wakes up. He may have scars from being cut by a dagger and a cell phone with zero balance. "Why you want to choose money?" Xia Fan frowned when he saw that the man didn't reply for a long time. Put the dagger on his neck, and a trace of blood seeped out from his neck. The pain made the man come back to his senses like a frightened bird, and he shivered and said, No, I want my life. I don't want monies. It is more cost-effective to start from scratch and select Pokémon in New Bark Town or to pay for safety." The man tremblingly took out his mobile phone and transferred the money to Xia Fan, and then took the initiative to speak. "Do you still want me to lose this memory? No matter how you do it, I will fully cooperate." Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect this guy to be so understanding. But he is in a critical moment now, so he doesn't have time to delete people's memories. There is no need to delete them anyway. He is going to destroy the Blue and White Society today. So are you afraid that you will attack revenge? What do you mean, why would I delete your memories? Am I someone in the Pantheon who can do such a thing? Xia Fan pretended to be ignorant even though he knew the truth. Picked up his phone and left. Walked to the next Blue and White Society member. Just when he was about to ask for money or his life, The man said with a trembling face and took out his cell phone. It's fatal. He heard the conversation between Xia Fan and the fat man, clearly and immediately guessed that Xia Fan must be the skinned ghost who was cut into pieces outside the tower these days. Sure, I like dealing with smart people like you. Xia Fan patted his shoulder appreciatively. Another transfer of 530,000 yuan was received. When Fan was about to leave with a smile on his face, his body froze, because he saw Mew actually holding a camera towards him. You'd have been filming for how long? Xia Fan whispered softly in a mosquito-like voice. The next second, Mew's telepathy sounded in my mind. It was just 2 seconds. I think it's boring to take pictures of Entei Reiku Suicun. I should take more pictures of you, my master. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, fortunately. I didn't record the entire robbery process. Otherwise, it would have been so embarrassing. Xia Fan stood up straight and said to the camera with full of righteousness, "The Blue and White Society's bastards are to be killed by everyone. All the viewers watching the live broadcast can rest assured that our pantheon will definitely eliminate them today." After saying that, Xia Fan moved to the right, away from the camera, and covered the camera's sound sensor with his hand. Don't take pictures of me. Go take pictures of Entei and the others. They are the main force, all right. Mew drags the camera away with confusion. Xia Fan continued to rob with a dagger. They robbed floor by floor in this way all the way to the 5th floor. The 5th floor is the top of the bell tower. There are only 9 members of the Blue and White Society, an executive from the Mewtwo team, and 5 dancers who are still dancing to summon Ho-Oh. Xia Fan, who was in high spirits of robbery, arrived at this floor and immediately saw a middle-aged man surrounded by a crowd. No need to guess. That must be the rich president that Long Xiao mentioned, who is likely to have a net worth of tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. So his eyes immediately emitted a strange light. Symbol 311, symbol 311, money, I like it. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I come from the Temple of the Gods. The Temple of the Gods, Lan Kebai and Xia Fan, who were protected by their subordinates, were asking and answering questions. Xia Fan's answer made them frown and look at each other. Executive Su, have you heard of the name Pantheon? Is it an internal beta player organization from other regions? Lan Kebai asked Su Leifeng of the Mewtwo team. Su Leifeng shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Lan Kebai could only look at the mysterious man under the mask opposite him again. Then my Blue and White Society has no grudges against your pantheon. Why would your pantheon go against my Blue and White Society? But I didn't know the other side would say this. I'm not happy with you, so I'll enforce justice on behalf of God. This immediately made Lan Kebai so angry that he wanted to kill someone. But when they saw Entei Reiku and Suicun standing in front of the mysterious man, their anger was immediately suppressed. Hey man, you're the one who robbed our members in Ecroite City a few days ago. Give me some face if you can live. I'm willing to give you 2 billion as a reward. As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Kebai heard the surprised voice of the mysterious man opposite him. 2 billion. When Lan Kebai heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up. I feel like I have grasped the other person's greed for money. President, since this guy is greedy for money, why not use him to help us capture Ho-Oh? Let him take the lead and send out the 3 sacred beasts to fight Ho-Oh and consume Ho-Oh's power. This will make it easier for us to capture him at this time. A young executive next to Lan Kebai whispered. Lan Kebai was stunned for a moment, then suddenly felt that it made sense and started shouting. Brother, if I may, I can give you 5 billion if you can help us catch Ho-Oh. 5 billion. The mysterious man under the mask sounded even more surprised. Lan Kebai said excitedly, that's right. If you can help us capture Ho-Oh, I can give you 5 billion. If you don't want to get involved and just leave, I can also give you 2 billion. Do you really have so much money? Seriously, I can prove it to you right now. In order to prove himself, Lan Kebai took out his mobile phone, and the amount on it showed 20 billion. If you are willing to help me, I can transfer the money to you now, however. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious masked man on the opposite side shouted even more excitedly than him. Are you kidding me? Am I such a person? Do you want me to bow down to the Pantheon with your little money? Entei Reiku Suicun, come together, we want them all. After these words were spoken, the three sacred beasts roared towards the sky in response. Yu Lan Kebai was furious. He didn't expect that the guy opposite him was so greedy beyond his imagination. You all have the nerve to say such bullshit. He and his subordinates quickly released their Pokémon in rage. A Charizard, a Metagross, and a Tyranitar. One of the Charizards has a Mega Evolution Stone hanging around its neck. Therefore, as soon as he appeared, Lan Kebai made his Charizard Mega evolve into Mega Charizard X form. Lan Kebai said coldly, don't think you are invincible just because you have 3 sacred beasts. Don't forget they are only level 2 sacred beasts. They are not at that level yet. If we really fight, we may not lose equals, Charizard. Use Flame Charge on that Entei Metagross. Use Hyper Beam on that Suicun. And Tyranitar, use Hyper Beam on that Reiku. Mega Charizard X howled upon hearing that, and flapped its wide wings in an instant. A blue flame as if from the underworld covered its entire body. It rushed towards Entei fearlessly and with a fierce look on its face. Tyranitar and Metagross, on the other hand, had yellow energy condensing in their mouths. Lan Kebai turned his head and looked at his subordinates again. Let your Pokémon assist my 3 Pokémon. Once the opponent reveals a flaw, you must rush forward immediately, yes. The Blue and White Society's executives nodded. But just as they finished their words, they saw Mega Charizard X wrapped in blue flames in the center of the battlefield. Just before colliding with Entei, Entei suddenly stepped on the ground with his agile feet and jumped into the air to avoid Mega Charizard's attack. Then, a flame mixed with mysterious power suddenly spit out of Entei's mouth. He aimed directly at Mega Charizard X's spine and sprayed it hard. In an instant, the bell tower shook, and Mega Charizard X was spit out from the top of the tower to the bottom under this mouthful of sacred fire. After ground smashed a big hole, Mega Charizard X instantly transformed back into Charizard form and lost its combat power. How is this possible? Lan Kebai was extremely shocked. More than half a year ago, when they were capturing the 3 holy beasts in the nearby tower, in order to test the strength of his ex-Charizard, he deliberately let it fight Entei alone. Although it was defeated in the end, it was a close defeat. The strength can be said to be 73-1, but now, a mouthful of sacred fire can kill his ex-Charizard instantly, which is incredible. Unfortunately, the incredible things don't end there. Lan Kebai's Charizard, who had just shocked himself, was killed instantly by Entei. Metagross and Tyranitar release Hyper Beam, and Suicun and Reiku also release Hyper Beam. After a loud explosion, the 2 Pokémon Metagross and Tyranitar were directly hit by Suicun and Reiku's Hyper Beam and flew out of the bell tower. A comparison Lan Ki and Bai, the 3 Pokémon who are the leaders of the Blue and White Society, are simply vulnerable to the attacks of the 3 holy beasts. How could this happen? How come they are so much stronger than before? Lan Kebai was terrified. At this time, soaring in the sky finally ushered in a change. A loud voice pierced the sky and echoed throughout Ecroite City. Everyone looked up. The sky covered with dark clouds suddenly broke open, and colorful light emerged from it a few seconds later. A Pokémon covered in colorful light arrived in the sky of Ecroite City. It flapped its wings, and a mysterious force soothed the weather caused by Entei. Reiku and Suicun, the sun shines again on Ecroite City. Ho-Oh, it's finally here. Human, are you the one who summoned me? Ho-Oh flapped his wings and arrived at the bell tower sky, and telepathy sounded in everyone's mind. He glanced at Entei, Reiku, Suicun, and a Mew in invisible contest condition behind them. The 3 sacred beasts were moved and bowed their heads in respect. I told them to summon. Lan Kebai pointed at the dancer and shouted excitedly, while taking out a feather emitting colorful light from his body, this is my rainbow wing. Ho-Oh fight with me after saying that. He glanced at Xia Fan with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. As long as it subdues Ho-Oh, Xia Fan will become a clown. Xia Fan was unmoved instead, his pupils shrank, staring intently at the rainbow wing in Lan Kebai's hand. That feather. Why does it look a little duller than the feather Suicun gave him? These are not my feathers. As soon as this thought came to mind, Ho-Oh's telepathy sounded in everyone's mind. No, that's impossible. How could this feather be fake? Lan Kebai shouted. And then he remembered that the feather was given by the Mewtwo team, and suddenly turned around to ask Su Leifeng what was going on. But Su Leifeng's position is now vacant. There was a gasp in his ear. At the same time, something pressed against his waist. Lan Kebai looked back and saw Su Leifeng holding a gun against his waist with a playful look on his face. Idiot, because the real rainbow wing is still here with me. Su Leifeng took out a black box. Use your left index finger to open the box. A feather that was much more dazzling than the one in Lan Kebai's hand was taken out. President Lan, this one is the real one. Su Leifeng held up the feather to show everyone it's true. Ho-Oh's telepathic message then rang in everyone's mind. Upon hearing this, Lan Kebai immediately raged. Su Leifeng, don't forget that this is Chengdu region, the territory of my Lanbai society. How dare you play tricks on me? Do you want to die here? If you let me go and hand over the real rainbow wing to me, I can forgive you and continue our previous cooperation with your Mewtwo team. The executives of the Blue and White Society around them also said excitedly, Su Leifeng, let our president go quickly. In response, Su Leifeng looked disdainful. You innocent fellows, at this point, don't you still think that our Mewtwo team would dare to act like this without any preparation? As he spoke, Su Leifeng put the rainbow wing into his pocket and warned Lan Kebai not to move. Otherwise, he would shoot him. And then he took out something that looked like a flare. After pulling the fuse with his mouth, dazzling fireworks were launched into the air. Soon, loud growl sounds were heard outside Ecroite City. 10 seconds later, a flame-wielding Moltres appeared from the west of Ecroite City. An Articuno-wielding ice appeared in everyone's sight from the south of Ecroite City. A Zapdos-wielding lightning appeared in front of everyone from the north of Ecroite City. How is this possible? How could the three sacred birds of the Kanto region be here? Lan Kebai was extremely shocked. What shocked everyone even more was that behind the three sacred birds, other sacred birds flew out one after another. Once everyone's mouth opened, they couldn't close it anymore. At this time, Su Leifeng's proud voice came to my ear. Because they have all been subdued by our Mewtwo team. Su Leifeng reached to his waist, took out his 3 Poké balls and threw them into the air. A red light flashed, 3 more sacred birds appeared. For a moment, the sky of Ecroite City seemed to be about to start a normal war of gods. All the residents looked at this scene. Their expressions gradually revealed panic. And they ran away. How come this Mewtwo team has so many 3 sacred birds? Xia Fan was looking at soaring in the sky, with his mouth wide open, completely shocked by the scene. Master, they are not the 3 holy birds that people talk about. They do not have divine status. Mew's voice suddenly rang in Xia Fan's mind, godhood. Xia Fan asked in astonishment. Mew said, yes. They are just ordinary members of the Moltres Articuno and Zapdos groups. Only the most powerful Pokémon in their group can be called a sacred bird. Master, you can look at the height at which they are flying. That is not the posture of the 3 sacred birds. Entei's telepathy also started to ring at this time. Xia Fan looked up and followed Entei's line of thought. Suddenly, he realized that the flying altitude of these holy birds seemed to be too low. They did not dare to fly higher than Ho-Oh in the sky. They did not even dare to raise their heads. For a moment he felt like a mouse seeing a cat. They were too humble. Entei added, if they were the real 3 sacred birds, they would have to respect Lord Ho-Oh. But they would not lower themselves to such a low position. Xia Fan nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. He understood after hearing this, fortunately. They are not the real 3 sacred birds. Otherwise, the number would be too scary. Impossible, this is impossible. How can your Mewtwo team have so many 3 sacred birds? Lan Kebai looked up at the dozens of 3 sacred birds above his head and was so frightened that he couldn't extricate himself. Su Leifeng sneered, nothing is impossible. The strength of our Mewtwo team is beyond the comprehension of you. The Blue and White Society a bunch of rubbish. We have been the underground kings of the Chengdu region for such a long time. But we haven't even caught a single legendary Pokémon. What's even funnier is that those 3 sacred beasts are obviously your legendary Pokémon. But they were all captured by this masked guy. If our Mewtwo team hadn't found a rainbow wing this time, I'm afraid this Ho-Oh might have been captured by him first. What a bunch of rubbish. After saying that, Su Leifeng swung his hand and shot Lan Kebai's legs twice. Then he sprinted out of the bell tower, landed steadily on the back of an Articuno and continued. Stay here and wait until I subdue Ho-Oh. Then I'll come talk to you about the Mewtwo team branch. After he finished speaking, Su Leifeng began to command dozens of Mewtwo team members on the 3 sacred birds to cooperate with him in the operation to capture Ho-Oh. Master, should we stop them? Entei's telepathy rang in Xia Fan's mind. No need. Since these Moltres Articuno Zapdos don't have godhood, no matter how many their Arathi will just be food for Ho-Oh. We should just watch them quietly and let them show Ho-Oh's incomparable strength. Then it will be the best time for us to take action. Xia Fan glanced at the camera floating in the air facing Ho-Oh and continued. Of course, unless they want to throw the Master Ball, or use some technological means to sneak attack Ho. Then don't wait, Xiao Huan, pay attention to those guys. If they want to throw the ball, just use confusion to bounce their ball away. Good master. After getting a response from Mew, Xia Fan turned to look at the president of the Blue and White Society, who was covering his legs and screaming. The urge to rob couldn't help but start to flood back. 200 billion, from now on you will become a rich man. At this time Lan Kebai was holding his legs and screaming. And a Blissey was healing him. After a while Lan Kebai's pain was relieved. He looked up at Su Leifeng, who was commanding dozens of 3 sacred birds to fight. He clenched his fists and the rage in his eyes was evident. Dude, how about we make a deal? Suddenly a teasing voice came to my ear. Lan Kebai looked over and saw that it was the mysterious man wearing a mask. What are you going to do? Lan Kebai looked at him vigilantly and patted his subordinates, asking them to protect him quickly. The executives of the Blue and White Society immediately formed a human wall to block Xia Fan outside. What are you afraid of? Xia Fan said jokingly across the crowd. I've already said I'm here to make a deal, not to eat anyone. What deal? Lan Ki asked from behind the human wall. Xia Fan said, give me all your money. And then I will help you to save face and teach all these Mewtwo team guys a lesson. As soon as the words fell, Xia Fan immediately felt the raging gazes of the people in front of him. Among them Lan Kebai sneered, are you kidding me? Giving you all my money is no different from asking me to disband the Blue and White Society. It is said that people fight for a breath of air, and Buddhas fight for a stick of incense. Just think about how power-tripped that guy above your head is. First he gave you a fake rainbow wing. Then just now he held you hostage and shot you in the leg twice. It hurt me just watching. What's even more hateful is that the last sentence of that guy said that he wanted to make your Blue and White Society a branch of his Mewtwo team. Oh my. He was just throwing your face on the ground and stomping on it. If it were me, I would definitely fight him to the death. What's the point of taking some money? Xia Fan put his hand under the mask and spoke in a sympathetic tone. Lan Kebai was indeed so angry after listening to this that his teeth were itching. And the sound of his clenched teeth was very crisp. Xia Fan immediately struck while the iron was hot. Do you think you are still capable of fighting against the Mewtwo team with so many holy birds? Probably not. In that case, it would be great to make a deal with me. Lose some money in exchange for your dignity and relief. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Fan heard the sound of Lan Kebai pounding the ground with his hands. Just when he thought Lan Kebai was going to agree, Lan Kebai suddenly calmed down and mocked him. Your little money is equivalent to 20 billion. You are very calculating, bro, also. Who said that the blue and white society has no power to resist? Let me tell you, the matter has not yet come to an end. And the outcome is still unknown, under the human wall. Lan Kebai was looking at his mobile phone. His phone showed several blue and white society executives asking him if he wanted to proceed with Plan 2. Su Leifeng's betrayal almost made him forget his backup plan. Fortunately, I woke up in time, refusing to drop the fan. Lan Kebai took out his phone and gave instructions to the blue and white society executive who asked him. 5 seconds later, a strange noise was heard from deep in the mountains outside Ecroite City. Then a battleship shaped like a flying saucer rushed towards Ecroite City. See, I haven't lost yet, even without Rainbow Wing today. The blue and white club will forcefully subdue Ho-Oh. Lan Kebai pointed at the dots coming from the distance. Soaring in the sky and laughed out loud. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, crossed his arms and stepped back, returning his gaze to sky. At this moment, soaring in the sky in Ecroite City can be described as a battle of divine birds. Dozens of Molters Articuno Zapdos beat up Ho-Oh-1. Flames's Beamslight Ninjenless and crisscrossing, continuously hitting Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh faced these attacks calmly and with just one skill. Protect. He made a light shield appear out of thin air outside his body, thus blocking their attacks. Even though this skill is prone to errors when used continuously, it is different when Ho-Oh performs it. Continuously using Protect was like a copper wall of iron defense. Dozens of the 3 sacred birds couldn't even make a hole in the light shield. Human, you don't have the strength to fight me, give up. Ho-Oh's telepathic voice echoed in everyone's mind. From this brief battle, it has already given an X to the strength of Team Mewtwo. At the same time, it turned its attention to Xia Fan, who was watching the show on the top of the bell tower. It felt in Xia Fan the rainbow wing that it had given to Suicun. At the same time, it also sensed that the strength of Entei Reiku and Suicun was far behind the last time they met. Especially Entei, whose strength should exceed that of Reiku and Suicun. Not to mention that there is a Mew with the same status behind the 3 of them. Such people are the real rival that it came here for today. Ho-Oh, don't take yourself too seriously. It's just a defensive skill. You will definitely be conquered by our Mewtwo team today. Su Leifeng said angrily that he brought so many 3 sacred birds. How could they be blocked by just a Protect? He turned to the Mewtwo team members standing on the backs of the other 3 sacred birds and shouted. Let them use their ultimate skills. If they can't even break a Protect, all of you will come with me and commit suicide in front of the boss. Soon dozens of Articuno used Sheer Cold. Zapdos used Zap Cannon and Molters used Solar Beam. 3 powerful moves all fired at Ho-Oh's Protect. Suddenly, loud noises were heard from soaring in the sky. A mushroom cloud began to cover the sky. The strong gale forced everyone to retreat and close their eyes. Just before closing his eyes, the pupils in his eyes reflected that Ho-Oh's Protect skill was finally broken by the 3-in-1 attack. Su Leifeng roared excitedly, his left hand tightly on Articuno's back. And with his right hand, he took out a purple Poké Ball with a white bottom from his waist. With an M written on the purple side, Master Ball below. Xia Fan, who was lying on Entei's back to resist the strong wind, saw the Poké Ball in Su Leifeng's hand and quickly turned around. Xiao Huan bounced his ball back later, good master. In midair, the diligent cameraman immediately responded, wrapped himself and the camera with a Protect, and rushed towards the center of the explosion against the headwind. At this time, a strong wind had begun to slowly weaken, and Su Leifeng ordered Articuno under him to take him to the center of the explosion. The best time to throw the Master Ball is when Ho-Oh is injured. But just as Su Leifeng and the Articuno rushed into the center of the explosion, a pair of eyes emitting dazzling light suddenly opened from the smoke. Immediately afterwards, Su Leifeng saw the outline of a huge figure. He was so excited that he was about to throw the Poké Ball. However, the figure in the smoke suddenly spread its wings like a rock, and a gust of air even more powerful than the previous explosion suddenly rose up. Su Leifeng flew over Articuno's body along with the ball. and disappeared team leader. The members of Team Mewtwo panicked at this time. The smoke was blown away by the air wave created by Ho-Oh just now. Ho-Oh's majestic appearance was revealed again. With its head tilted back and its entire body covered with a thin red membrane. The gold and red feathers are also silky on line. There was no trace of the scene that was at the center of the explosion. At this moment after Ho-Oh knocked Su Leifeng away, he glanced at the camera floating in the air beside him without being affected. Are you here to sneak attack me too? Ho-Oh's telepathic voice echoed in Mew's mind. No, I'm just a cameraman. Mew ran away, using confusion to carry the camera. He flew back to the top of the tower. The master's request has been fulfilled by Ho-Oh himself, so there is no need for it to stay here and suffer the consequences. Ho-Oh couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. But he immediately showed it and turned his gaze to Su Leifeng, who was rescued by his subordinates. Go away, now you understand the gap between you and me. Su Leifeng clenched his teeth, very unwilling. And the scene of him and the boss's first encounter with Mewtwo emerged in his mind. The scene where more than a dozen Pokémon of their group lost their combat effectiveness in an instant just by a single finger from Mewtwo is something they will never forget in their lifetime. Such power is beyond the reach of current human power, and can only be used to assist powerful Pokémon, therefore. Ho-Oh's power is an important part of their Mewtwo team's ability to capture Mewtwo. Only with a first-level god like it can they fight Mewtwo. Otherwise, the road to conquering it will be long and long. At this moment, a laser beam suddenly appeared in Su Leifeng's eyes. The beam of light suddenly came from behind Ho-Oh and hit Ho-Oh before anyone noticed. Even Ho-Oh himself didn't expect it. The beam hit Ho-Oh, and a shrill growl suddenly came out of its mouth. Su Leifeng, what's not yours will never be yours. The power of Ho-Oh is only worthy of our blue and white society. Lan Kebai's triumphant laughter echoed in everyone's ears. Next. Soon everyone saw a UFO-like battleship coming to Lingta Sky. And Lan Kebai's laughter continued. It was as if he was mocking Su Leifeng for leading many of the three sacred birds to attack Ho-Oh, but not being able to hurt him at all. Su Leifeng looked at this coldly. He had seen Ho-Oh's strength, so he didn't think Lan Kebai had the strength to fight him. Su Leifeng said, President Lan, don't be too happy too soon. You just relied on a sneak attack to injure Ho-Oh a little. You will know the consequences of a sneak attack later. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw Ho-Oh recovering from the red beam. The battleship's sneak attack showed great rage. And after a whistle, I saw Flame carrying a mysterious power coming out of its mouth. The flames were hotter than Entei, however. Sky's battleship suddenly produced a white light shield that looked like the skill Protect. Ho-Oh's sacred fire spit was absorbed instantly after touching the light shield. How is this possible? Su Leifeng was suddenly shocked. It's unbelievable that Ho-Oh's sacred fire could be blocked. Lan Kebai felt that Su Leifeng's surprise was like the sound of nature. He quickly asked his subordinates to help him to the edge of the tower top to shout to Su Leifeng. Su Leifeng, let me tell you, nothing is impossible in this world as long as you have money. I spent more than 80 billion to have people develop this battleship. It is indestructible and can withstand any attack from Pokémon. So Ho-Oh, the Blue and White Society have decided. Even without Rainbow Wing, the Blue and White Society will forcefully subdue it today. Youth Mewtwo team can just wait for my revenge afterwards. After saying that, Lan Kebai shouted to the battleship soaring in the sky, attack. The battleship received the order, and the next second 2 red beams were emitted from the upper and lower ends of the battleship. A shield of light appeared on Ho-Oh's body. The skill Protect is used again. The 2 red beams were blocked by Protect, however. Unlike the attack of the 3 sacred birds commanded by Su Leifeng, the battleship's beam attack was continuous. So for a while, Ho-Oh and the battleship were in a stalemate. Once Ho-Oh's Protect skill can no longer be sustained, a red beam will hit it, despicable human. Let's have a fair fight, Reiku cursed, Master. It's time for us to stop them and destroy that battleship. Entei also said that he hated the Blue and White Society's method of using technology to fight. At this time, Xia Fan was still thinking about what Lan Kebai said about how it cost 80 billion to build this bat. And he couldn't help drooling. There was no reaction to what Reiku and Entei said. It wasn't until Suicun blew a breath of cold air that he came to his senses and quickly wiped away his saliva. Entei sighed and repeated what he had just said. Xia Fan was surprised after hearing this. Why destroy it? That thing cost 80 billion, not 800 yuan. Do you know what 80 billion means? Suicun said unhappily. No matter how much it costs to build it if we don't destroy it. Will we let it hurt Lord Ho-Oh's? Xia Fan rolled his eyes. You've been with me for a while. Haven't you learned any life lessons from me? Reiku frowned and said, what's the logic robbery? Stealing money, shamelessly cheating people. If you can figure out the logic from these, I'll respect you. Xia Fan helpless sighed, turning to look at Entei. He asked, is this who I am in your eyes? Entei hesitated, then nodded slowly. Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly, and he asked the camera in the air, Xiao Huan. Am I also what Reiku said just now in your eyes, however? Mew did not respond, which made Xia Fan feel touched. It turns out that Mew understands me. You know I had no choice. However, 2 seconds later, Mew's telepathy finally came. And they often ask me to delete their memories after they do something bad. To be honest, I think this behavior is pretty bad, Mew said. And his tone sounded like he had finally figured it out after thinking for a long time. Xia Fan Tibetan letter F40, it hurts my friends, sighing twice. Xia Fan said helplessly, brothers. It seems that I can only explain the great principles of life to you so that you can understand them. Reiku, if you want to say it quickly. Xia Fan glanced at it and said, the truth of life is what belongs to the enemy is what belongs to us. The 3 sacred beasts frowned slightly when they heard this. They said in unison, what do you mean? What it means is that the enemy's money is our money. The enemy's reliable information is our reliable information. And the enemy's battleships are our battleships. Take everything the enemy has and use it for your own benefit. That is the greatest lesson you should learn from me. The 3 holy beasts heard this, O brave. It is indeed a shameless life truth. Entei sighed and said, so what are you going to do, master? Xia Fan looked around and then whispered, I'll go in and sabotage it and drive the battleship away. You and Xiao Huan will keep an eye on the outside and make sure no one gets a chance to throw a Pokeball. If anyone dares to throw one, use extrasensory or confusion to stop him from throwing it. The 3 sacred beasts looked at each other and finally nodded. 10 seconds later, a white light flashed behind Entei. A Mew flew towards the battleship using the invisible contest condition. Looks excited, a treasure worth 80 billion, I am coming. After a while, Xia Fan floated to the central glass window of the flying ship. Through the glass window, he saw the members of the Blue and White Society inside. The next second, the space shook slightly and Xia Fan disappeared from the air. When he reappeared, he had already entered the battleship. The members of the Blue and White Society in the battleship each performed their duties. And each person was doing corresponding work. Xia Fan then floated around them and observed. Since he wants to make this battleship his own, he must first figure out how to drive it away. A minute later, Xia Fan saw a familiar figure, Dragon Owl. Seeing him, Xia Fan stayed beside him without saying a word. This unfortunate kid has a loose mouth, so it's easiest to get words out of him. After observing for a while, Xia Fan discovered that this guy seemed to have a lot of power on this battleship. Everyone else was working, but this guy was just sitting there with a cup of coffee. Watching after a while, his ears moved slightly, and Xia Fan, who had turned into Mew, had better hearing than before. He heard someone muttering insults from a seat a few meters away. Xia Fan floated over. What is this eunuch long pretending to be? If he hadn't sold out his sister for fame, the president should have kicked him out of his position as a senior executive after the failed capture mission a few months ago. Okay, who told him to have a beautiful sister? Whether in the real world or this world, the more beautiful a woman is, the more men can't stand still. I'm just angry originally. The person standing in his position today should be Executive Wang Tian. He is the one who worked hard for the battleship, but this guy. Just because my sister mentioned it casually. The president actually replaced this dead eunuch here to enjoy the credit of capturing Ho-Oh. Hey, stop talking. It will be troublesome if Lady Long hears it. Two men standing next to each other were talking quietly. After listening to this, Xia Fan nodded and turned his gaze back to Long Xiao. This unlucky kid is so awesome. So 2 seconds later, Xia Fan flew back to Long Xiao. Without saying a word, he kicked him in the lower body. Sigma degrees. Long Xiao suffered a severe blow to his lower body. His face twisted into a knot and he spat out the coffee. Then he looked down with a pale and shocked face. In a trance, he seemed to see a trace of blood after a moment. A shrill growl sound came out of his mouth. It was so horrifying that it was almost hoarse. Even the people on top of the bell tower heard it and couldn't help but get goosebumps. Everyone in the battleship was startled, looking back. When he saw Long Xiao collapse to the ground, covering his lower body and screaming. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. An expression appeared on his face as if he wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. Finally, a young man walked out of his seat and said, trying hard to suppress his smile, "Captain Long, what's wrong with you?" Long Xiao covered his lower body, gasping for breath. His face flushed as if he was going to die in the next moment. I don't know what happened, I felt as if someone kicked me in the lower body. Out of nowhere. When the young man heard this and looked at Long Xiao's painful expression, he couldn't help but take a breath and subconsciously clamped his legs together. How about I help you go to your room and rest? Long Xiao's voice was as soft as a mosquito's, and he nodded slowly, But as soon as he was helped up by the young man, Long Xiao immediately started howling like a ghost again. Be gentle, you've pulled it. A minute later, Long Xiao was carried by 5 men into the empty lounge in the battleship. After Long Xiao lay down on the bed, he let them leave and would ring the bell if they needed help. The 5 people nodded and left, and when the door was closed, Long Xiao slowly reached for his trousers with a sneaky look on his face. Want to see what's going on inside? But at this moment, a Mew appeared out of nowhere in the room. This directly scared Long Xiao. W letter FF9F, D letter FF9FW. Dream. Before he could even finish the word dream, the Mew came forward and looked at him. Then Long Xiao fell asleep. There was a flash of white light, and the Mew turned into his appearance. My friend, I hope this is the last time we meet. Xia Fan took out Long Xiao's cell phone from his clothes. I entered the payment password I got last time and found that I had another 30. 0 yuan with a raised eyebrow. Xia Fan left 100 yuan and then opened the door and left. As soon as Xia Fan walked into the control room of the battleship, he heard loud laughter. They were all laughing at Long Xiao's miserable plight and scolding him for bringing it upon himself. Xia Fan walked in, he coughed softly. At first, most people didn't react and were still laughing. But after a while, someone felt something was wrong and looked back. The next second, he was suddenly startled, holding his heart and breathing in and out as if he had seen a ghost. At the same time, he was clapping at his companion who was still laughing beside him. Slow lithe laughter died down, and everyone began to work in a serious manner. Team leader Long, you just didn't. The young man who had supported Long Xiao before came over and looked at Xia Fan's lower body in surprise. But he was immediately pushed away by Xia Fan. Humph. If I don't do this, how can I see the true colors of you people? A cold snort made everyone break out in a cold sweat. Wang Feng, you were laughing happily just now. Xia Fan looked at the young man coldly. Long Xiao had called out this name before when he was asking the young man to help him. No, that's not the case, team leader Long. You must have seen it wrong. Wang Feng shook his head in fear. Xia Fan snorted again. Humph, I hope so. After saying that, Xia Fan walked to the control position in the center of the battleship. Look outside through the window outside. Rambo was sitting on the back of a Pidgeot and throwing a ball at Ho-Oh. But for some reason, whenever the ball got close to Ho, it would bounce away immediately. It was like a bad wind was blowing. I tried several times but failed. He was so angry at the moment. But he couldn't figure out what was going on. Xia Fan raised the corner of his mouth, retracted his gaze, and patted the man who was controlling the battleship. Tell me how to fly a battleship. Team leader Long, why are you learning this? Wang Feng stepped forward and asked in surprise. Xia Fan looked at him coldly. It's none of your business. You're just sitting there doing nothing. Do you want to tell me in detail how you scolded me just now? Wang Feng immediately shut his mouth and returned to his seat without saying a word. Xia Fan retracted his gaze and asked the man sitting in the driver's seat to teach him the simple controls. Facing Xia Fan, the man did not dare to refuse and could only respectfully tell Xia Fan the simple operation method. A few minutes later, Xia Fan, who had learned some basic controls, looked up and looked outside. At this time, Lan Kebai was already furious. After failing to throw the ball again and again, he asked the other club executives to throw the ball with him, regardless of whether they had a master ball or not, anyway. He won't feel at ease until he puts Ho-Oh into a piquet ball at least once. However, the result went against their wishes. The 9 people kept throwing the ball, but it was bounced away by the evil wind again and again. Even when Rambo was so angry that he risked letting Pidgeot send him to Ho-Oh and wanted to directly press the receiving button without throwing the ball. A powerful invisible force rushed out and blasted him and Pidgeot away. Xia Fan retracted his gaze, couldn't help revealing a hint of sneer and turned away. Walk to a blind spot in the battleship's control room where no one can see you. A flash of white light transformed into a victory ball. Gradually, the control room began to be filled with crystal powder. All the blue and white society members who smelled the powder fell asleep one by one. A minute later, everyone in the control room fell asleep. Victory Ball glanced outside, and after confirming that they were all lying down, there was a flash of white light, and he turned back into his original teenage appearance. With his hands behind his back, Xia Fan walked to the driver's seat of the battleship. After dragging the person away from the position, he directly pressed the option to cancel the attack in the control interface. Outside the battleship, the 2 red beams attacking Ho-Oh dissipated instantly. Ho-Oh, who had been struggling for a long time, was suddenly stunned. It felt like it couldn't hold on any longer. So why did it suddenly cancel it? Was it going to launch another attack it couldn't have anticipated? Lan Keba, who was so righteous that he was going crazy and still throwing the ball in defiance of evil, was also stunned. What the hell? It was almost conquered. Why was it cancelled? Immediately afterwards, Lan Kebai suddenly felt a chill, because he suddenly remembered that he was only 10 feet away from Ho-Oh. If Ho-Oh, without the battleship to hold him back, turned around and blasted him with sacred fire, he would probably be burned to ashes in an instant, so, out of fear of death, he quickly asked Pidgeot to fly away. After flying far away, Lan Kebai took out his cell phone and was about to call Long Xiao on the battleship. Question what happened and why the attack should be ended. But then something happened that he had never expected. The battleship sailed away, that's right. Without any notice, the damn car actually drove away. Lan Kebai's face was filled with shock. Symbol 323 voiceless, symbol 307, symbol A4AA, symbol A4AA, damn. What the hell? I'm still waiting down there for you to help me subdue Ho-Oh. How the hell can you drive away? Who gave you the instructions? Do you want me to die in Ho-Oh's mouth? With 1,000 questions in mind, Lan Kebai desperately called Long Xiao. But after calling for a long time, the call didn't go through. What should we do, President? Our battleship is leaving. At this time, a young executive pointed at the battleship that was about to fly away and said in panic, "What the hell do you say I should do?" "Of course I'll chase her. I spent 80 billion to build it. If it's gone, you have to pay for it," Lan Kebai roared, and was about to smash the phone at the young man's face with a look of disappointment. But when he remembered that there was 20 billion in the phone, he took off his shoes and threw them at him fiercely the next second. After shaking, Lan Kebai ordered everyone to chase after him quickly. The speed of the battleship flying was a bit slower than before, and the blue and white society caught up with it after a while. I immediately saw Xia Fan in the battleship through the glass window. His eyes widened in disbelief. Especially Lan Kebai, his eyes were almost popping out. How come this B******** D is driving the battleship I spent 80 billion on? Xia Fan also saw them and felt a little guilty. But then I thought that's not right, it's already opened. Why should I be afraid of what he might do? The blue and white society is destined to perish today anyway. With a snap, Xia Fan slapped himself, locked the battleship on to attack the target, and then decisively pressed a capture button without saying a word. The next second, a huge electro web suddenly shot out. Electro web pounced, and the members of the blue and white society were instantly paralyzed, lost their combat effectiveness and were captured. An $80 billion battleship is $80 billion. And it's fun to use it. Xia Fan was amazed and then drove the battleship back. Both the blue and white society and Team Mewtwo failed to capture Ho-Oh. So it's his turn to appear. The battleship sailed back to the top of the bell tower, and Ho-Oh, who was confused, rushed over suddenly. It flapped its wings and blocked the battleship's way. At the same time, flames began to condense in his mouth. But he did not spit them out for a long time. It was like he was thinking about whether the battleship was an enemy or a friend, and whether to attack 2 seconds later. The battleship suddenly projected an image. This is a picture of the interior of a battleship. In the picture among the sleepy crowd, Xia Fan made a dazzling appearance holding a rainbow wing in her hand. Ho-Oh, give me 2 minutes. In 2 minutes we will have a fair fight. Ho-Oh was stunned, and suddenly turned back to look at the top of the bell tower. I found that Xia Fan was gone with its quick mind. It immediately understood what had happened. The flames in his mouth dissipated, making room for the battleship. Thank you. Xia Fan smiled and maneuvered the battleship towards the Mewtwo team who had been watching the show. What are you going to do, kid? Zhu Fang's, who was sitting on Articuno's back, was shocked when he saw the battleship coming towards them. Guess what I'm going to do? Xia Fan smiled and pressed the capture button. The next second, 3 huge nets were shot out one after another. They are fire web, electro web, and ice web. Run, quickly disperse. Recalling the scene where Lan Kebai was captured by electro web just now, Su Feng shouted loudly. He felt weak just looking at a battleship that cost 80 billion to build. Dozens of 3 sacred birds scattered in panic, but most of them were caught under the 3 giant nets. Only a few Mewtwo team members led by Su Feng and a few of the 3 sacred birds narrowly escaped. They looked at their captured companions and gritted their teeth in hatred. Go quickly it away from here, Ho. Oh. We can't catch it anymore, Zhu Feng said angrily, and decisively chose to abandon the captured subordinates. After a while, Su Feng led the rest of his subordinates to escape. As for Su Feng's escape, Xia Fan did not choose to chase him, but instead turned on the automatic driving mode. There was a flash of white light and it turned into Mew. A teleport came above the ship. And then there was another flash of white light, and it turned back into human form. Xia Fan clapped his hands and shouted, Ho-Oh. Our battle can begin now. Entei, Reiku, Suicun, all 3 of you come together. The 3 sacred beasts roared in response. Then they telepathically sent a message to Ho-Oh. Lord Ho-Oh, please forgive us for what we are about to do. Ho-Oh flapped his wings upon hearing this. Come on. Let me see how much stronger you have become since we last parted. It never refuses any challenger who possesses the rainbow wing. The 3 sacred beasts nodded and the battle began. Xia Fan began to give orders, Reiku thunder. Entei eruption, Suicun ice beam, boom, thunder roared. And Reiku was the first to cause a bolt of lightning to fall from the sky. Then, Entei roared and suddenly spit out a flame hotter than the sacred fire. Suicun leaped into the air approaching Ho, and drew his head back before an extremely cold beam of light shot out of his mouth. Ho-Oh saw it, flapped its wings forward, and a shield of light appeared, bangs. The moment the 3-in-1 skill penetrated the light shield, the light shield showed traces like broken glass. Very good, Ho-Oh was impressed. He didn't expect that their current attack could be so fast that Protect would show signs of breaking. He tilted his head back and then, like a rock spreading its wings, he broke through the guarding pillars, and a flame carrying a mysterious power came out of his mouth. Entei and Suicun's continuous attacks were directly blocked by Ho-Oh's sacred fire, and were even gradually counterattacked. However, there is still a huge gap between the strength of the three of you and me. Ho-Oh stretched its neck forward, and its body began to burst into flames. The power of the sacred fire in its mouth suddenly increased. The power of eruption and ice beam was overwhelmed by sacred fire at a speed visible to the naked eye. As wish. Entei Suicun Reiku was swept by sacred fire and fell directly from midair to ground. Let Mew join the battles. After all, I gave them everything they have. Although I don't know why their strength has increased dramatically compared to before. They are still far from enough to fight me with just the three of them. Ho-Oh's telepathy echoed in Xia Fan's mind. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, and at this moment he was muttering in his heart. Isn't that the three of them are playing me? Thinking of this, Xia Fan looked down at the Entei that were knocked down by Ho-Oh with one move. At this moment, Entei Reiku and Suicun are trying their best to stand up from the ground. After standing up, the three of them looked at Ho-Oh with unwilling eyes. Obviously, he couldn't accept the result of being defeated in one move. Seeing this expression, Xia Fan licked his lips. It's not an act. It seems that there is really a huge gap in strength. Ho-Oh is worthy of being one of the two most powerful legendary Pokémon in the Chengdu region. Xia Fan turned his head and looked at the camera floating in the air. Xiao Huan joined the battle. Let Ho-Oh see your current power. Don't I need to take a video? Mew's telepathy echoed in Xia Fan's mind. A camera flew in midair towards Xia Fan. Xia Fan waited until it got closer, connected the camera, and turned off the microphone function. I'll do it. I'll broadcast your heroic battle scenes live, real. Mew is freed from the invisibility contest condition. Of course, I will broadcast your heroic battle live to the audience in the Chengdu region. But you have to take the battle with Ho-Oh seriously and never underestimate the enemy. If you lose, it will be a joke. Don't worry, Master. I will definitely defeat it. Mew floated in front of the camera, called out meow and made a face. After carrying the camera for so long, it has never really made its own appearance. Very good, that's the confidence we need. After we defeat Ho-Oh, we can go have a big meal. Xia Fan touched Mew's little head, and then shouted down, Entei Reiku Suicun. Can you still continue to fight? Can. Entei Reiku Suicun answered at the same time. Very good, from now on I will command you and. Before Xia Fan could finish his words, Mew interrupted him, Master, let me fight Ho-Oh alone. I think I am no worse than it, are you sure? Xia Fan was surprised, she didn't expect Mew to say that. Mew nodded confidently. Xia Fan stared at Mew, brainstormed for a while, and finally nodded with a smile. Okay. I will command you to fight Ho-Oh later. I believe you can defeat Ho-Oh after that. Xia Fan shouted to the Entei below again, you three come up. 3 seconds later, Entei Reiku and Suicun used the giant tree below to leap into the air and arrived at the battleship. Xia Fan turned into Mew in a flash of white light, and once again entered the battleship through teleport, manipulating the battleship to open the hatch. He gave Reiku and Suicun telepathy, letting them enter through the hatch, guard the battleship, and keep an eye on every unconscious blue and white society member. If anyone wakes up, he will be made unconscious again immediately. After all, this battleship costs 80 billion, so he would feel at ease only if the two holy beasts were to look after it. After arranging everything, Xia Fan teleport came outside, changed back into human form, held up a camera, sat on Entei's back and shouted, Ho-Oh, sorry to have kept you waiting. Can we fight somewhere else? Down below is Ecroite City. You and Mew are legendary Pokémon, and your power could easily destroy this place if a fierce battle here occurs. Good. Ho-Oh did not refuse when he heard this, but instead looked at Xia Fan with a higher opinion. I didn't expect that the master of Entei is also a kind-hearted person. No wonder the three of them and Mew are willing to obey him. Flapping its wings, Ho-Oh began to fly away from Ecroite City. Xia Fan patted Entei on the back and asked him to catch up quickly. 10 minutes later, they passed through the dense forests north of Ecroite City and came to a vast ocean. Here without any Pokémon to bother you, Ho-Oh and Mew can have their funs. Come on Mew, show me your strength. 100 meters above the sky, Ho-Oh flapped his wings and let out a long roar. Under the scorching sun, its golden red feathers show its noble temperament. Xia Fan looked up at soaring in the sky. His face slightly raised. Xiao. It seems that you have been underestimated in this case. Let it see the strength of you, the so-called ancestor of Pokémon. Xiao first in Aura Sphere, Mew. Mew spun 360 degrees in the air, and a purple-black energy ball condensed out. It pushed gently and the next second, the energy ball suddenly created a huge wave of water, attacking Ho-Oh who was waiting in the air. Facing this aura sphere, Ho-Oh folded his wings and a white light shield instantly appeared on his body. It's the skill Protect Ho-Oh. Just like before when facing the Blue and White Society Mewtwo team and Entei Reiku. Wanted to use Protect to first determine whether the opponent was qualified and capable of fighting with him. Half a second later, the aura sphere and the white light shield collided. The white light shield successfully blocked the aura sphere, but it also shattered instantly. Very good, the power of this aura sphere is quite good. Ho-Oh appreciated. In that case, let me let you try my sacred fire. Ho-Oh tilted his head back and suddenly exhaled a mouthful of fire carrying a mysterious power. Xiao teleports. Avoided sacred fire and get closer to it. Xia Fan gave the order decisively. Compared with Ho-Oh's huge body, Mew was small and it was easy to dodge its skills. Meow. Mew disappeared from midair in an instant, and the scorching sacred fire missed as Xia Fan expected. When he reappeared, Mew was already 100 meters in the air, approaching Ho-Oh according to Xia Fan's instructions. I don't know what you want to do by getting close to me, but I won't let you succeed. Ho-Oh looked down, ended the sacred fire in his mouth, and quickly flapped his broad wings. Strong gusts of wind blew towards Mew, however. Facing teleport no matter how strong the storm is. Mew cannot retreat, it's useless. As long as we have teleport. It's a magic skill to bring rival closer, on the coast. Entei was running across the sea with flames under his feet. Chasing Mew. Xia Fan looked at Ho-Oh using the skill gust above his head with a playful smile on his face. As Mew relied on teleport to get closer little by little. When it was only 10 feet away from Ho-Oh, Xia Fan shouted hurriedly, Xiao teleport to its head. Use ancient power quickly, Meow. Mew appeared out of thin air above Ho-Oh's head. And at the same time, a 2-meter-high gray-white energy ball condensed and shot out from its chest. It stepped down. The energy ball hit Ho-Oh's back instantly at such a close distance. A growl of pain suddenly came out of Ho-Oh's mouth. Whoosh. But that's not all. As Ho-Oh was smashed directly into the sea under ancient power. Very good. Xia Fan was so excited that he clenched his fists. As a flying and fire-type legendary Pokémon, Ho-Oh's biggest weakness is rock-type skills that can deal quadruple damage to it. As a Mew that can use all kinds of skills, it is natural that it can use rock skills with ease. Master, how am I doing? Mew happily took credit to Xia Fan. Very good, very good. I took pictures of your heroic performance just now. Xia Fan held up the camera, smiled, and responded loudly. Hearing the praise, Mew flew down happily. But just as Mew was about to do so, a burst of scorching flames carrying steam that was enough to burn a person into cooked flesh suddenly rushed out from the sea under the sea and headed straight for Mew. Quick, use the skill barrier. Xia Fan shouted decisively, caught off guard. Mew quickly followed instructions and used his psychic skill barrier. A yellow circular light shield instantly enveloped Mew and quickly increased its own defense. The flames attacked Mew and Mew had a barrier to resist. But under the powerful force, both he and the ball flew backwards dozens of feet into the air. Fortunately, no one was injured. And in the sea, the sound of a phoenix was heard. Then the sea waves started to rise without any wind. And Xia Fan quickly asked Entei to take him and run. 3 seconds later, Ho-Oh, who had just been smashed into the sea by Mew's ancient power, rushed out of the sea with colorful light all over his body. Soaring in the sky, a rainbow of 7 colors appeared out of thin air. Ho-Oh chirped with its wings spread out under the sun. Its disheveled body and injuries recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It took less than 3 seconds, and its golden red feathers were as soft and shiny as new. It makes people want to pull one out and sell it for money. At least that's what Xia Fan thought. Very good. You are the first Pokémon that has thrown me into the sea since I was born. Ho-Oh stared at Mew, and the telepathy sounded like a compliment. But it was more of a context to express that he was serious. Mew looked at the unharmed Ho-Oh and said helplessly, "You are the second one who makes me feel a little difficult." The second one. Ho-Oh couldn't help but reveal his dissatisfaction on his face. It was so strong, but it wasn't the first one. Who's the first one? A man-made Pokémon Mewtwo created using my genes. Mewtwo. Ho-Oh was surprised, stared at Mew for a while, and finally said, "Then from today on, I will become the most difficult person in your impression." After saying that, Ho-Oh's eyes were covered with white light and it stopped flapping its wings. Let the whole body stagnate in midair. After pausing for 2 seconds, Ho-Oh spread its wings and let out a startling phoenix cry. It approached Mew at an unimaginable speed, and the golden red dual wing beat produced scorching golden red steam. Sky attack, one of the strongest skills of the flying system. Suddenly, Ho-Oh seemed to be the only thing between soaring in the sky and the sea. Xia Fan was horrified. If he was hit, he would be seriously injured if not killed. He quickly ordered Mew to get out of the way, however. Ho-Oh's speed was not fast enough for it to issue orders in time. The moment Ho-Oh opened dual wing beat and flew at high speed, he rushed to Mew 3 feet, 2 feet, 1 foot. The distance is getting closer. Mew was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect Ho-Oh to be so fast. Brush. Mew disappeared at the last moment. Mew, a legendary Pokémon, used teleport in time with his instinctive reaction to danger. 10 feet away, Mew appeared again. Seeing that Ho-Oh still failed, he covered his mouth and laughed out of habit, congratulating himself for his wit. But this laughter was so harsh to Ho-Oh's ears that it became extremely angry. "Then let's see whether your teleport is faster or my sky attack is faster." Ho-Oh flapped his wings upward, spun 180 degrees in the air, changed direction and attacked Mew again at high speed. Brush, when Ho-Oh was only half a meter away from Mew. Mew disappeared from its sight again. The next second he appeared 5 feet behind Ho-Oh. "Let me see how many times you can use teleport." Ho-Oh suddenly became furious, and turned around again in disbelief and rushed towards Mew. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. On the 8th time, Mew's teleport finally began to stagnate and slow down slightly. And cold sweat appeared on his face, obviously. This is due to overuse of skills. And he began to feel physically exhausted and lack of energy. Very good. Ho-Oh was overjoyed and turned around and rushed forward again. However, just as it was about to hit it, the Mew looked terrified and quickly waved at it, while showing a camera, "Wait, not Mew, I'm its owner." With a whoosh, Ho-Oh flew over the Mew's head. The Mew exhaled, "Xia Fan, its owner, where is Mew?" Xia Fan's telepathy sounded in Ho-Oh's mind and gave it direction. It was on the sea surface just now, and because it couldn't see the battle between Mew and Ho-Oh clearly, it turned into Mew and used confusion to send the camera and itself into the air. Ho-Oh looked in the direction of Xia Fan's hand and found that there was indeed a Mew floating above its head. The Mew was looking at it in surprise, without a trace of fatigue or cold sweat on his face. "Ho-Oh, I was so happy for nothing. Are you a human or a Pokémon?" The voice of Ho-Oh rang in Xia Fan's mind. It had been wanting to ask this for a long time, ever since it saw Xia Fan transform from a human to a Pokémon several times. Xia Fan said, I am a human, as for wits a long story. So after this battle I will let Entei tell you one by one. It knows everything with Entei a successful brainwasher. He won't have to waste his breath on such nonsense in the future. The most important thing now is to defeat Ho-Oh and then subdue it. When it came up just now, it suddenly remembered a skill that could only be called a magical skill if used by Mew. The battle continues. Xia Fan brought a camera and a teleport flashed far away. However, as he dodged, his telepathy sounded in Mew's mind. Xiao Huan, hurry up, use the skill imprison, Mew paused. And while Ho-Oh was still not able to react, he spread out his hands as he was told. The next second, an invisible net mixed with transparent runes opened and closed from his palms. It pushed forward gently, and the invisible net instantly crashed into Ho-Oh's body. At this time, Ho-Oh is preparing to use Sky Attack again and is already in the stage of charging energy. When an invisible net crashed into its body, it was stunned at first, then panicked, thinking it had been hit by some powerful attack, but then Ho-Oh realized that he seemed neither injured nor affected, and suddenly became angry again, thinking that Mew was playing with it and used a small skill to scare it. But the next moment, Ho-Oh's expression immediately became unnatural, as it was about to finish accumulating energy. When it launched a new attack on Mew, the energy in its body suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Ho-Oh was horrified. Without energy, it can't use Sky Attack at all. It's like a fighter plane cannot start without fuel. But it had clearly just successfully accumulated energy. So how could it suddenly dissipate? Ho-Oh didn't believe it and tried to gather energy again. However, this time he couldn't even gather energy. As long as he managed to gather a little bit of energy in his body, it would dissipate immediately. What did you just do to me? Ho-Oh glared at Mew. It just used the skill imprison on you, Xia Fan, who was hiding far away, answered. This skill cannot be dodged or defended. As long as rival and you can use the same skills, then rival will not be able to use those same skills. And the Sky Attack you just used, Xiao Huan just happens to be able to use it, meow. Listening to the master flatter himself, Mew happily turned in a circle in front of Ho-Oh, then, in order to prove himself, he stayed in the air for 2 seconds to gather energy, and then rushed towards a place with both hands carrying a powerful wave of air. However, due to his short hands, this Sky Attack doesn't look as funny as normal when used. Xia Fan couldn't help but spread his hands after seeing it. Alas, why do you have to demonstrate this? Your physique is really stupid when compared with Sky Attack and Ho-Oh. But Ho-Oh didn't think so for some reason. It always felt that the harmless-looking guy not far away was humiliating it. A phoenix cry was heard. Flames began to gather in Ho-Oh's mouth. But just as he was about to spit them out, the flames suddenly disappeared. Xia Fan said, Ho-Oh, you wanted to use flamethrower just now. Sorry, Mew also knows this move. As soon as he finished speaking, Mew demonstrated spitting fire from his mouth again. Ho-Oh was furious and began to use all the skills he knew one by one. He didn't believe that Mew could use all the skills he knew. Gust Extrasensory Sunny Day Fire Blast Punishment. Ancient Power Holy Guardian Recover Destruction Ray. Ho-Oh used a lot of skills, but they all failed one after another. Finally, Xia Fan couldn't bear it anymore and felt that if he didn't remind him, Ho-Oh would be so angry that he would become autistic. Ho-Oh, actually it doesn't know your innate skill Sacred Fire. Ho-Oh, who was almost autistic, closed his eyes upon hearing this and began to test with a pounding heart. The next second, a flame carrying a mysterious power finally came out of Ho-Oh's mouth. Ho-Oh suddenly became excited like a child and spewed Sacred Fire on Mew's face, but Mew is not a fool. It is not easy to dodge a Sacred Fire. A teleport came to the top of Ho-Oh's head. Then it pointed to the sky with one hand, and an ancient power began to condense between Mew's fingers at an incredible speed. 10 feet high, 2 feet high, 3 feet high, 4 feet high, 5 feet high. When the volume grew to 10 feet, the entire soaring in the sky was blocked by Mew's ancient power in just 2 seconds. At this time, Xia Fan asked Mew to continuously buff himself, while Ho-Oh was still racking his brains to try out his skills. That is, use calm mind and conspiracy to increase your special attack. It's for this moment Ho, who was still in a happy contest condition, felt that the sunlight was suddenly blocked and looked up. The next second, symbol 323 voiceless symbol 307 symbol A4AA symbol A4AA. Ho-Oh was shocked when he saw the ancient power that covered the sky. He even swallowed the sacred fire in his mouth. Is this horse kidding it? How can there be such a huge ancient power? It itself is only about 10 feet long. And this ancient power is about 10 times as big as it. If this falls on it, Ho-Oh's face gradually became uncomfortable. Since skills like recover and protect cannot be used, it is likely to be half dead or half crippled. I give up. Ho-Oh admitted defeat. Xia Fan decisively asked Mew to remove ancient power, and then asked Mew to use confusion to connect himself and the camera. There was a flash of white light, and Xia Fan turned back into human form, took out a piquet ball and threw it at Ho-Oh. There was a flash of red light and Ho-Oh was taken in. 3 seconds later, the long-lost system prompt sound rang in Xia Fan's mind, and the system panel appeared in front of him. Ding. Successfully captured Pokémon Ho-Oh. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Fire Type Chinese letter FLYING type, legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh. Gender, nuns. Ability, pressure puts rival into a tense contest condition. 10% chance of skill activation failure. Hidden ability, regeneration, the body will recover slowly after being injured. Carrying things, none skills are as follows. Sky attack after charging. Attack rival with unimaginable speed and destructive power. Fire blast, incinerate rival with large character-shaped flames, sometimes causing the opponent to fall into a burning contest condition. Sacred fire, uses mysterious fire to incinerate rival to attack, sometimes causing rival to fall into the burn contest condition. Sunny day after using this move. The weather will change to sunny day in sunny day. The power of fire-type moves will increase by 50%. The power of water-type moves will decrease by 50%. In sunny day, solar beam and solar blade will be activated directly without charging. Synthesis. Calm your mind and focus your attention to improve your special attack and special defense. Recover, allow cells to regenerate, thereby restoring half of your maximum health. Ho-Oh has many powerful moves. Xia Fan thought for a while and felt that his only life-saving skill, Protect, was not enough from now on. He would not be afraid of 1,000 things, but be afraid of being shot by someone. Ho-Oh represents the phoenix, which has a strong vitality of rebirth from the ashes. If he chooses its recover, he will be awesome in the future. But the next second, Xia Fan saw Ho-Oh and Entei's unique skill Sacred Fire and felt reluctant. I didn't choose Entei before, and if I don't choose it this time, I probably won't have another chance in the future. After thinking it over for a while, Xia Fan made a decision. I choose Ho-Oh's Sacred Fire. Xia Fan answered in his mind the next second. Xia Fan suddenly felt that his body had been transformed. It seemed as if there was suddenly a raging fire inside. This fire was hidden in his body, and he did not feel any discomfort, but instead felt very warm. Xia Fan turned around and asked Mew to turn off the camera. The live broadcast has reached this point now, and they have already seen everything they should have seen. He believes that the 3 words Pantheon should now be engraved in the hearts of every viewer who has watched the live broadcast. There is no need for him to mention them deliberately, because that would instead lower the status of the 3 words Pantheon in their hearts. Taking off the mask and taking a deep breath, Xia Fan prepared to try Sacred Fire. But just as I was about to try it, an image suddenly emerged in my mind of a young man by the lake making hand gestures and spitting fire when he was watching a DVD at home when I was a child. Xia Fan then followed suit, pinching his hands randomly and shouting, "Fire-style great fireball technique," with a whoosh. A stream of hot flames carrying a mysterious power suddenly spit out from Xia Fan's mouth. Full of middle school atmosphere Mew, what a weird behaviors Entei. A Japanese letter, Chinese letter, why does this master always do things that are hard to understand? Ho konunenus zero konunenus. Is this guy sure to be the one who subdued Mew and me? Xia Fan used the method of pinching fingers to spit out a mouthful of sacred fire. And rubbed his chest contentedly. Let Mew take you back to ground to meet Entei. Then take out the Pokeball. There was a flash of red light and Ho-Oh was released. There was a lot of doubt in his expression. Without waiting for it to use telepathy, Xia Fan pointed directly at Entei and said, Ho-Oh. I know you have a lot of doubts now, talk to Entei. As your old subordinate, it will tell you the truth. I believe you also know that it will not lie. Entei held his head high and took a step forward. Apart from anything else, the master is quite accurate in predicting Pokémon. That's right. It is the most honest Pokémon who never tells lies. Ho-Oh looked at Entei for a few seconds, then nodded slowly. In its impression, the one who is least likely to tell lies among the three sacred beasts is indeed Entei. He's a very honest guy. Soon Ho-Oh and Entei were in a telepathic exchange. From time to time, Ho-Oh would look intently at Xia Fan. The expression was one of surprise. After asking Entei to explain to Ho, Xia Fan hurried back to Ecroite City. There is no way. There are still 80 billion worth of battleships and 20 billion worth of tycoons waiting for it to take over. 10 minutes later, they returned to Ecroite City. The battleship was still floating in the air. A white light flashed. Xia Fan turned into Mew. And teleport entered. 20 billion, here I come. A sip of cold water woke Lan Kebai from his slumber. The first thing he saw when he entered the room in a daze was a young man looking at him with a smile. Standing to the boy's left was Suicun. Standing to his right was Reiku. And floating above his head was Mew. It's you. Lan Kebai shouted in shock, and immediately identified the boy as the mysterious man wearing a mask who had stolen his battleship. Lan Kebai looked around and found that many members of their blue and white society had fainted. And only a few members of the Mewtwo team could be seen. What about Ho-Oh? Of course I conquered him. The boy smiled and shrugged. You. Lan Kebai suddenly felt a pang of pain in his heart. All his plans turned out to be a hindrance to this young man. Don't be so rude. Do you remember what I said? What? I want them all. Lan Kebai saw the boy take out a mobile phone. The phone looked familiar. So Lan Kebai quickly searched his clothes. This phone is yours. Now there are only two options before you. The first is to have a bounty battle with me and bet all our money. The second is that I will kill you now and make you lose everything and start over in New Bark Town. The boy spread his hands with a playful look on his face. If you choose the first option, I can lower the difficulty for you and let you pick any of my Pokémon as your rival. My Pokémon include Mew, Ho-Oh, Entei, Reiku, and Suicun. Pick 1 out of 5 if you can defeat one of them. I will give you all my assets and return this battleship to its original owner. Lan Kebai, is this B** D just bluffing? Is it possible to fight a legendary Pokémon alone without the help of technology? You might as well just say you want to rob me of my remaining 20 billion in assets. I choose the second option, Lan Kebai said firmly. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Even if I die, I will never let you get the 20 billion from me. Are you sure if you choose the first option, even if you lose? Your Pokémon will still be under your control. Xia Fan was a little surprised by Lan Kebai's words. She didn't expect this guy to be so tough, I'm sure. Lan Kebai looked at Xia Fan viciously. Come on. If you have the guts, kill me right now. If I Lan Kebai frown, I'll be a son of a B*****ch. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, slid his tongue across his lips, moved his neck, and finally clapped his hands and said expressionlessly, Xiao Huan. Since this guy is determined to die, then we will grant his wish. You transform into Jengar and first give him a hypnosis. And then a nightmares. Nightmare's environment is designed to be at sunset. He is hung on a pillar and cut into pieces day after day. This environment is repeated for him 10,000 times. After 10,000 times, the environment changes. Give him a warm life that I let him be reborn as a baby. And then grow up healthily. And give him a happy marriage and sons and daughters when he grows up. However, in the day when his children turned one, their family welcomed a group of robbers who killed, set fire. D and robbed. He watched his relatives die in shame before his eyes. This environment was repeated for him. Well, 10,000 times, by the way, every time it was repeated. His past memories must be deleted and he started over. After this warm life environment ends, we will give him the next one, the residence entrance. Lan Kebai finally couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted Xia Fan with a pale face. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Why are you torturing me like this? Yes, I will kill you. But before I kill you, can't I let you experience a nightmare? The young man shrugged expressionlessly. It doesn't take up my time anyway. Even if you experience a nightmare for 10,000 years, it will only take a moment for me. Lan Kebai looked at the boy in front of him who looked like a devil and said in horror, You. What do you mean by you? I just don't want to kill you right away. I just want you to experience a nightmare, hey, just for fun. Lan Kebai's fingers trembled as he pointed at Xia Fan, who suddenly looked arrogant. You. His chest heaved and he felt like he was going to die of anger. You win, I'm scared I choose the first one. My payment password is 6****8, 10 seconds later. Lan Kebai compromised, and his hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was obvious that he had just experienced an extremely intense psychological struggle. Just admit defeat. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. Why not challenge someone? Lan Kebai sneered directly. We are all black turtles in the pond. And everyone knows our black hearts. Not to mention whether he could win if he won. He didn't believe Xia Fan would let him go peacefully. I will definitely force him to do it again, disagree, haha. If he doesn't agree, I will definitely hypnotize him and scare him with nightmare. After successfully transferring 20 billion, Xia Fan returned the phone to Lan Kebai with a smile on his face. I'll leave you 10,000 as payment for my next question. Tell me why I can't quit the game, what happened? Don't lie to me and say you don't know. I know you must know something or Nightmare will warn you. Because there is a bug in the game. This bug makes players can only enter but not exit. Lan Kebai did not shirk and spoke frankly. Xia Fan nodded slightly. You have known for a long time that there is a bug in the game. I heard from your subordinates that you required them to all go online on the day the game was launched. The subordinate who told you that? Lan Kebai's tone sounded a little angry, as if he couldn't tolerate betrayal. Xia Fan waved his hand. Don't ask who said that. You don't have the ability to take revenge now. And you are in my hands. Do you think anyone dares not to tell the truth? Lan Kebai paused for a moment, and Rage's expression was relieved the next second. Indeed. No one dared not to confess once they fell into this D's hands. Lan Ki said, it was an insider of Tiantian Technology who told me that there was an unfixable bug in the game the day before the launch. If I still want to continue playing this game, I can only enter it on the day of the global launch. Otherwise, I will never be able to enter again. Then why did you come in? Xia Fan looked at Lan Kebai. Also, since Tiantian Technology knew there was a bug, why didn't it delay the launch? But I sold the company and put all my money into it. Since there is a bug you can just quit, why should I quit? What's so good about the real world? Isn't it nice to do whatever you want in the world with Pokémon? Xia Fan frowned slightly, finding it a little difficult to understand this brother's train of thought. In the real world, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted if he had 100 billion? If he had 100 billion in the real world, he would probably die of laughter in his dreams. Lan Kebai continued, besides, what's the difference between here and the real world? What you can enjoy there you can also enjoy here. And what you can't enjoy there you can also enjoy here as long as you have money. Okay, I won't ask any more questions about this. I don't understand the enjoyment you rich people have. Xia Fan waved his hand, answer my second question. Since Tianqian Technology knew there was a bug, why didn't they delay the launch? Aren't they afraid of being held accountable by the whole world the day after the launch? I don't know about that either, Lan Kebai shook his head. Then when he saw Xia Fan's expression that said, I think you want to sleep, he quickly explained. I really don't know, I also asked that internal staff. And his answer was to leave it alone. If you want to play, play, if you don't want to play, get out. I was also very angry when I heard him say that, after all. No one had ever dared to say that to me before. So I secretly reported it to the government, and then Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. Lan Kebai sighed, the government ignored me. But I think they knew because I asked someone to post something later. But it was deleted right after it was posted. It was the same on every platform in the end. The internal staff warned me that if I did anything else, my account would be cancelled and my money would not be refunded. So I just let it go. Xia Fan's brows furrowed into a shape of a Chinese letter after hearing this. He looked at Lan Kebai with a scrutinizing look. Lan Kebai raised his hands and said, I swear to heaven. If you lie to me, I will punish you with lightning. Xia Fan did not reply, but continued to fall into deep thought. If what this guy said is true, then this matter is quite terrifying when you think about it carefully. If our government knows about it, then the governments of other countries must know about it too. But Tianqian Technology still announced the launch, which means they agree. Or this action was requested by the top leaders of various countries. But why do this? If all the players who bought the game cabins were trapped in the game world, wouldn't that plunge the world into turmoil? Xia Fan couldn't help rubbing his temples. He really couldn't understand the operations of governments of various countries and Tianqian Technology. This behavior is really against common sense, is this? Eliminating the population. The next second, Xia Fan rejected the idea. There is no such method to eliminate the population. Those who can afford the game cabins in the first place are definitely not the lowest class of people. How can the population be eliminated directly from the middle and high levels? If that's true, either he is mentally ill or the whole world is ill. Could it be that there are aliens who have taken control of the top leaders of various countries, with the goal of trapping all of us in the game world and occupying our planet? At this moment, a girl's voice interrupted Xia Fan's thoughts. Xia Fan looked up and saw a girl in a blue and white uniform. Apparently, he had just woken up from a coma and heard the conversation between Xia Fan and Lan Kebai. Impossible, Lan Kebai directly denied the girl. Your idea doesn't stand up to scrutiny at all. It doesn't make any sense at all. You might as well say that we should eliminate the population. Xia Fan nodded, agreeing with Lan Kebai's idea. Alien. Stop talking nonsense. But then Xia Fan's pupils suddenly shrank. A terrifying thought popped into my mind. That is, since he has a system, why can't aliens exist? It's all nonsense anyway. But what if the nonsense actually becomes true? What if the world before our eyes is not a game world but real? Is it Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly, or is it the butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou? Which world is the real one, or are both worlds real shit? Can you be more ridiculous? Xia Fan's head hurt. It really hurts. And all sorts of random thoughts were running through his mind. He felt that if he continued to think about it, he would definitely become schizophrenic. Xia Fan shook his head and finally decided not to think about it anymore and put all these thoughts behind him. Things will work out when the time comes. He will definitely find out the truth of the matter later. What we should do now is to rob those who should be robbed and recruit those who should be recruited. For some reason, Xia Fan turned his head and looked at the girl who had just woken up. Girl, there are only two options before you. The first is to have a bounty battle with me and bet all our money. The second is that after experiencing a reincarnation nightmare, I will kill you and make you lose everything and start over in New Bark Town. Girl, holy shit, weren't we discussing how to quit the game? How did the topic suddenly turn into robbing myself? President, the girl looked at Lan Kebai in panic. Why are you looking at him? He has already transferred more than 20 billion to me. How can he keep you? Xia Fan glanced at Lan Kebai boss. Please show this girl the balance on your phone. Blue House White Konun with a desperate look on his face. He showed his cell phone with a balance of 10,000 yuan. Do you know which choice to make now? Xia Fan said with a smile. If you choose the first option and give up and transfer the money directly, I can give you a discount because you are beautiful. What's the offer? I'll leave you 100. People say the girl transferred 250. 0 yuan to Xia Fan with a resentful look on her face. Xia Fan, who received the transfer, glanced at ground and said, Suicun, a water gun to wake them all up. It's too troublesome to ask them one by one. A minute later, all members of the Blue and White Society and Team Mewtwo woke up. Xia Fan repeated everything he had said before, asking them to have a hearty bounty battle with him. Some people originally wanted to resist, but when they saw that Lan Kebai only had 10,000 yuan left in his mobile phone balance after spending 20 billion, they immediately transferred the money obediently. One after another they lined up to transfer money to Xia Fan. When a member of the Mewtwo team who was transferring money came up to Xia Fan called him and said, by the way, why do you have so many 3 sacred birds on the Mewtwo team? The man looked at Xia Fan in fear and said, because we found the tribe of the 3 sacred birds and captured them all. And the ones we brought this time are all without divine power. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and asked, did you catch the 3 sacred birds with divine power? We only captured molters. The man shook his head. Articuno and Zapdos are still planning. Xia Fan nodded. By the way, since you are called the Mewtwo team, have you found the location of Mewtwo? These words made the man hesitate. He wanted to look back at his companions, but Xia Fan's voice rang in his ears. If you look back again, I will let Mew send you into a nightmare and let you experience what it means to be unable to die. The man broke out in a cold sweat and said hesitantly, I heard they found it, but I don't know exactly where it is. I only know that everything we are doing now is to prepare for the capture of Mewtwo. Hearing this, Xia Fan glanced at the other members of Team Mewtwo, and seeing their embarrassed expressions, he realized that the man probably wasn't lying to him. An hour later, all transfers were completed. Xia Fan clapped his hands and said, okay, since you have transferred all your money to me, I can now give you 2 choices. The first is to join my pantheon and work for me in the future. The second is to leave and become an ordinary Pokémon trainer in this world. Don't worry, I am a man of my words and I am above board. If you choose the second option, I will definitely not hinder you. Team Mewtwo and the Blue and White Society looked at each other. Xia Fan added, those who choose the first option stand on the left, and those who choose the second option stand on the right. I'll give you 2 minutes to think about it. 2 minutes later, only 7 or 8 people chose the first option, and the rest all chose the second option. Xia Fan licked his lips at this. The treatment of my pantheon is the same as that of the Blue and White Society. As soon as he finished speaking, the number of people who chose the first option increased by more than half, while the number of people who chose the second option was only 15. And 10 of them were from the Mewtwo team. Xia Fan nodded with satisfaction. That's right. We chose the second option so we can leave now. Lan Kai said he would never join the Pantheon even if he was beaten to death after losing 20 billion in money and 80 billion worth of battleships. Okay, Xia Fan agreed. But then he called the Mewtwo team behind Lan Kebai. But these guys need to wait first. Do you want to regret it? Several members of Team Mewtwo said in panic. Change your mind, Xia Fan smiled. I asked you to stay for a while, just to tell your Mewtwo team's boss that I will be going to your Kanto region in a few days. Tell him to hurry up and capture Mewtwo. Otherwise, you won't have any resistance to me when I go there. The Mewtwo team members looked at each other and left with gritted teeth. Xia Fan watched them leave, then whispered in Suicun's ear. Follow them quietly. I'll arrange everything and rush to the Kanto region to meet you immediately. Suicun left the battleship upon hearing this. Xia Fan began to give tasks to the Blue and White Society members who chose to join the Pantheon, asking them to find more Blue and White Society members to join. At the same time, he selected a leader from among them and transferred 10 million to him as action funds. After finishing all these trivial matters, Xia Fan drove the battleship away alone 2 hours later. He arrived at the forest south of Violet City, the same forest where he had met Entei. Xia Fan parked the battleship in the forest and ordered the Pokémon there to take good care of it. If anyone outsiders approach, they will be expelled immediately. After arranging all these, Xia Fan led Mewtwo and the others away originally. He wanted to drive the battleship to the Kanto region to install the beep. But after learning from a member of the Blue and White Society that it would cost 100 million to operate it for a day, he decisively chose to leave it here and use it later depending on the situation. Ho-Oh, do you know where Lugia is? On the way to the Kanto region, Xia Fan sat on Ho-Oh's back and suddenly asked, "No." Ho-Oh's telepathy echoed in Xia Fan's mind. Now it has learned everything from Entei. Where is it? Let's go find it and let it join us. Xia Fan was overjoyed. He didn't expect that Ho-Oh would really know the answer to his casual question. But the next second Ho-Oh said, "I advise you not to go now." Why? Because if you want to tame it, master, the only way is to obtain the silver wing and then go find it. That is its feather. Only when the person who possesses the silver wing fights it and tames it can it obey. That's the same principle as your rainbow wing. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Do you know where the silver wing is? Have no idea. Xia Fan sighed, my head hurts. Why do I have to collect something before I can catch it? But I know who might have it, Xia Fan, eyes zero eyes. Can't you just finish your sentence in one breath? Do you have to pause so slowly before speaking? Who might have it? 3 sacred birds. Moltres, Articuno, and Zapdos, yes. Ho-Oh nodded slowly and gracefully. But I mean the 3 sacred birds with godhood. Their status is equal to Entei Reiku and Suicun below me. If Lugia values them, he should give one of them a silver wing. With a sound of "oh," Xia Fan bit her lip in thought. He remembered that the guy from the Mewtwo team seemed to have said that they had captured the godly Moltres, while Articuno and Zapdos were still planning. I hope it's not on Moltres. If it is, I can only apologize to Team Mewtwo in advance. Xia Fan muttered and then patted Ho-Oh's wings, asking it to fly faster. 2 hours later, Xia Fan arrived at Fuchsia City in the Kanto region. To avoid attracting attention to Ho-Oh's arrival, Xia Fan put it into a Pokeball, then transformed himself into Pidgeot and flew into the trees of the city below before transforming back into human form. Ho-Oh, how long will it take for Suicun to reach the Kanto region? After landing, Xia Fan whispered softly while holding the Pokeball. It may take another 4 or 5 hours. Ho-Oh's telepathy echoed in Xia Fan's mind. It's going to take so long, Xia Fan scratched his head. The reason why we landed in Fuchsia City was because we asked Ho-Oh before if he could sense where Suicun was in the Kanto region. Ho-Oh replied that they were coming too slowly and were still on their way to the Kanto region. Helplessly after hearing this, Xia Fan could only choose to land in Fuchsia City and wait. In that case, let's find a place to have a big meal first. Xia Fan walked out of the bushes, took out another Pokeball and muttered, Xiao Huan, what do you want to eat? I promised you a good meal before. And now I'm here to fulfill my promise. A red light flashed, and a Pikachu stood on Xia Fan's shoulder. At the same time, telepathy sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Take a look first. Pikachu swallowed and stood on Xia Fan's shoulder to direct him where to go. Xia Fan smiled and did not refuse. Following Mew's instructions, he began to wander around the streets of Fuchsia City. Since there are so many delicious foods in the Kanto region, Mew was overwhelmed and ended up spending an hour before he chose an old restaurant with a 10-meter-long queue. Some have been waiting. Xia Fan covered his stomach, feeling helpless. There is no way around it, you have to pamper your Pokémon. The most boring time is when waiting. Xia Fan can only take out his mobile phone to check the news to pass the time. It wasn't long before he saw his own news. The titles are a mysterious beast man suddenly appeared in Chengdu. The attempt of the Blue and White Society, the largest underground organization in Chengdu region, to capture Ho-Oh was stopped by the divine beast man. The legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh has been captured by the legendary Pokémon man. A list of the most difficult Pokémon to control. The strongest one is not Ho-Oh. Please tell us in detail what kind of existence the Pantheon, the organization to which the divine beast man belongs is. There are many news headlines like this, anyway. All the news related to him has become a hot search. And people are constantly participating in the discussion. At first, Xia Fan thought that only people in the Chengdu region were discussing this. As a result, while waiting in line, I suddenly heard a few young people in front of me discussing him enthusiastically. The words were full of admiration. And Xia Fan really wanted to step forward and say, "Brothers, I am your idols. I wonder if you can ask your idol to step down from the team so I can sign an autograph." But just as he took a step, he suddenly thought that it would be embarrassing to say this. So Xia Fan just continued to queue obediently as a person. Once you become famous, you still have to have some image baggage. It feels good to just listen to you guys flattering me silently. After waiting in line for an hour, Xia Fan finally entered the restaurant. The TV in the restaurant was playing the scene of the fierce battle between Mew and Ho-Oh. And all the diners were watching TV and discussing the beast man enthusiastically. Xia Fan entered the box under the guidance of the waiter. After serving a large table full of dishes, Xia Fan released Entei Reiku and let them eat with Mew. He then walked out of the box with a bowl of rice and listened to the diners' admiration for him with a smile. As long as someone flatters him well, he will shout for more dishes and say he will treat everyone. The diners looked confused while walking. I was browsing the hot news about myself in the Kanto region. Xia Fan was almost smiling as he scrolled through the trending searches from top to bottom. When he reached the one at the bottoms, the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. Vermilion City will hold a Pokémon trainer competition on July 9th. The final winner will receive the legendary treasure Silver Wing. July 9th, that's the day after tomorrow. Xia Fan's expression was full of disbelief. When did he get so lucky? I was looking for Silver Wing and it just landed on my doorstep. Is he really the son of destiny in this world? Whatever he wants comes true. Mewtwo Menge, come out and fight me. At the magical sight, Xia Fan suddenly shouted. The result was a look of idiocy. A passing player couldn't help but say, "Brother, how many dishes are there? You're drinking like this." Xia Fan walked away quickly with a calm face. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan and Suicun met in the dense forest west of Fuchsia City. When Suicun saw Xia Fan, he immediately showed an expression as if he had seen a ghost. "Master, why are you here?" Xia Fan took out the Pokeball, hesitated for a while and explained, how should I put it? I didn't expect Ho-Oh to fly so much faster than you." Suicun's expression immediately turned into a Sima face. "So why did it go to so much trouble to chase those guys to the Kanto region? Don't be like that, it's not like you made this trip in vain." Xia Fan stroked Suicun apologetically. "I just got a message that there will be a trainer competition in Vermilion City in the Kanto region the day after tomorrow. The prize for the winner is the Silver Wing, which is necessary to tame Lugia. I need to get there. So I still need you to keep a close eye on those guys. But don't worry, I will definitely take you out for a good meal next time we meet. I'm sorry I'm different from Senior Mew. I don't like to eat human food," with a cold snort. Suicun ran away from Xia Fan with a proud look on his face and continued to chase someone. "Suicun is angry," Mew's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. Xia Fan sighed. "I didn't expect Ho-Oh to be so much faster than them. So it's my fault, Master." Ho-Oh's voice also rang in Xia Fan's mind. Its voice had a queen-like quality, which instantly froze Xia Fan's face. There was only one thought running wildly through my mind. Danger. 2 seconds later, Xia Fan suddenly looked heartbroken. "No, it's all my fault. If I knew you better, it wouldn't be like this. After the words fell, Entei and Reiku in the Pokeball were speechless, though. This guy starts again. As for Ho-Oh, who just joined, he was stunned. He didn't expect Xia Fan to admit his mistake so frankly. He even felt embarrassed, say that. This is not your problem, after all, I just joined your team. I believe you won't be like this after we get along for a long time. Ho-Oh's voice sounded a bit like that of an understanding older sister. Entei and Reiku were even more speechless after hearing this. Alas, Lord Ho-Oh really fell into the trap. After following Xia Fan for such a long time, they have already reached a set of conclusions, that is, I would rather believe that there are ghosts in the world than believe what Mr. Xia says he can even make the dead appear alive. An hour later, Xia Fan came to Vermilion City from Fuchsia City on the Ho-Oh. Different from the coastal city of Kyeongkong City in Chengdu region. Vermilion City is an international harbor city by the sea. Cruise ships from here can take you to all parts of the world. And vice versa. Many cruise ships from all over the world also come here. Therefore, Pokémon from other regions can often be seen here. When Xia Fan arrived in Vermilion City, the first thing he did was to buy a big bag of ice cream. This is what he did when he first arrived in a soggy city, taking Munchlax and Mew to eat while trying to find out where Reiku was. But now he was leading Mew alone, eating ice cream while looking for the competition registration address written on his phone. Entei and Reiku looked at them with a little envy. It's really good to know how to transform. By the way, Ho-Oh, what do you usually eat? I'll try to get it for you. When Xia Fan was halfway through licking the ice cream, he suddenly thought of a key issue, that is, due to the size of the ice cream, he seemed to have never given Ho-Oh anything to eat. Not even a sip of water. Although he is a powerful first-level god, he should also need to eat to absorb energy. Unlike Entei and Reiku, who could be let out to eat as much as they want in a larger box. I eat things that you, master, can't buy. A delicate sound of Ho-Oh rang out. Those things can only grow in specific places, if possible. Master, you can find a secret place to let me out at night. I can go find food by myself and will probably be back early tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Xia Fan handed the bag of ice cream to Mew and asked it to take a look. Then he ran to the corner, flashed a white light, turned into a Pidgeot and flew away. 2 minutes later he returned. Xia Fan picked up the bag and continued to look for the registration address with Mew. After walking slowly for another half an hour, they finally found the registration site for the competition. However, when seeing the dragon that was dozens of meters long, Xia Fan couldn't help but frown. It's already evening. Why are there still so many people queuing up to sign up? Is this necessary? Xia Fan's dissatisfied expression caught the attention of a middle-aged man wearing a hat. The man stepped forward and said, "Hey young man, would you like to sign up for the Pokémon trainer competition that will open the day after tomorrow?" Xia Fan nodded. Are you pressed for time and don't want to wait in line? Xia Fan nodded again. The man immediately showed a frowning smile. I have a way to help you solve it. What method? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Come with me. The man pulled Xia Fan to the third position of the dragon head. I can sell this location to you for 20,000. Wow. When Xia Fan heard this, his expression became quite interesting. Damn, which B **** D brought the scalper business here. It's really a beautiful job. Xia Fan decisively paid the money and took the third place. Things that can be done with money now are nothing to him. Just kidding, with more than 20 billion in my pocket. I am the most handsome guy in the world, however. A minute later when it was Xia Fan's turn to register. Xia Fan looked at the registration fee of 50 yuan and fell into deep thought again. It's not that I think it's too expensive, but I suspect that this competition is a scam under the guise of Silver Wing. It costs 50,000 just to register. Where did the organizer come from? After thinking it over for a while, Xia Fan finally paid the money and reported it, but in the end, if he wins but doesn't get the Silver Wing, He will rush to the organizer's house and demand a hearty bounty fight. 2 days later, the waiting area for contestants at the Vermilion City Pokémon Trainer Tournament. Xia Fan took a nap in a recliner around him. There were many trainers giving their Pokémon pregame training. Not long after, there was a sudden noise in the waiting area. Wake Xia Fan up from her nap, he yawned, sat up from the armchair, and looked towards the noisy place with impatient eyes. But the crowd was so crowded that he couldn't see anything and could only hear some key information from the noise. That is the Ice Elite Lorelei, one of the Elite Four in the Kanto region, brought her disciples to participate in this competition. After hearing the news, Xia Fan couldn't help but want to go in and take a look. In his memory, Lorelei is not only very powerful in the Pokémon world, but also seems to be a mature beauty. Everyone has Rebecca's heart, and Xia Fan is no exception. It's not against the law to look at a beautiful woman who has both strength and beauty. It's just that there were too many perverts outside, and Xia Fan couldn't squeeze in. In response, Xia Fan licked his lips and thought about it. 2 seconds later, he snapped his fingers. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck the cloudless blue sky. Because the waiting area is open air, therefore, it directly hit a big tree in the waiting area. The sound of thunder was so deafening that it almost frightened everyone present to death. Xia Fan took advantage of this opportunity to rush to the front of the crowd. I saw a woman with big red hair and a sexy business suit. At this moment, she was looking at the big tree that was struck by lightning in surprise. Teacher, this is a bad sign. It means there must be some bad people among this group of people. We'd better avoid contact with them. Behind Lorelei stood a handsome young man in a suit. He looked at the trainers who came up to him with disdain, as if he was guarding his own forbidden fruit. Jia Ren, do you know this? Lorelei looked at the young man beside her. The young man retracted his contemptuous gaze and replied in a friendly manner, I also learned this from my grandfather. Teacher, I saw the filthiness from these people. The lightning strike just now was to strike this filthiness. So you must stay away from them to avoid being struck by lightning by mistake. Filth aura, there is such a thing as that. Lorelei was full of surprise. Can I learn this skill from you? Jia Ren shook his head, I'm sorry, teacher. This skill is unique to our family. Only those of our bloodline can see it, okay then. Lorelei was a little disappointed and prepared to leave under the guidance of the young man. After listening to their conversation, Xia Fan's mouth twitched slightly. This guy named Jia Ren must be a player too. His ability to talk nonsense is comparable to his. The thunder skill he used casually became a skill to dispel the dirty air in this guy's mouth. The trainers around them, who had just come to their senses from the thunder, began to look at each other unfriendlily. Oh my God, what the hell is going on? You are full of filth. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky above the dark clouds. The dazzling thunder and lightning frightened everyone again. The one who was most frightened was Jia Ren, because the lightning struck exactly 1 meter behind him, which was where he had just stood. Jia Ren said to Lorelei with a pale face, Teacher, we need to move faster. The foul aura of these guys is enough to cause lightning to strike randomly. Fortunately, I had a warning just now. Otherwise, the students would have been killed by now. Lorelei swallowed and looked at the mine pit behind her. Feeling a little scared, as you say. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. Jia Ren was really good at making up stories. How could he get away with it like this again? He is a professional counterfeiter, and he doesn't believe that he can't expose your fake today. Clatter, a crisp snap of fingers was heard. The next second, under the gaze of everyone, the third bolt strike landed. This time it landed directly 1 meter in front of Jia Ren. The man was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as paper. Xia Fan touched his chin and exclaimed at the right time, Tusk, tusk, tusk. 2 of the 3 thunders seemed to be struck at Mr. Jia Ren. The real filthy energy can't be on Jia Ren. That makes sense. Other trainers who disliked Jia Ren immediately agreed and talked about how the real dirty air actually came from Jia Ren. Ren was anxious and quickly retorted, "You are talking nonsense. How could the lightning strike today after I and teacher have been together for so long? It's obviously caused by you otherwise. How could it be struck by lightning as soon as we arrived here?" On this, the trainers were stunned. It was difficult to refute Ren's words at this time. Xia Fan touched his chin and said, "It must be that the foul aura on you was not strong before. But it has become strong now. Otherwise, why would the thunder strike you instead of us?" "Yeah, oh yes, that's right, that's it." The trainer's eyes lit up and they echoed again. "You're talking nonsense. Only 2 of the 3 thunderbolts came down. Does that mean they were meant to strike me? It's obvious that your filthy energy was too strong, and the thunderbolts didn't know who to strike. So they accidentally struck me, I was hit by mistake." Ren looked at Xia Fan with anger also. "Stop spreading rumors here to confuse the public." Just as he finished speaking, there was a crackling sound and the 4th one fell. This time the sound blew directly past Ren's ear, causing tinnitus in his ears. Xia Fan, well, 3 lightning strikes in a row. It seems that the probability of being struck by lightning by mistake is quite high. The trainers around couldn't help but burst out laughing. They all laughed at Ren and told him to stop being stubborn. The dirty air actually came from him. And he was also the ominous sign. Ren refused to accept it. After the tinnitus came to his senses, he continued to argue angrily, "You guys are talking nonsense. The thunder didn't even hit me. How can you blame me for the filthy air?" Lorelei, who was standing by, became anxious when she heard this and quickly released her Pokémon Jinx. As a result, the 5th thunder really struck down. This time it came directly towards Ren's head. Fortunately, Lorelei directed Jinx to block it with her hands in time. Xia Fan, Mr. Ren, do you want to continue talking?" Ren's face turned pale and he looked up at the sky. Still refusing to surrender, Before she could finish a word, Lorelei decisively ordered Jinx to seal her mouth with confusion and then take the person away. Lorelei left, leaving Jinx to take Ren with her. As Xia Fan watched them leaving, he began to murmur in his heart, "It seems that the charm of this silver wing is really not as great as that of normal." Lorelei is recognized as one of the 4 strongest trainers in the Kanto region. And her influence in the Kanto region is very great. Even she brought people to participate. Which means that this competition must be full of strong people, and it will be very difficult to win. Except him, of course. Half an hour later, the big screen and radio in the waiting area were turned on at the same time, indicating that the competition was about to begin and introducing the competition system. There are a total of 128 contestants in this competition. Contestants are randomly selected by computer to compete in pairs for 5 days. The promotion arrangement is 128 to 64, 64 to 32, 32 to 16, and 16 to 8. The final winner will be selected on the day of the quarterfinals. When the competition system was introduced, the big screen in the waiting area began to randomly draw the contestants for the first round. Since there were 4 competition venues, 8 contestants' portraits soon appeared on the big screen, with the contestant numbers written below them. Group A, No 99 contestant Xia Fan vs. No 26 contestant Wang Ling. Group B, contestant No 44 Marifin vs. contestant No 102 Zeolila. Group C, contestant No 8 Mogan. Group D, contestant No 32. Looking at Group A on the big screens, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't expect that he would be picked for the first match of the competition. In that case, let him have his best debut. Xia Fan walked towards the entrance of Group A's competition. A few minutes later, he arrived at the competition venue. Group A's venue is a gravel venue that is conducive to the strength of rock and ground Pokémon. Please release your first Pokémon. The host's voice came from the radio. The victory or defeat of the game can only be determined by 3 Pokémon. Come out, Venusaur. The one fighting against Xia Fan was a beautiful girl who released her strongest Pokémon at the beginning. In response, Xia Fan raised his lips and threw out his Pokéball. Come out, Alakazam. A red light flashed and an Alakazam appeared. This was an arrangement he had thought of a long time ago. If he wanted to win cleanly, he might as well let Mew transform into the Psychic-type Alakazam. In this way, Mew's powerful psychic skills can be used openly. The broadcasting voice sounded again, very good. Now both players have released their strongest Pokémon as soon as they appear on the stage. And now it will be the system roulette that determines who will attack first. In official competitions, the first attack in a Pokémon duel will be decided by the system roulette of the tournament organizer. And whichever side it spins to will launch the first attack. The roulette wheel finally stopped on the girl's side. The girl clenched her fists excitedly and shouted, Venusaur. Razor Leaf, a growl sounded. And dozens of sharp leafages flew out from Venusaur's back and headed straight for Alakazam. Xia Fan stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, Alakazam teleport connect to Psycho Cut, Alakazam tilde. Alakazam disappeared from the ground instantly. The girls and Venusaur looked around hurriedly for Alakazam. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw a huge heart-shaped blade suddenly appearing out of thin air in midair. The sharp blade seemed to be pulled up by an invisible bow. Just when the girl was about to order to dodge, it was shot out before her. An arrow shot Venusaur into the wall without warning, making it lose its combat effectiveness instantly. The girl was stunned immediately, because it was less than 5 seconds since the start of the game, and her strongest Venusaur was eliminated originally. She wanted to perform a 1-on-3 performance as soon as she came on stage. But now it looks like she is going to be beaten 3-1. Come back, Venusaur, taking a deep breath. The girl told herself that she must regroup. There is no strongest Pokémon, only the strongest trainer. As long as she commands properly, she still has a chance to win. Come out, Pikachu, however. 3 seconds later, an excited voice sounded on the radio. It's incredible. Alakazam actually used Psychic to instantly make the Pikachu, which had just appeared, lose its combat effectiveness. Now our player Wang Xing only has 1 Pokémon left. Let's pray for her and don't become the first player in history to lose 3 Pokémons in less than 10 seconds after their appearance. May I remind you all, we just checked the time backstage. Venusaur only took 3.98 seconds from appearance to defeat, and Pikachu took 2.65 seconds from appearance to defeat. As long as Alakazam can eliminate rivals so cleanly and in less than 3.37 seconds, it will have accomplished a miracle that no one has ever accomplished in the history of the competition. As soon as the words fell, the scene suddenly boiled over. I have to say that the host behind the broadcast is a troublemaker. Originally, the audience had not realized this. But now that he mentioned it, their interest has increased several times. I defeated 3 people in the battle in less than 10 seconds. If I succeeded, that would be a miracle. Xia Fan was also stunned. If the host hadn't said it, he wouldn't have reacted. If he had commanded Mew to kill 3 enemies in 10 seconds, he would have been showing off in the first battle. Opposite Xia Fan, the girl's face immediately turned purple after hearing the broadcast. Damn, if this really happened, the man opposite her would have achieved a miracle, and she would become the biggest joke in history. After hesitating for a while, the girl suddenly raised her hand and said, I give up. After saying that, she covered her face and ran away. She doesn't know whether it's a miracle or not. But just don't step on her to accomplish a miracle. After the girl admitted defeat, there was an immediate sigh from the audience. What a pity a possible miracle was lost, since our no. 26 Wang Xing has chosen to concede. Congratulations to our no. 99 Xia Fan for advancing to the next round. The man behind the broadcast also sighed, feeling regretful for not seeing the miracle. The only regret I have is that I lost the fan. If this game doesn't work, then what about the next one? With Alakazam in Mew transform, he doesn't believe that anyone can withstand this powerful psychic. Of course, except for evil Pokémon after the first match. Xia Fan returned to the waiting area and immediately attracted the attention of other trainers. They also saw the battle just now through the big screen. I was shocked at the strength of that Alakazam. The other groups hadn't even finished fighting a single Pokémon. But this guy had already done it. He's truly terrifyingly powerful. Of course, some people disagree. For example, Humph. You only know how to bully women who are not that strong. If you meet someone stronger, you will be doomed. Xia Ren passed by Xia Fan with a sarcastic look on his face. He is the second player to play in Group A. After Xia Fan comes down, it is his turn to play. Then I hope this little brother with the aura of filth can surpass me and defeat 3 opponents in 10 seconds. Just don't get struck by lightning in the middle of the game and achieve another miracle in the history of the game. Xia Fan was not someone who was willing to suffer a loss. So he immediately fought back. When it comes to empty talk and deception, Xia is not afraid of anything. Xia Ren stopped and became angry when he talked about the lightning strike just now. He turned around and was about to argue with Xia Fan. But just as he was about to speak eloquently, soaring in the sky suddenly rolled out with thunder. He was so scared that he swallowed it immediately. He just said, "Don't let me meet you in the game. Otherwise, I will definitely let you see the difference in strength." And then ran into the entrance of Group A's arena. Xia Fan snorted and turned away. Today's game is over. So I took Mew out to eat something delicious. MS. Gyoligia, can I see the identity information of this person? In a VIP room in the waiting areas. Lorelei stared at Xia Fan, who was walking away through the glass window. She saw what Xia Ren and Xia Fan did just now. But what puzzled her was the thunder soaring in the sky just now. The woman's intuition told her that the young man not far away might be related to those thunders. Because she felt that these lightning bolts seemed to be struck according to the young man's wishes. Why did he chop the sword when he was arguing with Xia Ren? Instead of earlier or later? What's wrong, Sister Lorelei? Do you want to teach him a lesson on behalf of your apprentice? A beautiful girl with blue hair stepped forward. She is the organizer of this competition. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Lorelei rolled her eyes. I just saw that he's very powerful and wanted to learn more about his resume. Yeah, very similar, Gyoligia responded playfully. Then turned around to pick up the notebook on the table. In this room at this moment besides Gyoligia and Lorelei, there were 3 other people sitting there, a young man with short red hair, a strong man with his upper body naked, and an old woman dressed like a witch holding a cane. They are the other 3 elites besides Lorelei. While Gyoligia was looking up Xia Fan's background information, the red-haired young man stood up and walked over to Lorelei and asked, "Why are you suspecting that the boy is from Team Mewtwo?" Lance, I really just want to understand. Lorelei shook her head helplessly. Also, Team Mewtwo has been a bit high-profile recently. But they shouldn't be stupid enough to participate in a tournament and show off their strength so high-profilely. Isn't that obviously attracting attention? That's true. Lance thought for a moment and finally nodded. But that boy's Alakazam is really amazing. This is the first time I've seen Alakazam defeat Venusaur with just 1 Psycho cut. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to enter the semifinals or even the finals. At this point, Lance looked at the gloomy old woman and said, "Senior Agatha, you have to keep an eye on this person. Don't let him capsize in the ditch." The old woman turned around and snorted coldly, "Are you looking down on me? Lance, he is just a little kid. My Jengar will let him see the real difference in strength. I found his registration information, but..." At this time, Gyoligia interrupted the conversation. Lance and Lorelei turned around and looked. Gradually, their expressions became speechless. Because in Xia Fan's registration information, there were dozens of questions on a page. But only 3 words were left besides the name. Honor, guess address, guess age, guess height, guess family member, guess medals received, guess Obi the way. The only difference is the way he filled in the gender and message columns. Gender, as long as you are not blind. You can tell whether I am a man or a woman. Message to the competition. Are you investigating the household registration or registering? If the registration is free, it would be fine if there were so many questions. But the registration fee is 50. 0 yuan and you still have so many nonsense questions. Please go to the hospital to check your brain. After reading the information, Lance and Lorelei looked at the old woman sitting aside at the same time, because she was the one who proposed these questions, hoping to find out the members of Team Mewtwo from here. She believed that with so many questions, it would be a lot of trouble for Team Mewtwo to make them up. Otherwise, they would be found out easily. Noticing the looks from Lance and Lorelei, the old woman frowned and stood up and walked to the computer. After a while, his expression gradually became gloomy. Lance laughed and said with such strange information, "It seems that this boy is most likely not a member of the Mewtwo team. By the way, Lorelei, let's go to the scene to watch your apprentice's competition." Lorelei beside her also nodded in agreement awkwardly. Soon, the old woman was the only one left in the room. She looked at the computer and slammed the ground with her cane. "Just wait for me, you be *****D the next day. In the 64-32 competition, the system picked Xia Fan again. This time the venue is a bush venue that is good for grass and bug types. And his rival is No 50, a young man named Yashin. Please release your first Pokémon." The host's voice came from the radio. Xia Fan released his Pokémon first. A red light flashed and it was Alakazam again. As soon as Alakazam appeared on the stage, the audience outside the stadium began to boil, shouting 3 in 10 seconds, 3 in 10 seconds. Apparently yesterday's performance was still fresh in their minds. But this growl didn't shout for long before he suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "What a pity." Because Xia Fan's rival released Absol. Known as the Disaster Beast, Absol is a Dark-type Pokémon, and Psychic-type skills are ineffective against it. So it is a natural counter to Psychic-type Pokémon like Alakazam. Even the host behind the broadcast called it a pity after seeing it. He had just wanted to use this game to boost the audience's emotions. But now it seems that this is not going to work. The system wheel spun, and this time it stopped on Xia Fan's avatar. So in this duel, Xia Fan attacked first. Absol stands still and let it attack. After seeing that it was Xia Fan who attacked first, the young man No. 50 named Yashin crossed his arms and commanded his Pokémon with confidence. Obviously, he wanted to step on Xia Fan to pretend to be big. Absol shook his head, and his handsome face attracted a large number of screaming fans. It seems that this is being underestimated. Xia Fan raised the corner of his mouth, looked at the other party's confident face and said calmly, "Alakazam, since this guy wants to stand there and let us fight, let him do it. Release Miracle Eye and connect with Psychic." Alakazam tilde. 2 transparent rune wheels suddenly appeared in Alakazam's eyes. Through the rune wheels, it only takes a moment to analyze the psychic waveform that cannot be resolved by the evil system. Then following Xia Fan's instructions, Alakazam waved his hands, and a powerful and invisible confusion was suddenly released through the spoon in his hands. Absol, feeling a strong confusion coming, proudly puffed out his chest and pulled in his stomach. An expression that said, "Hey, I know you're awesome at psychic, but I won't hide. What can you do to me?" However, the next second, when the powerful confusion directly passed through its skin and hair that could neutralize the confusion attack. Sigma degrees, Absol was hit hard instantly. Before it could be shocked as to why this happened, a powerful confusion had already resonated within it, lifting its body up and slamming it into the wall of the arena, creating a huge hole. Absol Chinese letter. How is this possible? My Absol is a dark type. How could he be hurt by a psychic type attack? Yashin's eyes bulged out in shock at this moment. The host's excited voice suddenly came from the radio. "It's Miracle Eye." This Alakazam actually used Miracle Eye to break the dark type's natural defense against the psychic type. Everyone look at the big screens. There was an uproar in the audience. After looking up at the big screen, they stood up and started shouting slogans like 3 in 10 seconds. 1 through 3, 1 through 3. 1 through 3 in 10 seconds. Host's passion was ignited again, dear audience friends. I just calculated the time backstage. It took Alakazam 35 seconds from attacking to eliminating Absol. So there are still 65 seconds left in this match to complete the 10-second 1-on-3 elimination. Please ask contestant number 50 Ashan to release your second Pokémon. As soon as he finished speaking, Yasin immediately felt everyone's urgent gazes. Breaking out in a cold sweat, released the second Pokémon. A Primeape, however, as soon as it was released, a powerful confusion attacked Primeape. First water, hurry up. When Yasin saw this scene, he immediately became angry and yelled at Xia Fan. Do you have any martial ethics? I just released it and didn't say a word. Why did you attack me? Xia Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry. I could feel the high emotions of the audience, and I couldn't help but want to fulfill their wishes and end the challenge quickly. Ku Yasin took a breath. And after a few seconds of calming down, he shouted to the referee, "Referees, this okay?" The referee outside the venue also scratched his head, not knowing how to respond for a moment. After all, it was the first time he encountered such a situation. At this time, the broadcast sounded, "Contestant Yasin. Although this method is indeed somewhat unethical, it is not against the rules. As long as we start the fight, we can attack at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, the audience in the audience began to scold Yasin for talking too much nonsense. If he was not strong, he should not waste time here. If he was strong, he would not be eliminated. He should release the third Pokémon as soon as possible. Hearing these insults, Yasin was so angry that he cursed in his heart. After grinding his teeth for a while, he finally spat on the ground and shouted, "Bah! You want to step on my name and complete a 10-second three-pointer? Don't dream I won't agree to it even if I die." Referee, I give up. Yasin walked off the stage cursing. Due to his surrender, Xia Fan's challenge of 1 against 3 in 10 seconds was still not completed. This made most of the audience sigh and feel sorry. As soon as he returned to the waiting area, Yasin found several trainers who were also contestants. There were both men and women between them, and they seemed to have known each other for a long time. You guys watched the match just now, right? I think the guy named Xia Fan will be our strong rival in obtaining Silver Wing. His Alakazam is just too terrifying. Leading them to a corners, Yasin said with an unwilling look on his face. A bronze-skinned boy agreed, "You're right. The most important thing is that after 2 games, he only sent out 1 Alakazam. We don't know what the other 2 Pokémon are. If we run into him in the next few rounds, we'll be in trouble." A girl in a lace skirt said, "Do you think he is a thug sent by the Elite Four to ensure that Silver Wing can fall into their hands?" The girl's words immediately made the trainers around her fall into deep thought. A young man in a white short-sleeved shirt frowned and said, "If that's the case, then it's troublesome. His other 2 Pokémon must be very powerful. Do you think we should find a way to find out the details of his strength first? You guys are really making too much fuss. Is this necessary?" A young man who had been playing with his phone without saying anything raised his head. "It's only the second day of the competition. And you're so scared when you meet a strong opponent. You're too cowardly, can't you wait another day? Maybe the one called Xia Fan will be eliminated in tomorrow's 32-16 competition. And more importantly, don't forget that Lorelai's disciple Jia Ren is also participating in the competition. If we really have to say who is the Elite Four's thug, it should be Jia Renan, the first person to be wary of his rival, who should also be Jia Ren. What if another powerful person appears later? Will you think that person is also a thug hired by the Elite Four?" The young man's words shut up the others. After thinking for a while, the bronze-skinned boy said, "Let's wait a day and see how Xia Fan performs tomorrow before deciding whether it's necessary to make a move." On day 3 in the 32-16 competition, after Xia Fan stepped into the competition venue again, before the host on the radio could speak, the audience in the audience seats shouted 3 in 10 seconds. 3 in 10 seconds like a tsunami. Many of them were viewers who had seen Xia Fan's performance on TV in Vermilion City in the past 2 days and wanted to witness whether it was possible for him to kill 3 players in 10 seconds. Please release your first Pokémon. Xia Fan still released Alakazam. Opposite him was a middle-aged man. Seeing Xia Fan release Alakazam again as expected, he sneered and shouted, "The reputation of your Alakazam ends in this battle." He threw his Pokeball, and a Metagross with Psychic and Steel attributes rushed out. As soon as it appeared, the host on the radio couldn't help but sigh and said with a look of regret, "It's Metagross contestant No. 63QZ. Has released a Metagross that can weaken psychic attacks by 4 times. It seems that the challenge of destroying 3 enemies in 10 seconds is still unattainable." As soon as he finished speaking, the system roulette wheel began to spin. And just like yesterday, it turned to Xia Fan's avatar. Xia Fan, who had the right to attack, first shouted to Kuzigia, "Hey, since you were so confident just now, do you have the guts to stand there without using your skills to defend and let me attack with one of my skills? Are you provoking me?" Kuzigia was also a man with a lot of experience, and he immediately realized that Xia Fan was using provocation. Xia Fan laughed, looking like a pure and innocent boy. "That's right, Unclair Pokémon is Metagross, and the Orberg body can weaken the damage from psychic attacks by 4 times. And I want to complete the challenge of 3 kills in 10 seconds. So I can only try this. How about this if I fail? I will directly declare my Alakazam defeated and replace it with another Pokémon to avoid wasting everyone's time." Kuzigia was tempted. He thought that with just 1 hit, he could eliminate the Alakazam. That would be a sure win-win deal. His Metagross is 4 times weakened when it comes to Psychic-type attacks. So Psychic-type attacks are basically just tickles, and it is impossible to be eliminated in 1 hit. Therefore, after a few seconds, Kuzigia waved his hand and said, "Metagross, you don't have to do anything. Just stand there and take the attack from that Alakazam." Big Money Metagross, who had used confusion to float in the air, heard his master's command and immediately fell to the ground. Xia Fan's mouth curled up. He liked people who thought they had taken advantage. Alakazam, teleport to the top of Metagross's head. Alakazam as instructed. Alakazam teleported to the top of Metagross's head. Kuzigia laughed, "Hey he he. You don't think that if you stand on top of Metagross and attack him with Psychic, you can increase the damage?" The funny sound didn't last for 2 seconds before a second command came from the other side. Shadow Ball. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge black energy ball quickly condensed on Alakazam's chest. Looking at this energy ball, Kuzigia was stunned. Before he could come to his senses and regret, Alakazam had already pressed down when he ordered Metagross to use defensive skills. The pitch-black energy ball instantly enveloped his Metagross. 3 seconds later, energy ball dissipates Metagross sudden. On the radio, the host's voice shouted excitedly again, "Shadow Ball. It's a ghost-type skill Shadow Ball that can deal double damage to Metagross. Incredible too incredible. This Alakazam actually learned Shadow Ball. Has it overcome all its weaknesses? But unfortunately, I just got news from the backstage that it took Alakazam 45 seconds from the beginning of the attack to the elimination of Metagross, which means there are only 3.55 seconds left. If rival is not eliminated instantly, the challenge will most likely fail." Compared to the excitement of the host and the audience, the expression on Kuzigi's face when he looked at Xia Fan was really as if he was about to vomit blood due to anger. He began to understand why the B*******D on the other side wanted him not to use defensive skills. Damn it. I was just afraid that he would see Shadow Ball and decisively order Metagross to use the skill Protect. There is no martial ethics. Young people have no martial ethics. Do you have to use such tricks to kill 3 people in 10 seconds? After taking a deep breath and suppressing the anger in his heart, Kuzigia released the second Pokémon with a Triad attitude. A Nidoking that is completely defenseless against psychic skills. As expected, as soon as he was released, he was instantly killed by Alakazam with a psychic shot under the command of the unsportsmanlike Xia Fan. The radio then shouted excitedly that Alakazam only took 1 second this time, and there were 2.55 seconds left. so there was still a chance to complete the 10-second series of 3. Upon hearing this, just like Yashin yesterday, Kuzigia raised his hand and shouted without saying a word. "Referee, I give up waiting areas." All the players who watched Xia Fan's game couldn't help but open their mouths and pray in their hearts that they would not meet him in the next game. "I'm not worried about whether I can win if I encounter this situation. But I'm worried that if I encounter this situation, there is a possibility that I will be killed 3 times or 2 times in 10 seconds. Which is embarrassing anyway. No, we've already made it to the top 16. The chances of him running into us in the next round are very high. We have to test this guy's true strength. If we don't get the silver wing because of him, it will be hard to explain to the boss. The boss lent us all his powerful Pokémon." In the corner of the waiting areas, Yasin and his friends gathered together again immediately after watching the game. The bronze-skinned boy said, "Xiao, you are pretty. When he is finished, go over and get some information from him. No matter what method you use, at least you have to get out which Pokémon he is going to use in this tournament, and what other hidden cards he has for that Alakazam." "Okay, I'll go there later." The girl called Xiao nodded. The bronze-skinned boy added, "Oh, there is one more crucial point. Can you try to get him to tell you whether he is a thug hired by the Elite Four?" "He's out, Xiao, hurry over there." Yashin suddenly shouted. Everyone turned their heads and saw a young man walking out from the entrance of Group A. The girl tidied her appearance, took a deep breath, and then walked over, but as soon as she took a step, she saw a charming woman with red hair appear beside the boy before her. I don't know what they talked about, but he followed the woman. Everyone witnessed this scene. And Yasin clapped his hands in anger. It's confirmed. That guy is definitely a member of the Elite Four. He's gone with that B****ch Lorelei. I don't believe him if he's not a thug of the Elite Four. The bronze-skinned boy nodded grimly. In that case, we should first find out the strength of that guy and find a way to deal with him. Well, my fellow elites, I'm serious. If I lie to you, I'll be struck by thunder. In the luxurious private room in the waiting room, Xia Fan blushed as he looked at the Kanto Elite Four in the room, holding a wine glass in his left hand and pointing to the sky with his right hand, as if to say, I definitely didn't lie to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he staggered to the ground and began to snore after he fell. The Elite Four smiled at each other, picked up their glasses, clinked them together and drank them all. They began to leave one after another. The time goes back to 1 hour ago, just after Xia Fan walked out of the Group A track. Lorelei, an ice elite, found him and said she wanted to talk to him and make friends. He didn't refuse and followed Lorelei away. When he arrived at the private rooms, he didn't expect that in addition to Lorelei, there were 3 other elites there. As soon as I saw him, I was struck by his enthusiasm. Anyway, they just flattered him and treated him to delicious food and wine, so that he didn't understand whether they were the elite or he was the elite. No matter how awesome he wasn't good enough for these guys to flatter him so enthusiastically. After flattering them, Xia Fan finally understood what these guys were doing, because their next words were a mixture of good words and some questions. Ask him what other Pokémon he has besides Alakazam. How strong are they? Can they compete with Alakazam? Are you interested in a hearty battle with the Elite Four? After hearing these questions, Xia Fan immediately understood that these guys wanted to test his bottom line. His mind began to spin rapidly and he came to a conclusion. That is, the Elite Four do not want to make it to the end and obtain the silver wing. After reaching this conclusion, Xia Fan decisively started acting mode as if he was drunk. He told the Elite Four everything they wanted to know. In addition to Alakazam, the other 2 Pokémon used for the game are Eevee and Butterfree, because he firmly believes that his Alakazam is the strongest, and he can make it to the end and win the silver wing with it alone. The Elite Four expressed disbelief. Then the scene just now appeared. He pointed to the sky with one hand and shouted proudly, "If I lied to you, I will be struck by thunder." Then he fell to the ground and fell asleep. After lying on the ground for 5 minutes, with no sound in the room, Xia Fan slowly opened his eyes. He turned his head towards the door with a playful look on his face. "You little brat, you still want to trick him into talking. If I don't fool you, I'm not a Xia Fan." Relying on his actor qualities, Xia Fan lay on the ground for another hour. Then he slowly got up from the ground as if he had just woken up from a drunken stupor. He held his head and opened the door. He left the waiting room under the gaze of many contestants. But as soon as he walked out, a pure and lovely girl suddenly blocked his way. With an admiring look on his face, he wanted Xia Fan to sign his autograph and take a photo with him. And Xia Fan did not refuse, however. When signing autographs and taking photos, the girl started asking him questions from time to time, asking him if there were any Pokémon that could help him get to the end if Alakazam lost. "What's going on? Are you guys going to keep testing me?" Upon hearing these questions, Xia Fan suddenly realized something, looked back at the waiting rooms, and then covered his head and stared at the girl for a while. Finalizing acting mode was turned on again, and he told the girls what he had told the Elite Four. But what Xia Fan didn't notice was that while he was communicating with the girl, the Ghost Elite Agatha and the Dragon Elite Lance from the Elite Four were walking towards him from a distance. As soon as they saw Xia Fan, they immediately hid under a tree and began to observe. After a while, their expressions began to look strange because they recognized the girl. Agatha spoke up in a dark tone. "That girl seems to be one of the members of Team Mewtwo that we suspect." Lance frowned. "If that's the case, Xia Fan is so close to this girl, then he can't be a member of Team Mewtwo." After saying this, Lance and Agatha looked at each other. He began to show a raging expression as if he had been deceived. Day 4.1628. The system randomly picked Xia Fan and his rival was No. 3 Jia Ren's. That's right, it's Jia Ren who is haunted by the dirty aura. Before going on stage, the host behind the broadcast began to hype up the issue for both parties. One is a powerful trainer who forced rival to surrender within 10 seconds for 3 consecutive days. And the other is a disciple of Ice Elite Lorelei. One is whether he can accomplish the feat of defeating 3 opponents at once today. And the other is whether he can defend the image of the elite disciples. Following his hype, Xia Fan and Jia Ren were immediately greeted with thunderous cheers as soon as they came on stage. Those who supported Xia Fan shouted, "1 against 3 in 10 seconds." And those who supported Jia Ren shouted, "Come on Jia Ren." But their confidence was quite lacking, because Xia Fan's Alakazam's performance these days is so buggy and impeccable. After the host asked both sides to release their Pokémon, the duel began. Xia Fan still released Alakazam. Jia Ren, on the other hand, released Jinx with a look of excitement on his face. This was loaned to him by Lorelei before he went on the field, so that he could use Jinx and Xia Fan's Alakazam to fight against Psychic. And he had seen the strength of this Jinx from Teacher. It was very powerful. If it was to compete with Alakazam's psychic skills, he believed that Jinx would definitely win. "Come on, let me break their fantasy about you." Jia Ren looked at Xia Fan with a confident look. He had not forgotten the scene of Xia Fan confronting him a few days ago. The system roulette wheel spun and turned to Jia Ren's avatar, and Jia Ren gained the right to attack first. Without saying anything, Jia Ren shouted, "Jinx Psychic." Throw that tilde. Jinx was stunned, and her eyes were covered with a strange light. I saw a red confusion wave spreading from its body to the surrounding area. Xia Fan showed a disdainful smile and said calmly, "Alakazam." Psychic Alakazam. Alakazam opened his hands, and like Jinx's eyes were covered with a strange light. Then a yellow confusion wave spread from its body to the surroundings. The 2 confusion waves met in midair. The scene waited with bated breaths. This kind of scene where Psychic fights with ultimate skills is rare. However, when they thought that the 2 waves of confusion would reach a stalemate after touching each other, the yellow wave of confusion instantly covered the red wave of confusion with a crushing force. How is this possible? Jia Ren was horrified. This was his teacher Lorelei's Pokémon, not those rubbish Jinx out there. So how come Psychic was instantly crushed when fighting against Alakazam? Xia Ren shouted, Jinx, use all your strength. Throw that tilde at this moment. Jinx, who was using Psychic with all his strength, was sweating profusely. He couldn't understand why he was crushed by the Alakazam on the opposite side under the fight of Psychic. With a buzzing sound, the yellow confusion wave covered all the red waves and wrapped up Jinx. Under this powerful wave of confusion, Jinx's body was twisted irregularly like plasticine, and then slammed hard against the wall of the competition venue. It directly created a big hole. However, as a psychic, Jinx is resistant to psychic skills. Therefore, the mental strength did not make it lose its fighting power. However, Xia Fan did not want to give Jinx a chance to breathe. He gave a decisive order the second after Psychic finished. Who teleport over and connect to Shadow Ball? Alakazam. Alakazam instantly disappeared from where he was, and then appeared in front of Jinx, who was still stuck in the wall, with a black energy ball condensed on his chest. Xia Ren said in shock, Jinx, use Protect. But it was too late for Jinx, who had just come to her senses. The next second after the energy ball enveloped it. Jinx, hurry up. On the radio, the host's excited voice sounded again. Let us congratulate No 99 Xia Fan for taking the lead. It was really exciting. I didn't expect that this Alakazam could crush Jinx against Psychic. Is there no Pokémon that can be evenly matched with it? Or even defeat it? Oh, by the way, let me give you a notification from the backstage. We just calculated the time it took Jinx 7.65 seconds from attack to defeat. That means if Alakazam wants to challenge the 10-second 1-on-3, he only has 2.35 seconds left. That means he has to eliminate the next two in 1 second. Do you think he can do it? Wait a minute, host. There's something wrong with what you said. As soon as the host's voice fell, Xia Fan suddenly raised his hand and shouted at the radio. What's the problem? The host's puzzled voice came from the radio. Xia Fan spread his hand. His tone was cocky, but his expression was helpless as he said, I think I can do it. But I'm afraid that after the next Pokémon on the other side is eliminated, he will be like rival in my previous games, and give in because he is afraid of my powerful strength. After that, Xia Fan muttered to himself, there's nothing I can do. After all, I'm too strong and they're too weak. They don't want to be embarrassed by being my stepping stone to kill 3 enemies in 10 seconds. So they can only admit defeat. Alas, I understand. But is it really okay to admit defeat so spinelessly? Could it be that Ice Elite Lorelei is also a bully like his disciples? However, he murmured this while running to the referee standing outside the venue and holding his microphone. Although the voice is small, everyone can hear it clearly with the help of the microphone. After listening to it, everyone was immediately mesmerized by Xia Fan's cool actions and language. This is tantamount to pushing Xia Ren into the fire. If you admit defeat, you will lose face and be spineless. Plus, your teacher is a bully if you don't admit defeat. You may become the first trainer in history to be defeated 3 times in 10 seconds in a big competition. As for Xia Ren, upon hearing Xia Fan's remarks, he was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Smoke was coming out of his head, and his teeth were about to break. The moment Jinx was eliminated just now, he really thought about giving up. But now he was blocked by that B********D Xia Fan. Xia Ren began to look around after a while. He was at the front of the audience and saw Teacher Lorelei rushing there. Sign him. The meaning of the gesture is very clear, don't give up. Obviously, Lorelei doesn't want to be known as a bully. Then Xia Ren will have to bear the brunt of the situation. A few seconds later, Xia Ren gritted his teeth and said to Xia Fan with a forced smile, don't worry. There is no way I will admit defeat. And why do you think you can eliminate my 2 Pokémon in the remaining 2 seconds? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and said directly, Alakazam, start to gather the destructive death beam. When he releases the next Pokémon but it hasn't landed yet, spray it to death. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Ren's forced smile suddenly stopped because he froze. The audience in the audience seats fell silent instantly. This operation is really, I am convinced. Jia Ren took a deep breath, murmured an I'm sorry to the Poké ball in his hand, and threw it away. There was a flash of red light and a Glaceon rushed out. Then the next scene is naturally that Glaceon has not even landed yet, but is unlucky enough to be killed instantly by a beam of destructive deathlight. Seeing how distressed Jia Ren was, he couldn't hold back his tears. His lovely Glaceon, Daddy is sorry for you. After taking 2 more deep breaths, Jia Ren took out a Poké ball. A red light flashed and an ice ghost rushed out. And before he could even launch his growl, he was instantly killed by a beam of destructive light. And as Bingguihu loses his combat effectiveness, the host shouted loudly through the radio that Alakazam had completed the challenge of killing 3 people in 10 seconds. The whole audience suddenly burst into thunderous cheers. Cheers as if seeing a miracle. Only Jia Ren was holding his Bingguihu and Glaceon with a sad look on his face and tears streaming down his face, shouting, Dad is sorry for you. No, I feel a little dizzy and completely confused. In the waiting rooms, the members of the Mewtwo team watched Xia Fan defeat Jia Ren 3 times on the big screen, and their heads began to buzz. Isn't Jia Ren Lorelai's disciple in Elite Four? And is Xia Fan a thug hired by the Elite Four? How come the thugs killed their own people during the fight? Although this was the result caused by the random draw of the system, your 1-on-3 method should not be used on Jia Ren, but on their Mewtwo teams. Several people knocked their confused heads after a while. Yashin suddenly let out a long "oh," as if he had thought of something, and excitedly said to everyone, I have thought of a possibility. Do you think that the Elite Four deliberately let Xia Fan do this, using a self-torture strategy to secretly attack Chenkang? Think about it. The Elite Four are all here for this competition, which means that they must have ideas about Silver Wing. But because of face issues, it is not convenient for them to play in person. So they let Jia Ren sign up to participate. However, Jia Ren's strength is far from that of the few of us who made it to the end. So they must have made 2 preparations. One is Jia Ren, making him the open chess piece, and the other is the thug Xia Fan they hired, making Xia Fan the hidden chess piece, allowing him to show off in the competition and let everyone know how powerful he is, even at the cost of losing face in this way. When Xia Fan finally gets the Silver Wing, no one will think that it actually fell into their hands. After Yashin finished speaking, the others' eyes suddenly lit up. Damn, these Elite Four are such villains and so scheming. One person exclaimed, seeing everyone's reaction. Yashin crossed his arms proudly and said, let me tell you. The stronger a person is, the more scheming they are. They all like to use these fake tricks to confuse people, especially those 4 who are the Elite Four of the Kanto region. Their methods are absolutely unmatched. Everyone nodded. So what should we do next, Liang Kang? The only girl among the group asked the bronze-skinned boy. The boy was the leader of their operation. Liang Kang pursed his lips thought for a while, and finally said with a cold look, since we already know that this man is the Elite Four's thug, and tomorrow is the time to decide the final winner. In order to ensure that we successfully get the Silver Wing, we will act tonight to prevent him from participating in the competition tomorrow. Everyone looked at each other, with the corners of their mouths slightly raised. The view comes to the room on the other side of the waiting room. After seeing Jia Ren being defeated by Xia Fan 3 times, the Elite Four began to get restless. Lorelei said in panic, what should I do, Lance? I'm a little worried that Agatha-senpai might not be able to get away with him in tomorrow's game. You all saw the scene of my Jinx and that Alakazam fighting against Psychic just now. It was a complete crushing defeat. Lance said nothing, but turned to look at a white-haired boy sitting next to him. The white-haired boy is the ghost Elite Agatha, but at the moment she is in a disguise contest condition. According to the original agreement of the Elite Four, Agatha would be their secret agent in this competition, disguising herself as a teenager to seize the Silver Wing. However, with the appearance of Xia Fan, their discussion began to become uncontrollable. And as Xia Fan's Alakazam became more and more beyond their imagination, the uncontrollability began to increase. It has seriously affected their purpose of obtaining the silver wing. Lance gritted his teeth as if he had made a decision. Find a way to prevent him from participating in the competition tomorrow. In order to build an ideal home for Pokémon, Silver Wing can only be in our hands. It was 7 o'clock in the evening and it was dark. Xia Fan walked out of the hotel leisurely, ready to have a big meal. Vermilion City is an international harbor city with endless delicious food. These days when it's mealtime, Xia Fan just keeps going around for food. He goes wherever there's delicious food. And he goes to the most expensive ones. There's nothing he can do about it. Has plenty of money now. However, what Xia Fan did not notice was that 50 meters above his head, several guys with gloomy expressions were looking at him with binoculars. As he walked further and further away, the corners of their mouths rose more and more. "Yashin, have you confirmed the location of his room?" said the bronze-skinned boy among the group. "It's confirmed he'll stay in the presidential suite." A man next to him said, "But you guys have to keep the word out for me. Tell me when he comes back." The bronze-haired boy made an okay gesture and said, "You should also be careful when you go in. Don't mess up the things in his room, so as not to make him suspicious when he comes back." Rest assured, Ashan nodded, took out a Pokeball, released a Fearow and jumped on it with Fearow's help. He easily entered a room with an open window. The room was pitch black. Yasin used a flashlight to illuminate the place where he had stepped. After confirming that there were no footprints left, he began to move around the room with confidence. His actions tonight were to throw a heavy dose of sleeping pills into all the drinkable water in the room and install a surveillance camera. But at this moment, a figure walked over outside the room where he was. Ice Elite Lorelei. At this moment, she was holding a room card in her hand. 10 meters behind her at the corner of the hotel corridor. At the elevator door and at the staircase door, 3 elites, Lance, Agathon, and Bruno, were stealthily keeping watch for her, in order to ensure that they can get the Silver Wing safely tomorrow. They plan to break into Xia Fan's room and drug her tonight. He will not be able to participate in tomorrow's competition. With a beep, Lorelei entered the room safely. She took a deep breath and inserted the room card into the card slot. The lights in the entire room turned on instantly. But then her heart suddenly sank, because she saw a figure standing next to the water dispenser. The figure looked very familiar to her. Wasn't he the member of Team Mewtwo that she suspected? Opposite her, Yasin's heart also skipped a beat. Isn't this sexy and charming woman Lorelei from the Elite Four who hired Fan as her thug? The two of them stared at each other. 2 seconds later, a unanimous shout echoed in the room. "Oh no, we've been discovered." The sound was extremely loud and soon reached the top floor of the hotel and the corridor outside the room. The faces of the Mewtwo team members and the other 3 elites changed instantly. Without saying a word, they released their Pokémon and rushed into the room. "Now that we've been discovered, we have no choice but to fight outside a beverage store in Vermilion City." Xia Fan is queuing while holding a Pikachu. There was a loud explosion next to my ear. He turned his head and glanced, not paying much attention at first, but not long after. I heard someone talking about the Elite Four fighting in the Sint. Lin Hotel. Xia Fan's curiosity was immediately aroused, but she still didn't pay too much attention to it. It was not until 2 seconds later that he savored their conversation, and his expression suddenly changed. "Oh shit, isn't the Grand Hotel San Leon the hotel he's staying at?" A red light flashed. Xia Fan took out the Pokeball and put the Pikachu in it. Muttered twice and released a Pidgeot from the Pokeball. Half a minute later, Xia Fan returned to the hotel. The scene before him gave him a chill, because in this hotel, only his presidential suite was destroyed from top to bottom, and the signs of Firebolt Strike and freezing were obvious at a glance. Obviously, someone was trying to murder him. Xia Fan sat on Pidgeot's back and looked around fiercely. Soon, we saw Pokémon fighting on a deserted beach a few miles away. Xiao go there, on the beach. Members of Team Elite Four and Team Mewtwo command their respective Pokémon in a melee. Although the Mewtwo team has 3 more people than the Elite Four. The Elite Four is stronger in terms of individual strength and command skills, which leads to their evenly matched fights. And under their own intentional guidance, their battlefield is constantly moving away from the crowd. You guys are playing with flowers, suddenly. The voice of rage came to the ears of the Elite Four and Mewtwo team. They looked up and saw Xia Fan standing on the back of a Pidgeot with his arms folded. Looking down at them coldly, not good. The Elite Four and Mewtwo team members were panicked and still regarded Xia Fan as the opponent's person. They were extremely afraid that the strength of both sides would be reversed after Xia Fan joined the battle. They exchanged glances with their teammates and considered retreating temporarily. At this moment, a voice came from above, "Want to run? If I let you run, I won't be named Xia," in midair. Xia Fan took out 2 Pokéballs and threw them out. There was a flash of red light. And Entei and Raikou rushed out, Entei Sacred Fire. Raikou Thunder. Entei roared and spit out flames with mysterious power from his mouth, blocking the Elite Four's retreat. At the same time, a thunderbolt fell from the sky. Raikou jumped up with the thunderbolt and blocked the retreat of Mewtwo team. This directly frightened both parties, and they were terrified and full of disbelief. How is this possible in addition to Alakazam? This Xia Fan also has 2 legendary Pokémon. Entei and Raikou, Xia Fan's voice came to my ear again. Entei, Raikou, teach them a lesson first. Entei and Raikou howled and began to accumulate stockpile in their mouths. Team Mewtwo and the Elite Four hurriedly commanded their respective Pokémon to resist. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. "Ouch, you still dare to resist." He whispered to Pidgeot. There was a flash of white light. And in front of everyone's eyes, Pidgeot turned into Mew. Mew raised his short hands slightly. The Elite Four and Team Mewtwo and their Pokémon were caught off guard and were floating in the air. "It's Mew," everyone exclaimed. Then he looked at Xia Fan as if he were a ghost. It's hard to believe that this person, in addition to Entei and Raikou, also has the most elusive Mew. If this really happens in the finals, there is no way we can win. Wait, Mew. I see this Mew is your Alakazam, right? Lorelei in the Elite Four is quick-witted and immediately thought of Alakazam's extraordinary performance in the game. If you put it into Mew's shoes, everything will be understandable. That's right. Xia Fan shrugged, but what if you guessed it now? After saying, Thaith turned around and said to Mew Xiao, "Move these people in front of me, meow." The immobile Mewtwo team and the Elite Four were sent to Xia Fan by confusion. "What are you going to do?" Liang Kang from the Mewtwo team looked at Xia Fan, who was suddenly eager to fight in fear. In the dim night, Xia Fan smiled brightly. "What? Of course I'm going to beat you up first to vent my anger. The presidential suite I spent 350 yuan on was destroyed by you." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched him. 20 minutes later, the Elite Four and Mewtwo team sat on the ground with bruised faces. At their feet, their respective Pokémon lay dying on the ground. It was Entei and Raikou who were shooting at me like a target just now. Xia Fan had already learned the whole story from their mouths through his fists. He frowned and said, "I was wondering why 2 groups of people came to ask the same question repeatedly. It seems that you all treat me as your own. Very good, you have a very good brain. Now you know everything and we've apologized. Can you let us go?" A young man from the Mewtwo team said sadly, "Want to leave?" Everyone nodded. "Of course you can." Everyone was happy. But before she could be happy for even a second, Xia Fan said, "First transfer the psychological damages to me. It's not a lot of money, just all the money in your phone. You beat us up, and you want us to compensate you for psychological damages." Lorelei was shocked. This guy just hit a woman. And now he wants compensation for psychological damages. How shameless is he? Why, you don't want to? Xia Fan lined down, his cold eyes sweeping across their faces one by one. "Let me tell you something, gets late at night now. And when I came here I had Mew separate the beach where you're fighting from the outside world with mist. So if I chop you up here and feed you to Sharpedo, do you think anyone would guess it was me? Lorelai's mouth closed immediately. The sweet-looking girl in Mewtwo's team was so scared that she burst into tears. He handed the phone to Xia Fan in silence and told her the payment password. 10 minutes later, everyone transferred the money to Xia Fan. We can go now. Lance stood up from the ground with difficulty and prepared to leave. But there was a snap of fingers next to my ear. And then Xia Fan said Xiao Huan delete their memories. And then use hypnosis to make them sleep for a day and a night. Since they want me to miss the competition, I will satisfy them first, meow, the second day. That is the final day of the competition. The winner who will eventually receive the silver wing will be chosen from the top 8. Xia Fan arrived at the waiting area early. Compared to yesterday and the previous few days, the waiting area today was really too deserted. At first glance, there were only him and a girl. Because in this top 8 apart from them, 5 of the other 6 are from Mewtwo's team. And the other one is Agatha from the Elite Four. At this moment, they were still sleeping soundly on the beach. The audience seats outside were already full at this time. All the spectators are looking forward to today's match. After all, today is the final, however, half an hour later. The audience was completely confused when they saw Xia Fan and that girl directly enter the finals, because the other 6 people were late. Then, he saw that girl's 3 Pokémon being easily ravaged and defeated by Xia Fan's Alakazam. And he became even more confused. So what did they watch today? I came to the competition with great enthusiasm. But the official competition was over in less than 10 seconds. Damn it, me ticket money is not money. It's over for me just like this for a moment. The entire competition venue was in chaos. And the audience shouted for their money back. Go ahead and shout, although I feel sorry for you. I normally like to give people a taste of their own medicine when they offend me. Xia Fan looked at them and murmured in his heart. At this time, he was looking for the organizer to receive the silver wing under the guidance of a beautiful MC sister. A few minutes later, he came into a room. Inside sat a girl with blue hair. As soon as the girl saw him, she immediately stood up and shook hands with Xia Fan enthusiastically. Then I chatted with Xia Fan about everything except Silver Wing. Xia Fan chatted for a while and frowned slightly because he saw the girl glance at the computer from time to time and then type a few words, as if waiting for a reply. After thinking about it carefully, Xia Fan smiled. MS. Gyligia, you are waiting for the Elite Four, right? The girl's expression froze instantly. She smiled awkwardly and said, what are you talking about? Why should I wait for the Elite Four? Xia Fan picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. But I got a message from them. This competition was jointly organized by you and them. The reason is that after you obtained the silver wing, many people of all kinds came to you and wanted to buy or exchange it. You refused soon after. Some people began to send you threatening letters. You couldn't stand it anymore. So you found the Elite Four and held this competition at their suggestion. You wanted to use this opportunity to change the owner of the silver wing in public. Gyligia's pupils shrank. How do you know these things? Of course they told me. Xia Fan shrugged, so don't beat around the bush with me. Since I have made it to the end, according to the rules of your competition, you'd better hand over the silver wing to me as soon as possible. Gyligia swallowed and asked, what did you do to them? Xia Fan showed a playful smile, stretched out his hand and shouted click on her neck in an image-like manner. And Gyligia's pretty face immediately turned pale with fright. Xia Fan laughed, I'm kidding, they're not dead. They just wanted to drug me yesterday so that I couldn't participate in today's competition. But I found out, so I used their own method to treat them and made them unable to participate in the competition today. They should still be resting on the beach now, really. Gyligia whispered, if you don't give me silver wing now, I will make you real. Gyligia was frightened and quickly took off the key hanging around her neck. Used the key to open a drawer and took out an exquisite wooden box. When she was about to give it to Xia Fan, she suddenly took it back. Gyligia held the box and mustered up her courage and said, I can give you Silver Wing, but you need to agree to one condition. I have also told the Elite Four about this condition before. Which is, will you take me to see Lugia when we catch him? Xia Fan interrupted, oh, right. Eulogia glanced at Xia Fan in surprise. Unable to understand how he had pried open the Elite Four's mouths and how he knew everything. My biggest dream is to see a legendary Pokémon in person So if you see a legendary Pokémon with your own eyes, you won't complain so much, Xia Fan answered again. Although the words sounded rude and made Eulogia want to curse. There was nothing wrong with it. Eulogia nodded slowly to indicate that it was correct. Xia Fan took out the Pokéball, a red light flashed, and a Pokémon with brown Herlian-like appearance, and flames on its feet emerged. This is the legendary Pokémon, your dream has come true. Entei, Eulogia was so surprised that she stuttered. She stood up suddenly and circled around Entei like a Listel sister. She dropped the wooden box containing the silver wing in her hand, but didn't pick it up. Xia Fan picked up the wooden box, opened it and saw that there was indeed a pure white silver feather inside. Looking at Silver Wing, Xia Fan smiled and began to plan the next move to subdue Lugia. In the forest thousands of kilometers away from Vermilion City, Suicun ran at high speed in the forest, and his agile body was now covered with scars while running. It would look back from time to time, as if avoiding something chasing it. It ran desperately for 100 miles, and finally stopped when it saw a hidden tree pit not far away. It looked back and confirmed that there was no Pokémon following it. Then it quickly jumped into the tree pit, lay on the ground motionless and restrained its breath. 2 seconds later when it looked out through the hole, it saw a humanoid Pokémon with a silver body, a purple tail and a purple belly flying from soaring in the sky. Suicun exhaled, feeling lucky that he had managed to escape the Pokémon's pursuit. The Pokémon was encountered after it followed the members of Team Mewtwo here. The moment the members of Team Mewtwo saw it, they fell to the ground, then the Pokémon opened its hands, and more than a dozen black Pokéballs appeared out of thin air. It then managed to collect the Pokémon of the members of Team Mewtwo into the balls. One of them flew directly towards it. As a Suicun, it naturally refused to be caught by the ball. A gust of cold wind froze the ball, however. This also attracted the attention of the humanoid Pokémon, and the two of them began to fight. But the strength of that Pokémon was far beyond its imagination. After just one attack, it felt like it was facing Senior Ho-Oh. There was a huge gap in strength. The Pokémon also sensed its strength and reached out to it to recruit it. But as a Suicun, it naturally refused and ran away. This led to the scene of the desperate escape just now. Stayed in the tree hole for 10 minutes. Suicun felt that the Pokémon had gone far away, so he stood up and prepared to leave the tree hole. As soon as it came out of the cave, a telepathic message sounded in its mind, "Have you rested?" It suddenly looked back. The humanoid Pokémon was actually floating behind it, looking at it with indifference. And behind it were hundreds of black Pokéballs. Ho-Oh, haven't you sensed Suicun's location yet? Without, after getting the silver wing, Xia Fan sat on Ho-Oh's back and left Vermilion City. But for some reason, Ho-Oh couldn't sense Suicun's location. It's really like seeing a ghost. How about this, Ho-Oh? Go back to Vermilion City and grab a member of Team Mewtwo and have him lead the way to the headquarters. Suicun should be there, after thinking for a while. Xia Fan felt that this was the only way. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan was back on the beach in Vermilion City. Team Mewtwo and the Elite Four were still fast asleep. Xia Fan looked around for a while and finally brought Liang Kang to Ho-Oh's back. When he was trying to get information yesterday, this guy said that he was the person in charge of this operation. Since he is the person in charge, he must have a good status in the Mewtwo team and know the most things. Xiao Huan give him a water gun, puff tilde. Liang Kang opened his eyes from his slumber and looked around lazily. The next second he sat up instantly like a spring. What are you up to? Why am I in heavens? What are you going to do to me? Wait, Mew. Liang Kang looked at Xia Fan tremblingly, asking 100,000 questions incoherently. Xia Fan sighed. If he had known this yesterday, he would not have let Mew delete his memory. Xiao Huan, can the memories you deleted be restored? Yes, master. The so-called memory deletion is just hiding that part of the memory in the deepest part of his heart. All we need to do is to bring it back to the outermost part. Then let's do it 10 minutes later. Liang Kang opened his eyes again, after looking around and realizing that they were in the sky. He said in panic, didn't you say you would let us go? Why am I here? Where are the others? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. Very good. Saying this means that the memory has indeed been recovered. He looked at Liang Kang, shrugged, and said, I did let you go. And I am now going to personally take you back to the Mewtwo team's base camp. So, tell me where your Mewtwo team's base camp is. I'll let Ho-Oh take us there, Ho-Oh. Liang Kang grasped a keyword and carefully looked at the Pokémon under his seat. The wings are golden and red, and the whole body emits colorful light. Shit, that's a Ho-Oh. Liang Kang put his left hand in front of his mouth and pointed at Xia Fan with his trembling right hand. You even conquered Ho-Oh, are you happy? You're sitting on the back of a legendary Pokémon. Xia Fan said with a smile. And you'll be taken directly back to the headquarters. Happy? Liang Kang suddenly closed his mouth before he could finish the word heart. Xia Fan sneered, looking at your thick skin. You need me to torture you like I did yesterday, right? After saying this, Xia Fan stood up and walked towards Liang Kang. A minute later, Liang Kang came out with his bruised face covered. Look, it would have been fine if you had said no earlier. Xia Fan sighed and pointed Ho-Oh in the direction. According to Liang Kang's, the Mewtwo team's base camp is behind an unnamed mountain north of Viridian City. Half an hour later, with Ho-Oh flying at high speed, they arrived at the mountain that Liang Kang mentioned. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Xia Fan put Ho-Oh back into the Pokéball when it was in the cloud. Then let Mew transform into Pidgeot, and landed on the ground with him and Liang Kang. Under Liang Kang's guidance, they climbed over the mountains. There was nothing special there, just trees. Xia Fan looked at Liang Kang. Are you kidding me? Liang Kang said helplessly, brother. How could the base camp be seen at a glance? Of course it is built underground. Well, that seems to be true. Xia Fan put away his fist, which was about to be raised. Then how do we get in? Go about 500 meters ahead and you'll see a secret door. Just show us the Mewtwo team's pass and it will open. Liang Kang pointed out a location to Xia Fan and continued to lead the way. He was now completely afraid of Xia Fan, fearing that he would punch him if he was dissatisfied. So just answer whatever he asks. In his mind, their Mewtwo team was going to be over today. How can I survive meeting such a pervert? If it was just Entei and Reiku, he would definitely turn against them and report them to the headquarters. But the scary thing is that this guy also has a Mew and a Ho-Oh. So how could he dare to turn against them? Unless you really want to die. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan, under the guidance of Liang Kang, came to the secret door he mentioned. Liang Kang took out a blue magnetic card from his pocket and was about to stick it to a scanning port in the middle of the secret door when ground suddenly vibrated. Then, as they both watched, the ground cracked. Xia Fan looked at Liang Kang and was about to ask him what was going on when Liang Kang answered first. This is Team Mewtwo about to take an important action. As he said this, he took out his cell phone. Xia Fan stood beside him and glanced over. I found this guy to be teachable, and I knew he wanted to ask what the action was. So I directly checked their executive group for information. Half a minute later, Liang Kang let out a long sigh and explained to Xia Fan. This time we are preparing to capture Articuno and Zapdos. Are the three sacred birds divine or not? Of course there are those with divine power. Those without divine power have all been captured. As soon as he finished speaking, huge helicopters began to fly out of the cracked ground. Xia Fan looked at the planes, picked up the Pokéball and whispered, Ho-Oh. Can you sense the location of Suicun now? Still no. Xia Fan frowned thought for a while, and finally made a decision. If he couldn't sense it, that meant it might not be here. In that case, He should follow Team Mewtwo to capture the 3 sacred birds first. Therefore, when all the helicopters flew out and ground closed again, Xia Fan released Mew and had him transform into Pidgeot, and took him and Liang Kang to follow the helicopters. After following for about 20 minutes, the helicopters separated again. A dozen planes flew south and a dozen planes flew east. What's going on? Xia Fan looked at Liang Kang. Liang Kang took out his cell phone again and browsed his executive group. After a while he said, we need to split up into 2 groups. The group heading south will go to the Seafoam Islands to capture Articuno, and the group heading east will go to the power plant on Route 10 to capture Zapdos. According to the information from the investigators in these 2 regions, traces of them have appeared in these 2 regions in the past few days. Xia Fan nodded when he heard this. Master, who are you going with? Mew's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. Xia Fan bit her lower lip lightly. It was really hard to make a decision 3 seconds later. Select soldiers and generals to fight on horseback. Liang Kang amused. Xia Fan finally clicked to the south, which was the direction to capture Articuno. Xia Fan patted Mew on the back and said, Xiao, lower your altitude after that. He took out 2 piquet balls and gave them instructions like an old father. Entei Reiku, follow the helicopters flying eastward. If you see Zapdos and those guys start to capture him, you can mess things up. But remember, don't mess around like a reckless man. You must use your wits just like I did before, understand? Would you like me to learn your unethical methods, Reiku, who loved to confront Xia Fan, responded directly via telepathy. Xia Fan rolled her eyes at Reiku's dumbfounded piquet ball. You could say that. After saying that, Xia Fan pressed the buttons of the 2 piquet balls. A red light flashed and Entei and Reiku rushed out, leaping onto the top of the big tree below. Chasing the helicopter to the east, Xiao fly south. 3 hours later, following the Mewtwo team's helicopter, Xia Fan arrived at the Seafoam Islands. It is located on Route 20 in the Kanto region. Since there are 2 adjacent islands with the same appearance, they are called Seafoam Islands. As soon as Team Mewtwo arrived here, they immediately took control of the residents living on the 2 islands. Did anyone in your group say whether Articuno is on the left island or the right island? On the sea outside the 2 islands, Xia Fan and Liang Kang sat on the back of a Lapras and looked around. Not on the island but under the island, Liang Kang said while looking at his phone. Under the island, yes. There is a huge 5-layer cavern beneath the Seafoam Islands. Its area is as large as these 2 islands combined. Articuno has made a home at the bottom layer. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, patted Mew on the back, and let him take them ashore. There were many entrances to the caves on the island. Soon after Xia Fan and Liang Kang came ashore, they found an unguarded cave entrance. The 2 walked nearly a mile inside before they entered the cave from the entrance. Cal's interior of the cave has been illuminated by Team Mewtwo commanding several Pokémon using the skill Flash. It's very big inside, just as Liang Kang said. You can hardly see the end at a glance. There are also many wild Pokémon inside. Xia Fan and Liang Kang stand behind a huge rock, followed by a team of Mewtwo team members. These people command their Pokémon to beat up wild Pokémon and then capture them into balls. According to what Liang Kang saw in the group, these people were the advanced members of Team Mewtwo. In order to facilitate the smooth entry of the large force still outside, and to avoid obstacles from wild Pokémon that might be encountered when capturing Articuno, they began to expel and capture Pokémon in advance. Your Team Mewtwo looks just like Team Rocket. Wherever you go, you make the Pokémon there jump up and down, hiding behind a huge rock. Xia Fan watched what Team Mewtwo did and couldn't help but complain. Liang Kang scratched his head awkwardly and did not make any excuses. 5 hours later, the advanced team of Team Mewtwo opened the entrances from the 1st to the 4th floors of the cave, captured some strong Pokémon, and drove out all the weak ones. Since the 5th floor is where Articuno lives, there are no wild Pokémon that they need to drive away or capture. The advanced team began to station on the 4th floor. with one part waiting for the arrival of the main force, and the other part continuing to explore the way to the 5th floor. Xia Fan followed with Liang Kang and Mew. After arriving at the 5th floor, Liang Kang immediately shivered due to the freezing cold. Compared with the 4th floor, in addition to the huge temperature difference, there are also densely packed icicle spears hanging upside down above the head. At first glance, one can't help but imagine what the scene would be like if it fell and hit the head. Liang Kang looked at Xia Fan with a strange look in his eyes. "Aren't you cold?" He was almost freezing to death. But Xia Fan somehow felt like nothing happened. Xia Fan shrugged and said calmly, "It's okay. It feels pretty cool, due to the existence of the skill Sacred Fire. His body is different from that of ordinary people, so the temperature of dozens of degrees below zero is not a big deal for him. But I feel like if I stay here any longer, I'll freeze to death." Liang Kang said with trembling teeth, "Can you let me go up? Don't worry, I will never tip you off. I know how powerful you are, even if you give me 100 guts. I wouldn't dare tip you off." Xia Fan turned his head and saw that Liang Kang's bronze complexion was showing signs of turning white from the cold. "Wait a moment, I'll find you some clothes," Xia Fan said calmly and then led Mew away. About 5 minutes later, when Liang Kang felt he was about to pass out from the cold, Xia Fan came back and threw an unconscious member of the Mewtwo team in front of him. The man was wearing an anti-freeze suit. "It won't be cold if you change it." A minute later, Liang Kang, who had put on his anti-freeze suit, immediately felt like he was alive again. He looked at a woman he had stripped naked and said, "Just leave her here. Why leave her here? It's a life after all." Xia Fan frowned slightly. Xiao use confusion to send her to a secluded corner upstairs. As he spoke, he took out a mobile phone from his pocket and placed it on the man, then covered him with the clothes and pants that Liang Kang had taken off. After Mew sends the people up, the two walked towards the depths of the 5th floor. It didn't take long to catch up with the advanced team of Mewtwo. 20 minutes later, they reached the deepest point. 2 Articunos carved out of huge ice blocks were seen standing on both sides of the cave. In the center of the cave is a huge ice bed. "That should be where Articuno rests," Xia Fan muttered to himself. "Articuno should still be outside," Liang Kang said while looking at his phone. Xia Fan nodded, then led Liang Kang and Mew to wait behind a rock. Some of the advanced members of Team Mewtwo stayed here to guard like Xia Fan, while the others went back. After guarding for more than an hour, Xia Fan suddenly heard Ho-Oh's voice in his mind. It said that it sensed Suicun's presence again. Xia Fan was naturally happy. Sensing the aura meant that everything was fine. Not long after, Liang Kang, who had been looking at his phone, suddenly started to look strange. His eyes were full of disbelief. "What's wrong?" Xia Fan asked. Liang Kang swallowed and said, "10 minutes ago, Zapdos appeared at the power plant." "So what?" Xia Fan frowned slightly. "It appeared, so why make such an expression?" But Mewtwo also showed up, and it attacked Team Mewtwo over there, and captured all of Zapdos and Team Mewtwo's Pokémon. In case Xia Fan didn't believe it, Liang Kang handed his cell phone to Xia Fan. After a while, Xia Fan's expression began to become one of disbelief. In Liang Kang's executive group, photos and videos of the power plant were being updated frantically. For example, there is a video where Mewtwo is floating in the air, with countless black Pokéballs behind him being thrown at the Pokémon on Mewtwo's team. There is also a scene where the Mewtwo team fights Zapdos. The reason is that Zapdos has been using Thunderbolt to fight against those black Pokéballs. Mewtwo became impatient and beat it up before using the black Pokéball. But this is not the main point. The main point is that in a video, when Mewtwo released the Pokémon in his black Pokéball, he actually saw Suicun F***ku. I was wondering why Suicun made Ho-Oh unable to sense it. Turns out it was Xiao***D who did this. Wait. If he can take away other people's Pokémon, then my Entei and Raikou. Xia Fan suddenly had a bad feeling in this situation. If Entei and Raikou carried out the task he assigned and showed up to confront Mewtwo, They would definitely be seeking death. Mewtwo's strength is definitely not something the two of them can contend with. Outside the power plant, Entei and Raikou cats are outside in the dense forest. They looked up at the humanoid Pokémon soaring in the sky. Just now, this power plant that had been abandoned for many years was turned into an open-air power plant by the humanoid Pokémon with a slight wave of its hand. He summoned countless black Pokéballs and captured all of Team Mewtwo's Pokémon. Even Zapdos was easily defeated by it. But what surprised them the most was that Suicun, who had suddenly disappeared, had become the Pokémon's lackey. Look at how arrogant it is, I really misjudged it. I didn't expect it to be like this. Raikou looked at Suicun released by Mewtwo with an indignant look on his face. After Suicun was released just now, it really did whatever Mewtwo told it to do. Looking like a lackey, which made Raikou very angry. That guy had never been like that when he was with Ho-Oh before. Could it be that Black's Pokéball is controlling it? So Suicun is like this, Entei hesitated, impossible. Raikou Rage turned his head and said, don't forget. We are the sacred beasts under Lord Ho-Oh. Apart from Lord Ho-Oh and Xia Fan, the unethical guy. No one can command us, whether it is a human or other legendary Pokémon. As long as we don't want to, Entei was silent. There was nothing wrong with what Raikou said. They had strong wills. Even though they were now Xia Fan's Pokémon, it was still easy to disobey their commands. But the way Suicun was now acting, he was completely fawning over the Pokémon called Mewtwo. A lackey of a traitor. Raikou remembered a word he learned while hiding in a Pokéball when Xia Fan was watching a drama in a hotel room. Now it is just right to use it on Suicun. If it didn't listen to Mewtwo after being released, Raikou would still respect it. But now it's very angry because it's hitting wherever it points its finger. Don't be angry, it may have been against us for a long time. Entei sighed, but what should we do now? Zapdos has been captured by the Pokémon called Mewtwo. And these Mewtwo teams have been left alone without any Pokémon around. If we stay here and are discovered by that Pokémon, we might be in danger. Just as Entei finished speaking, two black Pokéballs suddenly attacked from above his head. Raikou reacted quickly and used Thunder Shock to smash the two black Pokéballs into powder. Mewtwo floating in midair, frowned and turned to look at the woods where Entei and Raikou were. Waved again. Dozens of black Pokéballs attacked Entei and Raikou. Raikou, who would not surrender, fired another Thunderbolt. And dozens of Pokéballs were turned into powder again. Now Mewtwo became interested. Then he would go and catch Raikou and Entei himself. But just as he was about to leave, Suicun's telepathy sounded in his mind. Sir, let me capture those two Pokémon. Mewtwo looked at Suicun, who had already begun to gather Ice Beam, and nodded. Thinking of its strength, go ahead, the north wind blew. And Suicun rushed towards Entei and Raikou's position. The Ice Beam in his mouth came out. However, it was easily dodged by Entei and Raikou. Raikou was furious, and he didn't expect Suicun to attack them. Just as he was about to swear, Suicun's voice rang in his mind, run. The farther the better. Entei and Raikou's expressions immediately changed from anger to astonishment. Suicun's voice sounded again, what are you still standing there for? Run, do you want to be put into a Pokéball like that, Zapdos? At the same time, Suicun used Bubble Beam, however. This Bubble Beam did not cause Entei and Raikou much pain when it hit them. They just took a few steps back. Entei Raikou reacted and ran as Suicun said afterwards. Suicun chased after them, continuously launching attacks at the two of them. But he just couldn't hit the target, it's completely empty. As they ran farther and farther away, Suicun looked back and used telepathy to connect with the two guys in front. That's enough, stop running, Entei and Raikou paused. What's going on? How come you are with that guy called Mewtwo? Entei has realized that Suicun is not what they thought. It's hard to explain right now, Suicun sighed. Then continued, where are Xia Fan and Lord Ho-Oh? Aren't they with you? Entei then told Suicun the reason why he and Xia Fan were going their separate ways. Suicun became anxious after hearing this and said, "Then you guys go to Seafoam Islands and inform Xia Fan to prepare to fight Mewtwo. Mewtwo will be there soon, so tell him not to underestimate the enemy. What about you since you are not controlled? Wouldn't it be perfect for you to come with us?" Reiku said. "I can't get away," Suicun shook his head. "Its strength is far beyond your imagination. After staying with it for a long time, I even feel that Master Ho-Oh might be at a disadvantage in a fight with it. Although I don't know why I was not controlled by its black piquet ball. If I run very far and it notices something is wrong, then none of the three of us will be able to escape, so it's best for me to stay here for the time being and act as an insider." Entei and Reiku looked at each other. 20 minutes later, Suicun returned to Mewtwo, his body torn and covered in flesh. It was unbearable to look at. "What's wrong with you?" Mewtwo looked at the wounded Suicun, a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Those two guys attacked me by surprise," Suicun said with a sad face. "Those two guys are actually very strong when I chased them. They pretended that they couldn't beat me and surrendered to me. But when I got close, they suddenly attacked me and ran away after beating me like this." Suicun's tone was very aggrieved, like a child who was beaten and complained to an adult. Mewtwo frowned. "Then do you know where they went?" Suicun said northwest. Hearing this, Mewtwo pointed at Suicun and a fluorescent light enveloped Suicun. Then, Suicun's injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mewtwo then flashed white light, and its form changed in the blink of an eye. A red tentacle like a tail extends from the back of the head. Suicun saw this and tried to call out to Mewtwo. But before he could say anything, Mewtwo had disappeared from his sight. It waits anxiously. A minute later, Mewtwo returned. "Did you catch them?" Suicun asked tentatively. "I didn't see them." Mewtwo shook his head and with a flash of white light, he changed back to his original appearance. Suicun heaved a sigh of relief. The injuries on its body were indeed inflicted by Entei and Reiku. But when they were parting, that D Reiku said to it, "If you want to be an insider, then act like one. Learn from Xia Fan, who says one thing to one person and another thing to another person, and who would not hesitate to stab himself in order to make others believe him." Therefore, the two bastards Reiku and Entei attacked it with thunder and sacred fire respectively. "I almost beat it to death." Seafoam Islands. After looking at Liang Kang's phones, Xia Fan was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He wanted to slap himself if he could future sight. He would definitely change his head first when selecting his troops and generals. In this way, he might have met Mewtwo and taught that D a lesson. "You MMP, you dare to catch my Pokémon. Master, should we rush to Entei and Reiku now?" The sound of Ho-Oh rang in Xia Fan's mind. It was also very worried about Suicun's arrest. "Forget it if we rush over there now. Mewtwo will surely be gone by the time we get there. And we'll definitely be empty-handed," Xia Fan sighed. "We can only pray that Entei and Reiku don't act rashly and run away as soon as they sense the difference in strength." As for Suicun, sigh after Xia Fan sighed again. Ho-Oh also fell silent and said no more. Since it is now Xia Fan's Pokémon, it will be subject to Xia Fan's will. Xia Fan and Liang Kang continued to stay here waiting for Articuno to appear. Half an hour later, the main force of Team Mewtwo arrived at the 4th floor. Half an hour later, nearly 100 members of the Mewtwo team wearing antifreeze clothing arrived at the 5th floor. After installing some technological devices in the cave, he hid under a rock or in some secret corner, just like Xia Fan and the others. Time passed and 2 hours passed. When Xia Fanshu wanted to curse, there was finally an unusual noise in the cave. First, a unique whistling sound echoed in the cave, and then a cold wind as sharp as a knife swept through the entire cave, causing frost to gradually form on the stone walls on both sides of the cave. All the members of Team Mewtwo who were wearing antifreeze suits couldn't help but shudder, even though Xia Fan's physical condition had improved due to the sacred fire. He almost sneezed in the cold wind and couldn't help wanting to put on more clothes. After the cold wind, a figure that everyone had been looking forward to finally appeared from the cave. It flapped its beautiful blue wings and arrived at the huge ice bed in the deepest part of the cave. He raised his head high and looked around the eye cave. When he found that there was not much change from usual, he put away his feathers and lay down, however. Just as it lay down, a man's excited shout suddenly sounded in the cave. "Brothers, get started!" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a violent explosion above Articuno's head. The cave shook and Articuno looked up. Suddenly, a huge boulder fell from the top of its head. This scared Articuno to death as a flying type. Its biggest fear is something falling on its head. He quickly flapped his wings and tried to hide. But in front of it, dozens of molters and zapdos appeared, with energy condensed in their mouths. Although the size of these molters and zapdos cannot be compared with Articuno, it is obvious at first glance that they do not have a divine status. But it was unable to resist if dozens of them used skills against it at the same time. Completion, Articuno thought desperately. Just then, another loud roar was heard in the cave. "Ho-Oh, sacred fire!" A phoenix cry was heard, and a flame carrying a mysterious power attacked the huge boulder that was about to hit Articuno. There was an explosion, smoke and dust rose, and the boulder exploded into pieces in midair as it fell. Team Mewtwo looked back in surprise. The next second, everyone was stunned. The shock was beyond words. Who would have thought that when catching Articuno, a Ho-Oh would appear behind him? Isn't this bullshit? Not only were they confused, but the victim Articuno was also confused. What happened to its family today? It would have been fine if a group of humans had suddenly appeared. But how come Lord Ho, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with Lord Lugia, also came? Ho-Oh sky attack. While these guys were stunned, Xia Fan's voice sounded again. There was another phoenix cry, and Ho-Oh folded its golden and red wings and hovered in midair to gather energy. Team Mewtwo turned to look at the source of the voice, their expressions immediately more shocked that Ho-Oh actually obeyed a teenager, etc. Suddenly, someone thought of the live broadcast that caused a lot of controversy in the Chengdu region some time ago. Ho-Oh was captured by a mysterious masked man. Someone yelled, "Quick, give the order to interrupt Ho. Don't let it successfully use sky attack." The rest of the Mewtwo team came to their senses and quickly directed molters and zapdos to use their skills to interrupt. But just as these skills were about to hit Ho, Mew appeared. It used a teleport to appear in front of Ho-Oh, and used a protect to block all the attacks. When everyone on Team Mewtwo saw this, they didn't know what words to use to describe their feelings at the moment. At this time, Ho-Oh's energy accumulation ended. It spread its wings, and the huge feathers stirred up a fierce hurricane. And Ho-Oh rushed straight towards the molters and zapdos who had no god position. Like a moon slash, the row of molters and zapdos all fell to the ground under this blow. Unable to fight anymore, Xia Fan was sent to Ho-Oh's back under Mew's confusion, and then in front of Articuno, in front of everyone. He took out a Pokeball and threw it directly over. As a result, Articuno froze the Pokeball in one breath. Xia Fan frowned slightly. "You actually dare to resist? I am Lord Lugia's subordinate. You cannot arrest me." Articuno's voice rang in Ho-Oh and Xia Fan's heads. "But your Lady Lugia is coming soon." Xia Fan took out Silver Wing and showed it off, then asked Mew to use Psychic to control this guy. And he immediately threw out the second Pokeball. A red light flashed and Articuno was taken in. Ding. Successfully captured Pokémon Articuno. Please select one from the skills as your skill. The long-lost system prompt sound rang in my mind again. Ice-type Chinese letter FLYING type, legendary Pokémon Articuno. Gender, nuns. Ability, pressure puts rival into a tense contest condition. 10% chance of skill activation failure. Hidden ability, snow hide dodge rate will increase in hail weather. Carrying things, nun skills are as follows. Blizzard, blow a strong blizzard towards rival to attack, sometimes causing rival to fall into a frozen contest condition. Hail, after using this move, the weather will change to hail, and all Pokémon except Ice type will be damaged. Sheer Cold kills rival with one hit, however. This move will be difficult to hit if it is a Pokémon other than Ice type. Agility, relax your body and make it light, so that you can be agile and greatly increase your speed. Roost, descend to the ground and rest the body. Restore half of the maximum HP can only be used by birds. Substitute, weaken a little of your own vitality and create a clone. The clone will become your substitute. Xia Fan looked at Articuno's many skill panels and fell into deep thought. As a large bird Pokémon like Ho-Oh, Articuno's skills are just normal in his eyes. It doesn't have any unique powerful attack skills. Nor does it have a powerful recovery skill like Recover that has no conditional restrictions. Its only recovery skill, Roost, cannot be used even if it learns it. After thinking for a minute, Xia Fan finally made a decision. I choose Articuno's skills substitute. Xia Fan answered in his mind. I just thought about it for a long time. And this is probably the most practical skill among all of them. It would be great if it could be paired with Recover in the future. The next second with the selection of skills. The skill bar in Xia Fan's mind expanded to the sixth one. He was in a good mood and was ready to try out his skills by pinching his fingers and shouting substitute. But out of the corner of his eye, he remembered there was a Mewtwo team down there. In order to avoid social death, Xia Fan cleared his throat and put his raised hand down again. As a human being when in front of a group of low-class people, you still have to maintain your dignity. Xia Fan sat cross-legged, asked Ho-Oh to lower Flying's altitude, and then looked down at the Mewtwo team and said, Are you afraid? Team Mewtwo looked at each other and no one answered. Xia Fan patted Ho-Oh's back gently. Take a sip of sacred fire, not too strong, just a small sip. Ho-Oh smacked his lips, poof tilde the next second. He spat out a small mouthful of flame carrying a mysterious power. Just like spitting, the fire fell on a rock. The rock was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the temperature in the caves, which had dropped sharply due to Articuno, began to rise again. The frost on the stone walls on both sides gradually melted away. Xia Fan, I am going to find a lucky person to feel Ho-Oh's exclusive flame sacred fire later. I wonder who will be the lucky person. Or if you are all lucky peoples. A young man with quick reactions fell to his knees with a thud. I'm scared, Xia Fan sighed, unfortunately. It seems that this person is not the lucky person I am looking for. Upon hearing this, the rest of the Mewtwo team immediately followed Xia Fan's example and knelt down, shouting I'm scared too seeing this scene. Xia Fan sighed again, alas it seems that no one is lucky. Team Mewtwo breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Fan added, since you are not lucky then you are unlucky. Since you are unlucky, then I will say something that fits your identity as unlucky people. You want money or life, an hour later. Xia Fan's wallet was filled with more than 80 million yuan. He looted the entire underground caverns entirely by himself. The only one left was the group at ground that was not looted. However, just as Xia Fan was about to sit on Ho-Oh's back to give those guys a surprise, another surprise suddenly appeared in front of him. A Pokémon with skin color very similar to Mew, but a completely different body shape appeared at the exit of the cave. Behind it was a group of Team Mewtwo members lying on the ground. Mewtwo? Xia Fan's pupils shrank and his surprise was beyond words. He couldn't believe that Mewtwo would appear here. At this time Mewtwo was blocking the door. Also looked surprised. But it's not because of Xia Fan and Ho, but for Mew sitting on Xia Fan's shoulders the next second. Without any nonsense, Mewtwo raised his hand and condensed an aura sphere and smashed it towards Mew. Mew jumped away from Xia Fan's shoulder. And when he was farther away, he used the skill Protect to block the aura sphere. Xia Fan shouted angrily, Ho-Oh sacred fire. Mewtwo's behavior of wanting to fight without saying a word shows that he is treating him and Ho-Oh as air. When beating a dodge you have to look at the owner let alone Mew. Ho-Oh followed Xia Fan's instructions and suddenly spit sacred fire at Mewtwo. Mewtwo raised his hand to block with disdain, and a blue light shield enveloped himself. Sacred fire was easily resisted, although the flames did not hurt him. Mewtwo watched the light shield gradually shattered under the flames. I couldn't help but have thoughts about Ho-Oh. It opened its hands and hundreds of black Pokeballs appeared behind it. Xia Fan frowned and immediately understood what Mewtwo was up to. He quickly ordered Ho-Oh to use Flamethrower to burn all the Pokeballs. 2 seconds later, the black Pokeballs that were just summoned by Mewtwo were burned to ashes. Mewtwo's face turned cold, and his telepathy spread around, "Come out and fight me." With that, he floated backwards into the air, giving Ho-Oh a chance to fly out of the cave and fight it. Ho-Oh flew out and stared at Mewtwo in midair. Xia Fan lay on Ho-Oh's back, looking at Mewtwo's cool look. I always have the urge to rush over and punch it, because this beast seemed to have never looked at him from beginning to end. Not even a deliberate glance at him. Xiao Huan, you and Ho-Oh will come up together later, Xia Fan said to Mew, who followed him with an indignant look. A guy as arrogant and conceited as Mewtwo should be beaten up by the two of you before he can behave himself. Master, you are right. This guy really needs to be punished, Mew agreed very much. And it was also P***D off that Mewtwo had thrown an aura sphere at it as soon as it saw it. Mew, you've become a human Pokémon. Mewtwo finally noticed Xia Fan. It said sarcastically, "This is a real display of incompetence." Mew immediately responded, "None of your business." "You replica, what did you say?" Mewtwo was angry. A ball of mysterious blue power ignited in its body. And then an invisible confusion wave began to spread in all directions. "As long as I exist in this world, you will always be a copy of me." Mew changed his usual innocent image and continued to fight back against Mewtwo. At the same time, a ball of pink mysterious power ignited in his body, and also emitted an invisible confusion wave that spread around. Xia Fan on the side couldn't help but look at Mew. I didn't expect that Mew could make people angry when he starts to talk nonsense. "Then I'll kill you, I'm the real deity," Mewtwo said as he condensed 2 aura spheres. Throwing one at Mew and one at Ho-Oh, Ho-Oh and Mew separated. One of them spit out a flamethrower, and the other used aura sphere. When the 4 forces collided, soaring in the sky suddenly exploded. Countless haze filled the air, and an invisible and powerful air wave spread in all directions, stirring up waves in the sea. Xia Fan, who knew the importance of coordination, felt that this fog was an opportunity and quickly gave the order. Ho-Oh gust, blow away this fog. Xiao Huan, follow the wind and rush in. Prepare to use the skill imprison, a phoenix cry sounded. And Ho-Oh flapped its wings, and a stronger wind and waves blew towards the fog. Mew followed closely behind. An invisible web crisscrossed with transparent runes opening and closing from its palms. The fog dissipated, Mewtwo revealed its figure, and an invisible net rushed towards it rapidly under the push of Mew. Looking at this invisible net that caught him off guard, Mewtwo snorted coldly. There was a flash of white light, and its shape changed in an instant. A red tentacle like a tail extends from the back of the head. The invisible net that was about to crash into its body suddenly slowed down to as slow as a snail at this moment. Mewtwo dodged it easily and turned to look at Mew and Ho-Oh. At this moment, their movement seemed to be slowed down hundreds of times in Mewtwo's eyes, just like the images in a movie that were moving forward frame by frame. Mewtwo Yakote front suddenly slashed at Mew, bang. Mew was cut in half and flew dozens of feet away. Xia Fan was shocked. It was clearly Mew who attacked first. So why was it the one that flew backwards at this time? Mewtwo stopped in midair after attacking Mew. Xia Fan could see his figure clearly. Why dream? Xia Fan was shocked and immediately recognized Mewtwo's current form. It's unbelievable that this Mewtwo can actually do Mega Evolution. Hearing Xia Fan's exclamation, Mewtwo set his sights on Ho-Oh the next second. It disappeared from Xia Fan's sight in a flash. Xia Fan shouted, "Not good, Ho-Oh, use protect quickly." However, compared to Mewtwo's speed, Xia Fan's reminder was too late. Because before he said the first word, Mewtwo had already come within 10 feet of Ho-Oh, with its hands open, ready to perform a psychic at close range. A powerful wave of confusion spread out from Mewtwo's body. Completion Xia Fan was disheartened, Buzz Tilda. But just when Xia Fan felt that he was about to be psychicked by Mewtwo along with Ho-Oh, a white shield suddenly emerged from Ho-Oh itself, Ho-Oh, with his own sense of crisis, actually determined what needed to be done one step ahead of Xia Fan. Xia Fan let out a long sigh, fortunately. He is worthy of being our strong partner and knows what to do in times of crisis. Swish at this moment. A shadow ball suddenly attacked from a distance. Right on par with Mewtwo. Mewtwo was quick-eyed and ended its intense mental attack. Then shook its body, and the shadow ball scraped past its side by a centimeter. Bang, the shadow ball hit the water, causing huge waves. Mew is back and a teleport flashback occurs. It looked at Mewtwo with rage. 4 aura spheres condensed on his chest. You want to hide, don't you? Then try hiding again. As he said that, Mew was about to push the aura sphere out. However, Mewtwo came behind it in an instant. Now I am stronger than before. As long as I want, you will never be able to hit me. Mew's mind heard the sarcasm from Mewtwo. Immediately afterwards, Mew received a heavy kick on the back with a loud splash. Mew was kicked directly from the air into the sea by Mewtwo. This is Mewtwo's humiliation of Mew. He doesn't use any skills to attack, but only uses simple punches and kicks as his attack methods. Mewtwo still remembers clearly what Mew said when they last met. The original is the original. If I don't use any special moves and just fight with my body, I will never lose to the replica in that case. It will defeat Mew with just fists and kicks today. Xia Fan looked at Mewtwo, who was very satisfied with beating Mew. He frowned slightly, lost in thought. Mewtwo's Y form is a form with extremely terrifying special attack and speed. Its flying speed in this form far exceeds that of other Pokémon. In the past, he thought that this form of Mewtwo might use other Pokémon's quick attack skill as its own uniform speed contest condition. But now it seems obviously not the case. Even its normal speed is far beyond the maximum speed of other Pokémon. If that's the case, if you can't keep up with its speed, you'll never be able to hit it. System, open Mew's skill panel for me. Xia Fan murmured in his heart the next second. A system panel that only he could see appeared in front of his eyes. And Xia Fan began to look for skills that could restrain Mewtwo among Mew's many skills. At this time, Mew rushed out of the sea again. It could not accept that its copy surpassed itself. So it started to constantly use Teleport and Mewtwo to pull attacks, while strictly ordering Ho-Oh to help itself. The two guys fought from the north to the south of the sky. But unfortunately, Teleport cannot be used indefinitely. After Mew used up the last remaining space force in his body, Mewtwo kicked it into the sea again. Mewtwo spread his hands and floated in the air, saying with great pride, Mew, this is the difference between you and me now. Although I was created from your genes, I can evolve again and have unlimited potential waiting for me to develop myself. While you can only stay where you are. So from now on, I am the real original, bang. A shadow ball broke through the water, Mew followed behind. His originally cute little face now full of rage. Mewtwo smiled disdainfully, tilted his head, and easily dodged the shadow ball. Suicun used the skill lock-on it. Xia Fan finally spoke. Mew looked back when he heard that, then closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes were covered by a strange light. The world in his eyes is nothing but Mewtwo. Use Shadow Ball, Xia Fan said again. A dark energy ball condensed from Mew's chest. It's useless. You are no longer worthy of fighting with me. Mewtwo sneered and disappeared again, but this time, Mew's eyes began to follow Mewtwo's movement to the top of his head. It decisively pushed Shadow Ball upwards, bang hit it. Mewtwo was thrown backwards into the sky by the Shadow Ball. Mew was stunned, and then excitedly flew to Xia Fan and circled around him affectionately. At the same time, telepathically told Xia Fan and Ho-Oh excitedly that he had hit the target. Don't be too happy too soon. The next battle will still be a tough one for you. Xia Fan took out a pill from his backpack. Your teleport should be unusable. This skill can restore PP and restore the space power in your body, allowing you to use teleport again. Mew swallowed the medicine. The spatial force in the body quickly recovered. At this time, Mewtwo returned to Mew's side, looking a little embarrassed, apparently. Mew's Shadow Ball had hit it hard, leaving it completely defenseless. Mewtwo looked at Mew in disbelief. How is it possible? How could you hit me? Xiao, don't explain to it, just hit it. Think about how it humiliated you just now. Xia Fan shouted. Mew's eyes were then covered by a strange light again. It stared at Mewtwo intently, while a shadow ball condensed in front of its chest once again. Mewtwo's eyes turned cold. The figure disappeared from the spot again. Xia Fan quickly ordered, Xiao, from now on, as long as it disappears, you will use teleport to catch up. Don't worry about running out of space power. I still have dozens of skills to restore PP. Mew disappeared from the spot upon hearing this. Soon, Mew and Mewtwo began to appear in every corner near the Seafoam Islands. The two of them were chasing each other and fighting against each other. Ho-Oh used Future Sight on Mewtwo. As Mew and Mewtwo fought, Xia Fan gave orders to Ho-Oh. But didn't Mew say to let it fight alone? Ho-Oh looked back in surprise. Listen to it. It's just pride that's getting in the way. If we let it keep fighting like this, who knows how long it'll take? Xia Fan looked around and said softly, at worst, if Mewtwo loses, we can just say that it was Mewtwo who did it best. Ho-Oh thought about it, and finally closed his eyes according to Xia Fan's instructions. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes were covered by white light, and the world in front of him began to show the place where Mewtwo would appear in 5 seconds. Then a ball of confusion emerged from its mind and ambushed towards that place. As soon as Mewtwo arrives, he will immediately appear and attack Mewtwo. 5 seconds later, as expected, Mewtwo arrived at the location predicted by Ho-Oh. A wave of confusion suddenly exploded, and Mewtwo was caught off guard. Mew, who was fighting with it, saw it and threw out the Shadow Ball. For Psychic-type Mewtwo, Shadow Ball is the best attack skill. Mewtwo was hit and thrown directly into the water. Nice. Xia Fan clenched his fists excitedly. Sure enough, Future Sight was also a skill that could hit Mewtwo in Y form. At this time, Mew turned around and looked at Ho-Oh and Xia Fan in confusion. It sensed that in addition to its own attack, another attack had hit Mewtwo in advance, causing it to pause. Otherwise, its Shadow Ball would not have been released so easily and successfully. Ho-Oh turned his head away as if he knew nothing. Xia Fan looked at Mew's puzzled eyes, raised his hands decisively and shouted, Xiao, you will always be the god in my heart. Mewtwo is far inferior to you. This shout immediately made Mew feel a little embarrassed. He stretched out his short little hand and scratched his head in a naive manner. Despicable human. Mewtwo rushed out of the sea and looked at Xia Fan with a frosty face. It is not a fool. The sudden confusion attack just now was definitely done by the human commanding the big bird. Feeling Mewtwo's cold gaze, Xia Fan decisively put down his hands that were waving the flag and cheering, looked up at the sky and whistled. Mew and Mewtwo started fighting again. When the fight became intense, Xia Fan immediately had Ho-Oh use Future Sight again. 5 seconds later, Mewtwo was once again knocked into the sea by Mew's Shadow Ball. Despicable human, I will kill you this time. When Mewtwo rushed out, he directed his hatred directly at Xia Fan. Run. Xia Fan sensed something was wrong and quickly asked Ho-Oh to run away with him, while quietly taking out a Poké Ball from his waist. But a breeze blew and Mewtwo was already on top of it. An aura sphere formed between his hands and was aimed directly at Xia Fan's head. Buzz caught off guard. It was too late for Xia Fan to throw the ball, so he could only use Protect. However, the aura sphere of Y-form Mewtwo cannot be resisted by Protect used by a human. With one blow, Protect was instantly shattered. In the face of life and death crisis, Xia Fan flashed with white light and turned directly into a thick-skinned Metagross and was smashed into the sea. Watching Xia Fan transform from a human into a metagross. Mewtwo rarely showed surprise was stunned. Then a black piquet ball emerged from behind its owner. Mew rushed into the sea after a while. A metagross and Mew rushed out of the sea together. After returning to Ho-Oh's back, there was a flash of white light, and Xia Fan changed from metagross back to human. Panting, he looked at Mewtwo in the distance. He cursed, "Just wait for me, you son of a b******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Or I will definitely. He was halfway through his words when Mewtwo in the distance suddenly disappeared. Xia Fan's heart tightened, thinking that this B*******D was going to hit him again. Just as he was about to transform into Metagross again in a flash of white light and prepare to be beaten. A white light enveloped. Mew used Protect to block in front of him. Master, don't worry, I'm here. That replica will never hurt you again. Hearing this, Xia Fan's heart suddenly felt warm. Its little Mew is still the best. Just as he was about to say a few words of praise, Mewtwo suddenly appeared, but not near Xia Fan, but 100 meters away in the sky. Mew saw a teleport directly throw Xia Fan down and continued to fight with Mewtwo. Xia Fan breathed a sigh of relief. This B******D really still had some martial ethics, and did not continue to think of taking the enemy general's head in the midst of thousands of troops. However, just as his laziness was about to appear, he was hit on the head by something with a bang. He looked back and saw a black Pokeball facing him, flashing a red light as if it wanted to take him in. But it was useless, damn it, when Xia Fan saw the ball. He immediately knew what Mewtwo was planning. This is to lure the tiger away from the mountain and then bring it in. Okay. I recognize you on the road of not following martial ethics. Xia Fan looked at Mewtwo coldly. Damn. It's a good thing he didn't turn into a Pokémon just now. Otherwise, who knows if he would really take it in. Ho-Oh, keep using Future Sight, use it once a second. I'll compete with it to see who can be more unethical. Xia Fan took out a box of skill PP recovery potions from his backpack. If your time power is about to run out, tell me. I have plenty of recovery potions here. Mewtwo, who was still fighting with Mew in the distance, saw that his Mewtwo ball was ineffective against Xia Fan. He frowned and communicated with Mew through telepathy. Is your master a human or a Pokémon? My master is a human with divine powers. That may be amazing. But it's none of your business, you replica. Mew responded directly. Mewtwo's eyes turned cold and he continued to fight with Mew. However, the fight did not last long as a psychic suddenly hit it. Mew seized the opportunity to throw out Shadow Ball. Mewtwo was smashed into the sand as it fell. The unexpected psychic appeared again and knocked it back in front of Mew. Xia Fan shouted, Mew, use the skill Imprison. Mew opened his hands, and an invisible net mixed with transparent runes opened and closed from his palms, directly into Mewtwo's body. Nice. Xia Fan raised his arms excitedly. Mew has 99% of Mewtwo's skills, which is equivalent to cutting off its hands and feet. After the excitement, Xia Fan quickly ordered Mew and Ho-Oh not to give Mewtwo a chance to breathe and continue attacking. Although 99% of the skills are imprisoned, Mewtwo's own speed and its exclusive skill strike Mew cannot be imprisoned. 5 minutes later, Xia Fan saw Wymeng, who was covered in bruises and flying much slower than before, and thought it was an opportunity. So he quickly asked Ho-Oh to take him over. He took out the Pokeball, but just as he was about to throw it, a hateful look made him pause slightly. Human, you have no right to control me. Mewtwo's angry voice echoed in his mind. Then an extremely powerful confusion erupted from Mewtwo's body. The confusion was so powerful that it sent him Ho-Oh and Mew flying nearly 100 feet at this moment. Mewtwo was floating in the air, as if it had become the center of the world. The sky and the earth suddenly changed color. The originally dazzling sun was covered by thunderclouds the next second. Huge meteorites emerged and fell from it. The sky over Seafoam Islands seemed to be facing doomsday. Strike Mewtwo's unique skill. Manifest one's own confusion in a materialized form. In Y form, this skill is enough to shake the world. Xia Fan looked up at the sky in horror. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. This skill. As the guardian of the region, Ho-Oh couldn't bear to see Mewtwo destroy the Seafoam Islands. After using confusion to move Xia Fan from behind, he flapped his wings and rushed towards the meteorites. Mew followed closely behind. For a moment, Xia Fan was the only one left in the air. He looked at Mewtwo in the distance and bit his lip lightly. The desire to conquer remains undying. A white light flashed, and Xia Fan turned into Mew and rushed towards Mewtwo. But just as it rushed into the range of 100 meters, a strong confusion pushed it out. Xia Fan didn't believe it. And the next second another teleport rushed over. However, as soon as it appeared within 10 meters of Mewtwo, a strong confusion pushed it away. Mewtwo, floating in midair and using Strike, turned his head and looked at Xia Fan. A contemptuous telepathic message came from its mind. You lowly creatures who can only assist Pokémon's power. Wait until you can fight me with your own strength. Then you can talk about the qualifications for me to obey you. Hearing this, Xia Fan was stunned. But it was not because of Mewtwo, but because after its telepathic voice came down, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Host, please follow Mewtwo's request and defeat it with your own strength before taming it. This mission is a must-challenge mission to capture Mewtwo. If the host still chooses to forcibly subdue it, Mewtwo has a 99% chance of self-destruction. This task has no time limit. Reward for completing the task, you can get a random prize of the origin law. After hearing the system's prompt, Xia Fan couldn't help smacking his lips as he looked at Mewtwo in the distance. Why is this guy so stubborn? If I try to conquer it by force, I will destroy myself. Good boy Xia admits defeat, but what is this original law? A system. What does it mean to randomly draw rewards for the origin law? Xia Fan asked in his heart. Unfortunately, the system. Face it with silence. Xia Fan lowered his head and sighed helplessly, not wanting to delve into it any further. In short, if he wanted to catch Mewtwo, he had to defeat it with his own strength first. Master, are you okay at this moment? A telepathic feeling suddenly sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Xia Fan was very familiar with the voice. It was Suicun. He quickly lowered his head and looked around, and finally saw Suicun in a dense forest in Seafoam Islands. Xia Fan glanced at Mewtwo and saw that it wasn't looking at him. The next second, he appeared on Seafoam Islands via teleport, and Suicun saw him coming to the island and ran towards an entrance of the cave. Xia Fan followed finally. The two of them met in the cave like a meeting of spies. Xia Fan changed back to human form and asked the question in his mind. Haven't you been forcibly subdued by Mewtwo? Suicun shook his head. I don't know if it can be considered as being subdued by it. When you asked me to follow those members of the Mewtwo team, I met Mewtwo and it forcefully took me into its Pokeball. But I don't know why. The brainwashing device in its Pokeball doesn't seem to work on me at all. In my memory, you are still my master. But the other Pokémon that were forcibly captured by Mewtwo seem to have been successfully brainwashed. Once captured, they will obey Mewtwo's orders. I am afraid that Mewtwo will notice and harm me. So I have been pretending to obey it in front of it. Xia Fan frowned slightly after hearing this. If a Pokémon becomes him, it will also be immune to the brainwashing of the Mewtwo ball. After thinking for a while, Xia Fan finally guessed that it might be due to the system. At this time, Suicun hesitated and spoke again. By the way, didn't Entei and Reiku tell you about these things? I told them everything and asked them to tell you that Mewtwo will come to Seafoam Islands and let you prepare for resistance. What? Xia Fan frowned. But I haven't seen them since I sent them to follow the Mewtwo team and cause trouble. Ah, Suicun was stunned. Those two bastards beat it so badly and then ran away. Don't tell it that those two bastards are still on their way. Suicun quickly told Xia Fan everything he experienced at the power plant, and roughly when he separated from Entei Reiku. After listening to this, Xia Fan began to recall the time when Liang Kang told him that the power plant was attacked. At the same time, he picked up his phone to check the map of the Kanto region. After a few minutes, he came to a conclusion, that is, it is really possible that those two guys are still on their way. With its own flying speed, it was easy for Mewtwo to arrive ahead of the other two. After listening to Xia Fan's analysis, Suicun's face suddenly fell. Damn. So that means the beating it received before was completely in vain. And in the end it was still Xia Fan who had to tell everything. Xia Fan looked at Suicun, had a gloomy face, and comforted him quickly. Thank you for your hard work. I will remember your contribution in my heart. And I will definitely scold those two target ghosts severely. Put me in the Pokeball, Master, since you know everything. My career as a spy should be over, Suicun sighed. By the way, Master, you should be able to capture Mewtwo. After you capture it, you can also capture Zapdos. Well, faced with Suicun's two requests, Xia Fan was suddenly speechless. Because he didn't know how to tell Suicun that he couldn't subdue Mewtwo yet because of the mission. After all, you can't just rush up and fight Mewtwo right now. You'll definitely die without knowing how. After thinking for a while, Xia Fan suddenly gave Suicun an apologetic smile that made his heart skip a beat. Comrade Suicun, the organization may need you to serve as an insider for a while longer. Suicun heard this and suddenly showed an expression that was more painful than crying. Master. What do you mean? What do you mean I need to be an insider for a while longer? Do you know how I have been through these days? I know, Mewtwo must be very difficult to deal with. Xia Fan covered his chest and apologized affectionately. But it's not that the master didn't try hard. But it's really difficult to deal with. You saw the battle between your senior Mew and Master Ho-Oh just now. It was 2 against 1. But Mewtwo still managed to hold his own and even had the upper hand. Suicun was confused. He walked to the entrance of the cave and looked up at the scarred Mewtwo in midair. Damn, after being beaten like this, you can still call it an advantage. Could it be that the scene of Mew beating up Mewtwo 10 minutes ago was just an illusion of his mother? Xia Fan noticed Suicun's doubtful expression and quickly stepped forward, pointing at soaring in the sky, and said, Comrade Suicun, don't look at things too one-sidedly. Please move your gaze a little higher and see those huge meteorites. That is the true strength of Mewtwo. Do you think you, Mew Senior and Ho-Oh Master, can do that? Suicun's expression of doubt about life gradually faded. Xia Fan continued, softer terrorists like this. If we don't have an insider, the consequences will be disastrous. And you are the only one who is most suitable to be the insider. Of course, the main reason is definitely not because you are the only one who was captured by it, but because you have a kind of energy. What kind of anger? Suicun asked subconsciously, upright and righteous. Xia Fan said seriously, Hadorangenki. Suicun was confused. What do you mean? I don't understand. Xia Fan waved his hand and said, you don't understand. You just need to know that this is a very rare aura. And I only see it in you. People who have this aura live an open and honest life and will not be suspected by anyone. Therefore, you are the most suitable person for us. Suicun didn't know what to say after hearing this. Just keep your eyes on Xia Fan. It reminded me of a sentence Reiku once lamented. I would rather believe that there are ghosts in this world than believe what Mr. Xia says. Xia Fan felt Suicun's gaze and looked calm. Just a dozen seconds later said, Comrade Suicun, if you are willing to be the insider, don't worry. When you come back, you will be the highest-ranking Pokémon under your senior Mew and Lord Ho-Oh. You can trample Entei and Reiku under your feet and make them recognize you as the boss. Suicun's eyes widened. Really, seriously, if you go, you will be the brightest one among us. And every legendary Pokémon that joins us will have to read 10 times. No, 100 times. About your great contribution to the capture of Mewtwo. Deal? I promise to be a good insider. Suicun raised his hand and bumped fist with Xia Fan. Then he imagined in his mind the scene of himself returning with glory, with those two idiots Entei and Reiku crawling on their faces in front of him and calling him boss. Looking at Suicun, who was already intoxicated with himself, Xia Fan nodded with satisfaction. Very good. From now on I will rely on this friend to help me keep track of Mewtwo's movements. Taking his eyes away from Suicun, Xia Fan turned his gaze to soaring in the sky at this moment. The meteorites that Mewtwo transformed into using confusion have begun to gradually collapse under the resistance of Mew and Ho-Oh. At the same time, Mewtwo was holding on to the confusion, began to be overwhelmed, causing meteorite to appear and disappear. After a few minutes, the meteorite faded and soaring in the sky returned to its previous clear state. Mewtwo looked at Mew and Ho-Oh above and felt like backing off. At the same time, Mew's skill-imprisoned time has now passed. It opened its hands, and a dense number of black Pokéballs appeared behind it. Flying towards the Seafoam Islands, it returns the Pokémon it released to the ball, including Suicun. Ho-Oh and Mew's telepathic connection rang out in Xia Fan's mind at the same time. Master, do you want to stop it? Need not. Xia Fan flashed white light and turned into Mew's appearance. He also used telepathy to reply to Mew and Ho-Oh. Just watched Mewtwo run away with hundreds of Pokéballs. About 10 minutes after Mewtwo left, two figures came into Xia Fan's sight. It's Entei and Raikou. The two were very excited to see Xia Fan, Mew, and Ho-Oh. He quickly used telepathy to tell them that Mewtwo was also coming to Seafoam Islands and asked them to be prepared. Xia Fan didn't react much after hearing their remarks. After all, he had been mentally prepared by Suicun. But after hearing this, Mew and Ho-Oh looked at him with something strange in their eyes. It's like looking at a fool. The fight is over and you're telling them this. Mew-senpai Ho-Oh-sama. What are those expressions on your faces? Entei asked in confusion. Mew then exchanged a glance with the two of them, and using mind sharing, shared the scene of the battle with Mewtwo with Entei and Raikou. After the sharing ended, Entei and Raikou looked at each other awkwardly and decided to remain mute. Master, what should we do now? Go find Lugia. Ho-Oh's telepathy echoed in Xia Fan's mind. Xia Fan thought about it and finally shook his head and said, Now let's go and finish off Team Mewtwo first. From Liang Kang's previous phone call, he already knew that the Mewtwo team did not bring out Moltres, who possessed the Divine Thronethai's time, but left him at the headquarters. In that case, I should quickly capture Moltres while I am still in Kanto region, and destroy Team Mewtwo at the same time. Otherwise, it will be too late when Mewtwo lives. Judging from Mewtwo's previous behavior, it will definitely go to the Mewtwo team's headquarters to destroy the Mewtwo team and forcibly capture their Pokémon. Instead of this, it would be better to help him succeed. Thinking of this, Xia Fan turned his gaze to Liang Kang on the Seafoam Islands. He and many members of the Mewtwo team witnessed the battle just now, so he was looking at him tremblingly. It's not that they didn't think about running away, but Mewtwo had taken all their Pokémon away, so they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. And even though Mewtwo is gone now, the other B*******D, who specializes in stealing their money, is still here. Xia Fan led Mew, Ho-Oh, and the others to the front of these people. He said expressionlessly, "You know too much." Everyone froze. His expression gradually became panic-stricken. This doesn't mean to kill people to silence them, does it? But Xia Fan immediately added, "So, do you want to follow me from now on?" Everyone's frightened expressions gradually turned into nanny. This B******D, who robbed them of all their money, actually wanted them to follow him. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, looking at you guys. It seems that you don't want to mix with me anymore. In that case, Ho-Oh set fire. It's not good for people who know too many secrets to stay. As soon as these words fell, everyone knelt down immediately to show their willingness to join. Xia Fan nodded in satisfaction and pulled Liang Kang to his side, letting him lead this group of people from now on, and gave him 10 million as operation funds. Liang Kang was moved to tears. There's no way I can mess with a man who can beat Mewtwo away. After arranging everything here, Xia Fan left them and rushed to the headquarters of the Mewtwo team. To avoid being tipped off, he didn't tell anyone in advance. About 2 hours later, Xia Fan arrived at the Mewtwo team's headquarters in Ho-Oh. I don't know if it was because the leader of the Mewtwo team had a feeling that this place was not a good place to stay, or if someone tipped off the leader of the Mewtwo team, making him feel that he would be in trouble here. So when Xia Fan first arrived, what he saw was nearly 100 helicopters hovering in the sky above the forest where the base was located. Preparing to leave, my goodness, when Xia Fan saw this scene, there was no way he would let them run away. So he directly let Ho-Oh Mew, Entei Reiku Articuno and the others show up. Don't hide anything, just go for it. In the face of such powerful strength, the Mewtwo team was completely unable to resist, with only one Moltres serving as the front line. But the result was that he was beaten by Ho-Oh and trembled in fear. Team Mewtwo was eventually suppressed in 10 minutes. Everyone lined up to transfer money to Xia Fan. Moltres was also forced to let them go and then surrender to Xia Fan. Moltres' skills are basically the same as Articuno's except for the attribute skills. And there is nothing unique about them. Xia Fan read it for a long time and thought that in order to tame Mewtwo, he had to fight it himself. So he chose the psychic skill Agility in this way. He basically has all the skills related to attack, defense and speed. And the only thing missing is a powerful recovery skill. Master, are we going to look for Lugia next? After Xia Fan subdued Moltres, Ho-Oh communicated with him telepathically again. Of course, Xia Fan said with a smile. As Lugia is a first-level god, he is very much looking forward to its power. After Liang Kang arrived and took over the Mewtwo team headquarters, Xia Fan led Mew and the others away, Chengdu region. Master, do you see those whirlpools? Lugia lives here. Because there are many whirlpools and islands, humans call it the Whirl Islands. Above the blue sea and sky, Ho-Oh used telepathy on the boy on his back. The young man on his back was also looking at the large number of whirlpools on the sea below, and at the same time picked up the map on his mobile phone for comparison. The map showed that they were now in the sea between Kyankong City and Sionwood City in the Chengdu region. And if we want to see Lugia, we need to go through this sea whirlpool, go into the deep sea, and find the Palace of the Gods at the deepest part. Lugia is inside, Ho-Oh's telepathy continued. Okay, I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Ho-Oh. Xia Fan nodded, collected Ho-Oh with the Poké Ball, and fell from the air due to Ho-Oh's large size. In order to avoid attracting other people's attention, the task of crossing the vortex cannot be given to it. As it fell, Xia Fan calmly took out another Poké Ball. There was a flash of red light and Mew emerged from it. Xiao, let's go through the biggest whirlpool in the sea. Good master. Mew glanced at Xia Fan, who was falling at high speed. The next second, Xia Fan was protected by it using confusion and floated in the air with it. Mew led Xia Fan towards the largest whirlpool on the sea. After a while, they entered the whirlpool. The rotation of the whirlpool was so terrifying that if it weren't for Mew's powerful confusion, Xia Fan might have drowned. Therefore, Whirl Islands is considered a dangerous waters in the surrounding area, and few people normally approach it. After entering the whirlpool, Mew took Xia Fan and rushed along the whirlpool towards the deep sea. About half an hour later, they arrived at the deep sea and saw a boundless seafloor cavern at a glance. Xia Fan took out the Poké Ball and asked Ho, "Is this seafloor cavern the Palace of God where Lugia lives?" Well, the next second, a reply came to my mind. I don't know about that, master. I have never been here. I only know that there is a Palace of God where Lugia lives under the Whirl Islands. All right, Xia Fan shrugged helplessly, took the ball back and let Mew lead him to find the entrance. After wandering around the seabed for a long time and seeing many rare Pokémon, the two of them finally found an unusual entrance. An entrance with the sea outside and no water stains inside. It was as if there was an invisible force isolating the sea water from the cave. Xia Fan and Mew entered the cave. The cave is very large and very bright. Xia Fan and Mew immediately began to wander around the cave searching. But there were many openings inside the cave. Xia Fan could only release Entei and Reiku again and let them join in. and notify him immediately if they saw Luja or something else important. The man and 3 animals searched separately. After about an hour, Xia Fan was stopped by Entei. Entei said it saw Lord Luja. When Xia Fan heard this, he was naturally overjoyed. He quickly asked Entei to lead the way. And about 20 minutes later, they turned a corner and came to a lake. A Pokémon with a light blue belly, a mask-like area around its eyes, and blue scales protruding from its back is doing water sports in the lake. Xia Fan stood on the shore and watched for a long time, his expression changing from excitement at the beginning to a frown. Yes, that's Luja. But what is puzzling is that Luja is a little too small. It feels like he is only this tall. Far shorter than Ho-Oh, which is of the same status as him. That's a juvenile Luja. Like the 3 sacred birds, they have their own tribes. The voice of Ho-Oh rang in Xia Fan's mind, young Luja. What about the adult one? Xia Fan asked in surprise. The adult one is its mother. Humans call her the sea goddess. She is the only one in the Luja tribe who possesses godhood. After hearing this, Xia Fan said oh and turned to look at Mew. Xiao Huan, let's go and say hello to young Luja. Meow. Mew used confusion to bring Xia Fan over. Soon it arrived above the head of the young Luja. At this time, Luja was playing with a lantern and did not notice Xia Fan's arrival. It was not until the lantern noticed and called out twice above its head that young Luja realized there was a human standing above its head, and a Pokémon it had never seen before. The human landed on the water with a smile on his face and said to it, "Little friend, where is your mother?" As he spoke, he took out a handful of candies that only humans can have from his pocket. Lantern was very alert. Without waiting for the baby Luja's response, he quickly bit its tail and made it follow him away. Boo-hoo. But young Luja didn't care and ate the candy in Xia Fan's hand in one gulp. Then made a sound that Xia Fan couldn't understand at all. What did it say? Xia Fan turned and looked at Mew. It said mother is not here and went out. Mew said telepathically. Xia Fan nodded and asked the young Luja again, how long will your mother take to come back? Young Luja looked at Xia Fan's hands and shouted, boo-hoo. What's the meaning? It asked if the food you just gave it was still available. This time Xia Fan took out a bag directly from his bag. As soon as he took it out, the little Luja snatched it up in one gulp and ate it while shouting, boo-hoo. What's the meaning? It said it didn't know. If ****G. After suppressing the urge to curse and reminding himself not to get angry with the child, Xia Fan took a deep breath. He said in a friendly manner, "Didn't your mother tell you when she would be back? For example, 1 or 2 days or a week or 2. Also, how long did your mother stay out, boo-hoo tilde?" Young Luja looked at Xia Fan's hand again and cried out, "No more. That bag was all the candy I had, and you ate it all in one gulp." Afraid that it would not believe him, Xia Fan opened his backpack to prove that there was indeed no food inside. Young Luja took a look and cried out in disappointment, boo-hoo. What's the meaning? It said then it knew nothing. The sound of teeth grinding came from the lower Fan's mouth.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.